goes down the line. Trying to find the section. Big alley-oop. Welcome back to Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Some days are just better than others, and when you reflect on what we've seen the last few days, I'd say we're on a bit of a roll. 3 great days, opening days of competition here, and day 4, Thursday mornings, looking pretty good down here at Merriweather. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Jess Starling. Jess, it looks like there's a couple more corners out there. As I say that, we've got a straight closeout, but it does feel like there's a bit more opportunity out there. We've been watching the warm-up session so far this morning. We've seen some great surfing.
Oh, we've seen some amazing surfing this morning. This looks like Macklin Flynn up and riding, and he's free surfing. That looked a little bit painful. But, yeah, there's a little bit more east in the swell today, so we're seeing more corners coming through, less closeouts. So I feel like we've seen it predominantly that left be on play the last few days. I really feel like today we're going to see both the lefts and rights come into play, which is cool. Yeah,
bring it on. Of course, this is the last qualifying series event on the schedule for this region, for Asia as well. Big points up for grabs. We know we've been working our way towards those highest seeds in the event, and they're set to hit the lineup today, and pretty exciting, some of the matchups.
Oh, some of the matchups are huge. You know, I was just looking at the first heat and the second heat, and the level of surfing coming through in just the opening 2 heats is crazy. So I think this is where we see the top scale surfing come in. This is the round where the level lifts again. And we've had a lot of 4s and 5s the last few days. I think that'll slowly start to go out the window with this round.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think we'll see some of these top seeds really use the entire scale, expecting some big heat score totals. But let's have a look at the ratings now, because that's the big story here. People trying to climb on the men's side up into the top 7. There's space for a wild card as well to hit that Challenger Series. But Dakota Walters, he's sweet. Big victory in the last QS 5000. You were there. It was a great performance from him, and really he's just here to bring it home and keep that top seed as he moves into the Challengers.
Yeah, he didn't even compete in the last 3000, which, you know, is critical points, but he said, I don't really need to. So he's here just to secure his win. Alistair's been looking on point all event. He's sitting in second. But if you even look at the guys who are below the cut line in 8th, 9th and 10th, Kais King, Dill Moffat, Morgan Siblick, I mean, they're big names outside the cut line.
Oh, they're monster names. Huge. And looking further down, I mean, all these surfers have a real chance with a big finish in this event of getting into that top 7.
Yeah, we did. All of these surfers can definitely make it there. Unfortunately, we did see Cooper Davies bow out of competition, which was a bit of heartbreak because he's been looking in form the last few events too. So I'm sure Cooper will come back next year. But, you know, even Sheldon Simkus, George Pitter, he doesn't need to requalify, but he's here competing. So George can definitely do a bit of damage in the rankings in the scheme of things, because he's here to make heats, not get points.
There you go. So looking at the Asian ranks, Kian Martin, surfed with him yesterday. He just had the biggest smile on his face. He's loving where he's sitting, but understands that this being a QS 5000, he just wants to get through a couple of heats. He's probably going to just be really focused on each individual heat and not sort of getting too far ahead of himself here, but he's looking pretty good. Of course, he spends most of his time in Bali and surfs on the Asian regional tour, but he's got some Swedish heritage as well. But yeah, he's a great surfer, and we'll see if he can hang on to that number 1 position. But it's looking pretty fun out there at the moment. Day 4 of the event window here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. And we've got so much more coming on the morning show right after this.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, Under Ironman, mate, 800 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once, I know.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Beautiful morning once again here at Merriweather. The City of Newcastle delivering big time, and the City of Newcastle are founding partners of Surfest. We love our time down here in Newey. Been talking it up a lot, but for good reason. I mean, waking up here, hitting the water, it's just pristine on the coastline in this zone. And there's great cafes, the restaurants are unbelievable, and the nightlife over the weekends is generally it's alive, let's just say that. And this is a big university town too, so there's a great young energy about the place. Always attracts good music acts and great sporting events as well.
Yeah, I've had heaps of friends move here for uni, and anytime I've come up to visit them, I've always had a good time here, whether it's during the day or at night. And the waves are always so fun here too. So yeah, Newcastle, you're never bored in Newcastle. No,
you're not. Of course, we've been talking about the Burton Automotive Pro and the big heats that are coming our way there. But the Newcastle Racecourse Pro, that's awesome as well. Of course, they are the naming rights sponsors this year with that crowdfunding effort. They got pulled out of the barrel, and it's fantastic to have them involved. We're looking forward to some big heats in the women's as well. We were talking about the top seeds on the men's side, on the women's side. We're closing in on some of those former CT competitors, surfers who've had huge results. Speaking of huge results here at Surfest, Sarah Baum, she's a finalist from a couple of years back, and she's just an incredible surfer. She didn't have her best stuff in the earlier rounds, but still managed to stay alive in the draw. Of course, she surfs in the South African region, but this is a major QS event, an event with a lot of history. She lives here in Newcastle. She's going to turn up and put the jersey on.
Yeah, she started a heat with an 8.33, and I don't know about you, Ronnie, but if I started a heat with an 8.33, I'd just be happy as Larry. But we had a bit of heartbreak for the Novocastrians yesterday. We did have two of the local ladies fall out of the draw, Ellie Lampkin and this lady on screen, Logan Dalton. But Logan's doing an excellent job doing all the beach commentary, so I feel like
amazing job.
She's still going to be around in the Surfest, so I don't think she'd be too upset.
Yeah, on my breaks, I've been out there watching the event, listening to Logan, and she's absolutely killing it on the mic. And unfortunately for her though, her run in the contest is over. But you know what? She had that hometown support, and we'll see her in the jersey again sometime soon, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Surfest, they really support her, and Ellie as well. You know, they get behind them to get to those overseas events. But Ellie, you know, she just had one of those heats where I felt like couldn't get in rhythm. That was Macklin Flynn. And this is JL Kalupo, who leading in today is in a hard heat.
Oh man, yeah, Jay's done well. Had a clutch moment in the earlier rounds to keep his place in the draw. He keeps going from one stacked heat to the next. I mean, as you move through any contest, you know, the heats aren't going to get any easier, but his next battle is huge. He's going to have the Vaughan brothers, Huey and Joel. That's a fantastic story. Who's going to get the wood on the other in that one? And then also in the heat, we've got one of our international competitors.
Yeah, Shohei Kato, who has been such an incredible Japanese surfer. And Ronnie, he's got an excellent air game, so I expect for him to take to the air. But this man on screen, Jarvisel, he's been a bit on a heater lately. He's been winning everything. He actually won the Burton Automotive Pro Junior up at Port Stephens not too long ago, and then went on to win at the Evoca QS 3000 straight after that. So I don't know, this guy just seems to be on a roll at the moment and seems to be very comfortable and happy in his own skin too.
Oh, we know a couple of years back now, or just over a year ago now, he won that World Junior title that saw him sort of fast track his way to the Challenger Series. But Jarvis Earl, one of our brightest stars, and has a huge future ahead of him. Looking forward to seeing him hit the lineup. And the lineup's looking pretty good at the moment. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll look to get competition underway right after this.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait!
Holidays. Ironman. Outdoors.
Ironman.
Whoa. Toolbars. Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Under Ironman, mate. And under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. I know.
That's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Surfest is such a massive part of any female's career. You look at Beck Woods, she won it twice and she's still so relevant in the surf industry. I think has been a pretty pinnacle part of not just Australian female surfing but global female surfing and the steps forward they've been taking. To have someone like Woz who respects the work that we as females put in to get to this level and to get to this really high standard event, and for him to make it the exact same for both men and women has been, yes, such a pinnacle part. And honestly, it's a confidence booster to know that we have someone like Warren just backing us. Women have been making noise and we're kind of getting more of the spotlight. It's making us more aggressive because we want more of that spotlight now. It's time that the camera's turned over to the ladies' side, and I think the start of the year that we saw Molly Picklum and Katie Simmons, what they did in Hawaii was a game changer, and I think you'll find that, yeah, the cameras will be stuck on women in surfing for a while now. Yep.
Starring in Scratching the Surfest, Jess Starling. And some great points there, Jess. I mean, Warren Smith does a fantastic job down here. The event has been evolving beautifully. We always talk about how brilliant the concept is for the crowdfunding for the women's event. It generates so much interest from the local community in this contest because obviously you've got surfers representing your business and the opportunity to potentially win back your investment. So it's a great reward. It's a great system. It's a great contest.
It's a great contest. I went to the sponsorship dinner the other night and just seeing all the people that actually put into the women's side of the event, and it was kind of a bit of a pinch myself moment because it was so cool to see all these local businesses who back women surfing and want to be a part of it, you know, and I totally agree. I feel like that surfer sponsor allocation that they have going is a pretty unique part to this event, and I feel like that it'll make a lot of them tune in a lot closer.
I think so. I've seen them down there over at the Surf Club, really paying close attention to what's unfolding in this event, and we're just moments away from getting it back underway. We're going to kick things off with the round of 64 for the men, and that's going to see our top seeds hit the lineup. Our number one seed is going to be out there, Dakota Walters. Really looking forward to seeing, you know, what he can bring to this event. Certainly one of those competitors that's so capable of actually just turning the volume up performance-wise and setting a new standard. Billy Stanman, the Olympian, he's going to be competing in his second Olympics this year.
That's insane.
He's a little farther back on the ratings than what we're used to seeing him. He's outside the top 20 at the moment, so he basically needs a victory here at Surfest to get himself up into the top 7. So we'll see how he does. I mean, Billy, he'll probably be a little bummed that some of those lefts have dried up. His real weapon is that incredible backhand that was refined on the lefts over there at Raglan. Noah Arkfeld's out there. We know what Noah's capable of. He's got one of the biggest individual scores of the event for a big frontside air. And Eden Hassan, he's been solid too, putting up pretty healthy heat score totals, even when the rest of the field was just struggling and dropping really average heat score totals. He's been solid, consistent.
Yeah, Eden, you know, not the biggest guy either, but he's been able to drop massive scores against some of the more powerful surfers. So I feel like I'm mostly intrigued to see how Eden can kind of show up against the big names like Dakota, like Billy. I'm interested for Noah as well. Noah's still super young, but he's got that competitive fire. And yeah, from that Siargao region, he's used to surfing really beautiful reef breaks, but he's been showing us that he can do it in beach break conditions too.
Yeah, well, he afforded himself a bit of space from those left-handers. We've seen him on the rights, obviously growing up at Cloudbreak. He's probably going to favour that forehand. It might work in his favour the way the conditions have kind of cleaned up and come a little more out of the east today here at Merriweather.
The Philippines have a really cool kind of program, similar to Surfest and Burton, how they really support their athletes. They have a program called Batik Surfers over there in Siargao, and Noah is actually a part of that, and it's all run by Congressman Bingo, who is kind of like the local government basically for the Siargao Island, and they are really invested in surfing. They help Marima out with all of his Challenger Series events, and now with Noah really rising to the occasion, they help support him not just financially, but I feel like they give him every opportunity, coaching-wise, training-wise, to be able to be at the same level as, you know, the Australians, the New Zealand, the Japanese, who have all of those facilities in the palm of their hand, where they might not have that in the Philippines. So
Yeah.
really cool program there.
That's amazing. Yeah, I can kind of feel that happening, and you know, with surfing moving into the Olympics now, and it becoming kind of like a focus for a lot of countries, you know, there's some investing quite a bit into the development of their talent, and it's good that it's kind of allowing, you know, surfers like Noah Arkfeld from some, you know, more out of reach places, the opportunity to tap into some great resources. 25 minutes will be the time on the clock for each of the competitors in this round of 64. They're all after those two great numbers, but typically in beach break conditions, you see pretty busy competitors and often a much higher wave count as they just go searching for opportunity wherever they can find it.
Especially when you have, I feel like, grommets in the heat like Eden Hassan, Huey Vaughan's coming up in a few. I feel like we'll see the wave count definitely go higher, but I feel like this is some of the best morning conditions we've had all week. There's definitely been a few days where it's seemed a little bit more tricky earlier on than it has later in the day, but it looks so fun right now, and action's underway. We've started the day.
Yep, day 4 is a go here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks, that have incredible venues all around New South Wales. 40 holiday parks, cabins. You know, you could set your tent up if you want, park your caravan, but the locations are just next level. Most of them are situated pretty close to some quality waves, and pretty fun if you're traveling with the family as well. Always plenty of activities around those parks, so check them out for sure. So we are back into the Burton Automotive Pro, and we know Burton's celebrating a huge milestone with Surfest this year, 20 years in partnership. Massive backers of this event, and also a massive support to aspiring surfers from this area who want to chase down that competitive dream of reaching the championship tour. They're right behind Jackson Baker. See him getting around in his new whip. And, you know, that's just a massive financial burden lifted off Jackson. You know, having a vehicle supplied, and yeah, it's good, great to see.
Yeah, he's been in here just talking about how incredible that relationship between him and that Burton Automotive family has been, and how pinnacle they've been throughout his career. And he's gone as far to say, I wouldn't be who I am or where I am if it wasn't for
Wow.
them. So
Huge rap.
I just feel like there's not another, I'm sure there is, but the Newcastle community and how involved they are with their athletes, it's second to none.
Yeah, it's solid for sure. They love them, and for good reason. They're lovable. You think about them, those surfers that are up there representing Newcastle at the highest level. They're some of the best. Ryan Callanan, Morgan Siblick, Jackson Baker, Philippa Anderson. She's been doing really well for a long time now. Sarah Baum, I mean, she's a really a newcomer to this zone, but they've just welcomed her with open arms. I know she feels incredibly supported by this community.
I can't wait to see, I know we're in the men's division right now, but the rivalry between Paige and Philippa, Paige and Filsey, come into this event.
Oh, mate.
They've been battling for first and second spot on the Australasian or Oceanic rankings, so I feel like once the ladies hit the water, probably tomorrow, we're gonna see fireworks from those two.
Yeah, the plan for the day is to mow through this round, the round of 64. We've got the men's round of 32 and women's round of 32 on standby. But if there's waves this afternoon, there is a very high chance if it's pumping that we'll get them out there. So no major scores locked in just yet, but this is a treat for us. Dakota Walters from up there at Angari, he's in the red. Everyone, anticipating big things from him here. Just has huge moves. Isn't one of those guys that wears the competitive jersey like a straitjacket. Just looks completely free when he's out there competing and does his best surfing, or can do his best surfing with the jersey on too, which is, what all these competitors are really trying to achieve.
That was a huge turn there from Eden. I was actually watching him go up to that section thinking, wow, if he doesn't land this, he's going to definitely know about it. It was really meaty, that section, and he rode out beautifully. So Eden getting his rhythm started in that heat. But look at that section, Roddy. That was going to hurt if he didn't land that turn.
Yeah, made it with ease, Eden. And, I think, with the top seeds hitting the lineup now, I do think they'll just reel that scale in just a little bit, especially in these first couple of heats of the morning, and Eden turns into 3.33. It's actually a pretty reasonable number for just a stock floating re-entry, but probably some credit for what you were saying was a pretty chunky section. But yeah, I think all those surfers who've made it to this point in the competition are going to have to ramp things up, and looking to ramp things up to kick things off here was Dakota Walters.
Yeah, Dakota trying to defend that first place spot. So I love the energy and the attack he's coming to this heat with, though. I mean, that's the Dakota we're used to seeing. Like you said, he just looks so at home in Arashi, and it's for someone who he's competed for a long time, but just took a massive chunk of time out of comps the last few years and kind of established himself as a free surfer and now has come back to the comp jersey. You don't see a lot of guys come back to the comp jersey looking that comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think it would be pretty scary to be one of his competitors.
Oh, for sure. And the reason that there'd be some nerves for fellow competitors is because of the track record. I mean, the performances in the board riders battle when he helped Byron Bay get the national title year before last year was amazing. He was really the anchor in the team. And then, in some of the other qualifying series events last year, he was just doing such huge turns. Suffered an injury. He's come back from beautifully. The big win in Taiwan has got him sitting in number one. And, he's opened this heat with a throwaway, though. So he's going to be playing catch-up. As we see, looks like Billy Stammen finishing one off there. Hard to even pick the colour of these rashies at the moment.
That looks like Dakota Walters right behind us. So Billy finding those lefts, like you said earlier, he's perfected that backhand out at Raglan, and that first wave was beautifully surfed from start to finish from Billy. So Yeah, I feel like we'll probably see him stick to those lefts if he can find them.
Yeah, we saw Billy in the Challenger Series events last year. I can remember just one turn in particular from North Narrabeen in that second event. Big fin ditch. I mean, that's his trademark turn. It's an awesome move. Really flares that tail out. He'll be begging for a section out there on the backhand to unleash that thing, because it always scores well for him.
Yeah, this replay of Billy's first wave, there was no downtime in between those two turns, and I know the judges are going to love that. Gets the finish as well, and then Dakota probably saw what Billy's done and goes, all right, I can do it too, and gets up there for two really nice turns. I love the 0 downtime in between. So Billy locking in a 6, Dakota a 4.33, so I definitely think the judges got that right. I do think there was a point of difference with Billy's wave over Dakota's, but
Yep.
if that was Billy's first wave and he still has 17 minutes to build on that, he could be looking really dangerous.
Yeah, 4.33 for Dakota. And yeah, Billy Stearman, I don't think it was just the extra turn that helped him, push more than a point and a half ahead there. It was just a little bit more in each of Billy's moves. And, the wave probably had a bit to do with that. Dakota didn't have as much room to move on his wave. But those two starting to pull away early here. Noah Arkfeld on the backhand. Let's see what he can do. Good looking wall. Hits it in the pocket. This one's starting to get away from him. It stretches out pretty quickly. And he can't find the open face again.
Got a paddle from Eden and Dakota. Dakota pulling in. Gets a bit of a morning head dip there. We'll see what Eden got done on the left, but yeah, waves just look so fun today. I'm loving the little bit more of east in the swell. It's going to allow for both lefts and rights consistently throughout the day. And then tomorrow we see the swell come around more from the south again, so I feel like we'll push further down the beach to more typical Merriweather, what we're used to seeing, that right in the corner. But I've actually been loving these nor'east swells. I think the lefts that we've seen Merriweather producing over the last few days has been amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely come with its challenges, that nor'east swell direction, just because the bank is so straight at the moment. But yeah, you're right. There's been moments in the tide that have kind of come on and given us some great sections, as we see. Dakota here, he's so good at generally sticking these moves, but it's always difficult when you're flicking your board out into the flats like that.
So is Byron Bay your board riders club?
Oh, no. I've been living up that way for just over a year now, but no, I'd still call myself a NASA man at this stage.
Nice.
But it's sort of one of those things, I grew up north, so New Brighton Board Riders, Newey Board Riders is my original club.
New Brighton Board Riders.
Yep.
Love that. That's in between Wooyong and Brunswick?
Yep. That's
I'd
right.
say.
That's Newey Board Riders. They're kind of, they were a pretty strong club back in the day, and they're starting to re-emerge and build numbers again. A lot of junior members, which is fantastic.
Maybe next year we'll see him in the ABB, you and Vaughan in the team.
Yeah. I think if we're going to rep a club that's, we're going to move on from there, it'd be Newey Board Riders for me.
Amazing. I love that.
But yeah, 14 and a half minutes to go. Dakota Walters has the early lead here, but as you can see, Eden Hassan, Noah Arkfeld still well within reach at this stage of the game. As we see Noah up at the moment, bit of foam on the face. Oh, you could tell that he kind of marched past that first section or didn't want to commit because he was hoping the wave would ramp up down the line. Can be a tactic that works against you sometimes if you're not just surfing the steepest section in front of you.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that. I feel like that first section had the least amount of foam on the face and it would have put him in good rhythm. Heading into that back end, here we go, Eden, our under-18 Australian champion currently, just finishing off a left there. So Eden recently had a board change too, I believe. Moved to JS surfboards. They're looking really good under his feet.
Yeah, they are. Look at this wave. I mean, faded beautifully. Got the nice swoop in. it was kind of a wave that, had a bit of potential in it. The fade might have he might have washed a little bit too much speed off on that big bottom turn, but the competitors are really just figuring this lineup out. It is looking a lot more different to what we've seen the opening 3 days of competition.
Yeah, 363 for that last wave of Eden, so I completely agree with you. I feel like maybe read that wave a little bit wrong, but I still think, he's got so much more to give on his wave, so he'll take it, he'll run with it, he'll learn from it. He's actually looked really mature in his heats, I've thought, the last few days.
It's a really good observation. I agree with that. And I mean, even though he didn't turn in a monster score, he's still got the early lead here. And we'll see. We'll see if he can kind of build on those mid-range 3-point rides. Billy Stammen's the danger man.
Oh, absolutely. Billy, I'm curious to see by the end of the day if we'll see 6s being the consistent score to get through heats. I remember talking to Matty Catalan last year. He ran the numbers, and he went through all of the Australian Regional Series events, and he looked at the top 7 men who qualified, and he ran through their heat totals. And in every event, in every heat that they made, all the guys who made the Challenger Series had at least 12 points.
Wow. Okay, so that's kind of a good one, right? You got to consistently be putting up, 6s on average to get yourself to the top end of the ratings. And that would suggest to me that we are going to see that scale come up a little bit throughout this day, because all those competitors, well, most of them are going to be competing in this round. As we see Dakota just throw everything at the section. It kind of grabbed him at the top and didn't let him back down. He got swamped by the section. So he'll probably maintain his spot in second there. But as we mentioned, Billy got a 6. He's just looking for that backup score. He's just used his priority on that last wave.
Yeah, only needs a tiny score. And that first turn on that last wave was, it was pretty nice. So a 253 just off the back of that one turn. But I remember the first time I ever came across Billy, I was maybe 15 or 16 surfing out Northie, and it was pumping. It was typical Narrabeen, perfect lefts. And I remember being, who is this guy? And I was talking to Davey Cathles. He's like, oh, this is my friend Billy. He's over from New Zealand staying with us. And his backhand, that was the first time I remember being like, outside of Narrabeen, just going, wow, this guy surfs this wave really well.
Yeah. Probably thought he was going to get a bit taller too when you saw him back then. He never really had the big growth spurt, but he's got big turns. That's for sure. Yeah, but no, Billy, for me, I've known him for years used to call his heats in the World Juniors when he was a Grom. Always has showed a lot of talent. He's fulfilled that talent, that hype by making the Kiwi Olympic team a couple of times now, and he'll be heading over to Teopa in a month to get himself prepped and familiar with the location prior to the Olympics over there.
Imagine being able to call yourself a 2-time Olympian. That is amazing. Here we go, Eden.
Yeah, Eden's looking pretty sharp out here this morning, and this might be his best wave. He hangs on for that finish there. Was only trying to improve on a 3.33. Was in second spot. Needed a 4.91 to jump up into first. Just over 9 minutes to go here, and the top seed is outside of the top 2 at the moment. That's the big story.
Look at these waves, Ronnie.
Yeah, Eden just a bit more aggressive on the opening sections as opposed to his previous ride, which might have even been a better wave that only turned in a 3.63 for him. So I think the aggression will be rewarded, and it is. A 5 for Eden. He moves up into the lead. Billy in second spot now. And Dakota, he's got a pretty decent number, 4.33. I think in 8.5 minutes, I think he replaces it with something bigger.
Yeah, we just saw a glimpse of Geordie Liakman on the screen. Massive heat coming up next. So these heats are just getting bigger and just as good as each other as we roll through. He's got a pretty stacked heat. Keijiro Nishi, I'm not sure if you've seen him walking around, but he's pretty hard to miss. He's got bright red hair at the moment, shaved head, bright red hair. That's kind of his lucky charm. He's won a few QSs actually with the red hair, so he's trying to keep it going. And then Dill Moffat.
Oh yeah, Dill Moffat's, you know, he's one of the best not on the CT. We've seen him in Championship Tour events before. He's had huge results on the Challenger Series, come so painfully close to qualifying for the CT. So yeah, Dill's always one to watch, one of my favourites. Just so raw and unpredictable.
He's got beautiful timing on waves too, and I feel like it's just a matter of time. I mean, he was one spot off qualifying, which has to be one of the more heartbreaking points of his career potentially, but yeah, he's got a bit of work to do to get into the top 7. He's not there yet. He's just outside. But I feel like just
he's capable, isn't he?
The list of names that are both in and slightly not in the top 7 is crazy. I just think
it's ridiculous, actually.
It's going to be heartbreak. Whoever falls out of that top 7 or whoever stays in and doesn't, it's just going to be... I mean, it just shows the level of surfing we have in this region, but yeah, I have no idea what's going to happen here. This is Dakota.
Yeah, Dakota, yeah, driving into the first section, up into the second. Sort of just reeled it in a little bit, didn't he? And just went after the high percentage kind of turns he knew he was going to make. I really feel like Dakota's kind of gone back to a safer approach in order to get himself maybe up into that top 2. And once he does, I think look out. I still think he's got a bigger number in him, but that's probably going to be his best.
Yeah, I feel like he's just been trying to find a little bit of rhythm out there. It's not... he hasn't seemed like he's been consistent with the lineup. This wave was definitely better for Dakota. Love this first turn. But I agree, it's not... We're used to seeing him push a lot harder on his waves. He's still got 3 really nice turns put together. We'll wait and see. It's a 3.83, so it's not enough to put him up into second.
I thought that was going to be pretty decent. But yeah, I think the paces was probably set on Eden's previous ride. He just had a little bit more in his first 2 turns. So when you look at the 3.83 up against the 5 that Eden posted, you'd say that's, you know, good judging. There was there definitely had to be a little bit of space between those 2 scores. But Dakota's still chasing here. I wonder if he'll sort of maintain that measured approach now, or he'll just go for one of his, you know, big Hail Marys, which more often than not he sticks.
I hope so. I love those Hail Marys. They're so fun to watch, and they kind of leave you scratching your head a little bit at the end of them.
Always. Oh, here we go. Eden's tucked in. He's going to punch through the curtain. Gets a bit of vision here on a Thursday morning. That wave's starting to fade away now. 5 minutes to go. Kind of just feel the pressure starting to build a little bit on our top seed. As Billy Stairman finishes one off. He's trying to improve on a 2.67 to extend his lead at the moment.
I feel like that wave definitely does that. That first turn was beautiful, but did kind of have to scratch his way down through the foam. So I don't think that score will go overly high, but I think he's definitely done the damage on that first turn to be able to get above that 2.67. But I love this approach here from Eden. It's very grommet fun. I'm going to get barreled in this heat, you know. That's Noah Arkfield. He hasn't really risen to the occasion in this heat. We know he's got so much more capability, so unfortunately Noah just not really finding his feet so far. There's 4 minutes though, and we know he has a Hail Mary too. Yeah,
we've seen it already in this event. He's had an excellent score for a single turn. 4 minutes to go. If you've just joined us, we've got the round of 64 underway. We've got the top seed out there in the lineup chasing a score. He's after a 4.31, Dakota Walters, to get himself up into second spot at the moment. Billy Stairman just slightly building on his lead with his last ride, 2.67 for him. Priorities with Eden, and we might see a little bit of cat and mouse out there between Eden and Dakota in these dying stages. 3.5 minutes to go, looking to get through this round of 64 today, and looking at some fantastic matchups. big names in each of these heats. So you really can't afford to tune out at all. It's going to be a fun one.
Imagine rocking up this morning to go for your free surf and the waves look like this.
Oh,
It just looks so fun as we see some of the Japanese contingent. That is Shohei Kato sitting to the right with the AirPods in. He's coming in heat number 3 in a pretty stacked heat, both the Vaughan brothers and Jay Okalupo, so that's going to be one to watch.
they're obviously tuned in, watching Noah Arkfeld too at the moment. From that Asian region, they'll be paying close attention to who's moving through, and they're keeping an eye on their own ladder. As we see Eden on a good size set wave here, well overhead. Doesn't get anything out of that one though. And that's going to get Dakota the priority that he needs. So a bit of a sell job there. And I think, Eden probably had to make that move just based on where Dakota was sitting in the lineup there. You can't give Dakota a big section.
No, that's what I was just thinking too, Ronnie. I feel like Dakota was probably in the perfect spot for that wave. He was in the better spot in comparison to Eden, but Eden needed to pull the trigger, but this wave's rolled through. 4-3-1 is what he needs.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful turn to get started. And he's combated up nicely. And this, even though, Dakota's got another gear or 2, maybe 3, he surfed that wave brilliantly. Got some release in the tail on that first move, combated up beautifully. Billy Stammen maybe even goes harder and better on the wave behind him. But
wow.
At this point in the competition, people don't care about getting the win. If you get it, it's a bonus. If you end up in second spot, you're thrilled. You can't win the contest today, but you can give yourself a shot later on in the event. But Dakota Walters, that'll be a solid ride for him. Only needed a 4.31.
Yeah.
Surely he gets it with this one.
I would call this Dakota's best wave so far. Love that first turn. How he pushes so hard and gets a bit of drift on the back end of that first turn. And then again here, slides down, holds on for dear life, but my eyes went straight to that first turn. Oh my gosh, Billy Stammen. We spoke about it all heat. His backhand is just incredible.
Incredible. And he's found the lefts. He's still finding the lefts out there at the moment, Billy. That's where he's found his numbers. And you were talking earlier about Matty Cattle running the averages after last season, and it was, around about 12 points, wasn't it?
12
on
points
average.
on average.
That the top guys were getting to keep that place at the top end. And look at the number for Dakota Walters, an important score for him, 5.77. He does make the jump up in a second ahead of Eden. There's only 25 seconds to go here. We'll see if the youngster from just north of here, who'd be feeling a little bit of hometown support. He comes and competes at Merriweather Club meets. We'll see if he can find some space out here and turn this heat with a 5.11 in the final stages. Noah Arkfeld, he's also got a chance, but needs the best number of the heat so far. Well, here we go. Eden Hassan taking to the sky, loses his equipment, and that's going to be the end of his run here at Surfest 2024. Dakota Walters, the top seed, holding his nerve and holding his position in the draw. He's going to move through in second place, and a clutch performance from Billy Stammen, who needs a massive result here to get himself into the top 7. A great start to the day for him. We're going to take a quick break. We've got Heat 2, the round of 64, the Burton Automotive Pro, coming up in just a moment.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. can't do two things at once either.
Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Well, that was a fun little battle in the first heat of the day for second spot. Dakota Walters and Eden Hassan. They were pretty close in their scores right until the final stages, where Dakota held his nerve, as he often does, and found a nice left. Put together a solid combination to keep a place in the draw. But it was Billy Stammen getting the victory, and we'll endeavour to have a chat to Billy at some point. But right now, we're going to introduce heat number 2, the round of 64. Kajiro Nishi of Japan is out there in the red. Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen, he'll be in the blue. Timmy Bain is going to be in the white, and Geordie Liakman is going to be in the green. Top seeds in the mix here on the 4th day competition. A beautiful Thursday morning at Merriweather. You know, the conditions have been challenging at times, but the weather's sort of taken the edge off it. Everyone's loving their time here in Newcastle, as we always do. And lining one up on the inside here. This wave's going to potentially barrel, but Dylan Moffat can't get into it. He's kind of already had that wave and has gone scrapping for scoring opportunities on the inside while he doesn't have priority.
Yeah, Dylan, he's not the type of competitor that you see sit still in a heat for too long. I feel like he's all about finding momentum, finding rhythm at the start of the heat, and then he works really beautifully with that rhythm he does find, and has this uncanny ability to just make stuff happen for him even when there's not a lot going on. So Dylan, I think that's why it makes him such an excellent surfer and why we all think and believe he can do such damage on the championship tour. I feel like you have to have that edge in your competitive approach, and Dylan definitely does, and I feel like he has for a long time.
Yep, he certainly has. And I mean, you've travelled, and you're from North Narrabeen,
so
you're going to be a little bit biased, but you've travelled the world. You've met a lot of competitors in your time. Is Dylan Moffat the nicest person in surfing?
The nicest person in surfing. It's ridiculous. If Kobe Clements has to be a very close second. I'm not sure how much time you spent with Kobe Clements, but he is the nicest human as well. But I mean, they both spend so much time surfing Narrabeen together, so you have to think that maybe they both get it from each other.
Yeah, I think if you're talking like, you know, if those two are in a heat together, or for who's the best bloke, though, I still think, even as nice as Kobe is, I think Dill's got him comboed.
Dylan, yeah, he's like rainbow and sunshines in a person.
Yeah.
There's
how did North Narrabeen produce an individual like that?
I don't know. Such a hardcore little town, and then there's just Dylan. Sunshine and rainbows.
His story is amazing too. The story of him getting into that CT event at Narrabeen is one of my favourites. It still works in the Rip Curl store at Narrabeen.
Still does. I worked with Dylan at that store for 7 years.
No way. Yep. In Dummer's store, Damien Hardman's store, and Damien obviously involved in that championship tour event, and he was able to go and tell Dylan that he got the wild card. I think Dylan was vacuuming the floor, the shop floor at the moment. Dummer was like, hey, you got the, how would you like to surf in Narrabeen? He was just like, oh my God, amazing. He goes, well, finish the vacuuming.
Yeah, keep cleaning.
And you might get a wild card. But no, it's a great story. But look at this wall here. Oh!
Wow, K0.
Just got slapped down by Merriweather.
Yeah. That looked a little bit painful, but I'm curious to chat to Billy Stammen, who just won that last heat. Billy, your backhand is one of my favourite ever.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty lucky to have a backhand growing up in Raglan. Obviously, I go left basically every day, and
once I've seen some big lefties out there, it was pretty much a no-brainer for me.
So good, Bill.
So good. Hey, Ron Dog.
How are you, mate?
Good, good. Very
Mate,
good. So good.
We're going to get into your heat, but, mate, congratulations. A two-time Olympian now. That is so big, mate. Gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. It's massive. The experience the first time round must have been unbelievable. It was a little weird, I guess, because there was so much happening with COVID at the time, but you must be so looking forward to now taking on the Olympics for the second time and just having the, a bit more of a relaxed vibe around the event.
Yeah, it's a huge honour, obviously, to represent New Zealand in any way, and becoming a two-times Olympian is huge, for me. It's something I always dreamed of, even though, the surfing wasn't in the Olympics early. I always looked up to those athletes competing in the Olympics, and now I'm a two-times Olympian. It's pretty crazy. And I keep thinking yesterday, like, we're over here in Australia and I get to travel the world, and I just think we got the best job in the world, so I'm kind of just enjoying every process, and it's not going to last forever, I'm kind of getting on now, and I'm enjoying everything, and I've got some new boards at the moment, and obviously, Tahiti or Paris coming up this year. I've got a trip booked in April, and it's something, again, new for me. I haven't been to Tahiti much before, so it's a new challenge, and it's a new experience, and I think learning off that Tokyo Games, I can, take my experience and hopefully go get New Zealand a medal and kind of hopefully charge some big waves.
Oh, we love it, mate. Absolutely love it. Now, when you and I were talking day before yesterday, you were saying that, it's obviously you want to really make the most of this Olympic opportunity. It's kind of, pulled your focus away from the events just as a consequence somewhat. But it just seemed like today you were so switched on, and maybe just being around Surfest again has kind of got your mind back on track for a big finish here.
Yeah, for sure. It's quite hard having those two top goals, obviously WCT and the Olympics. But I guess once I qualified for that last year, I don't know, it was kind of like a goal achieved, and I kind of took the pressure off a little bit, but then the results just didn't come and on the QS, and I think I've basically got a win here to make the challenges. So I'm kind of, like I say, I'm just enjoying every process, and it was good to see you the other day. We've had some good times, and just good memories like that kind of, make me energized and enjoy the whole process. And like I said, I got some good new boards under my feet, and I'm just enjoying my time here in Newcastle.
We love it, mate. New Zealand, Safi, we spoke to her yesterday too. She's qualified for the Olympics, but New Zealand, it's been great to have Australia and New Zealand sort of battling in the same regional zone. But who are some of the other sort of up-and-comers? Kihu's surfing brilliantly, but who else should we keep an eye on that's rising up at the moment?
Yeah, I think there's some good talent coming out of New Zealand. We've got Elliot, we've got Caleb Cutmore, who's actually competing in this event, but unfortunately lost early. He comes from Raglan as well, so it's good to see him over here giving it a go. And a few of the girls, up and coming. We've got a good girl from Raglan called Alani, and a few others, so I really want to hopefully, like, after surfing or, in the next couple of years, really help that next generation to strive to achieve the greatness. And I believe, we can get some good surfers out of New Zealand with some good help. And I'm looking forward to the future and what's to come out of New Zealand.
Awesome, mate. Well, I think your big priority at the moment has to be going after the win, because that's definitely going to inspire the next generation of Kiwi Groms. But congratulations, mate, on your heat win this morning, the Olympics, just life in general.
Thank you. Yeah, I just also want to say a huge shout out to my whole family at home. We had a family member pass away like 2 or 3 days ago, so sorry I couldn't make it. But much love to you all, Vicky, Dad, my wife, and everyone at home. So I guess that one was for you, and I'm stoked to get an interview and chat to everyone at home. So cheers.
Go, Bill. Absolute legend. Big shout out to the family, feeling the pain at the moment. Billy's had some tough losses in his life, so that's really unfortunate. But he's here chasing his dreams. He's, like I said before, he's so accomplished, and he's had a really successful career, and it's not over yet.
No way.
And he's through to that next round.
I actually feel inspired after that interview. That was one of the cooler posted interviews that I've been lucky enough to be a part of, and I love the fact that he's already thinking about how he can help that next generation.
Yeah.
And I think we talk about how amazing Dylan Moffat is. Billy Stammen's up there too. He's one of the nicest guys on the QS going round, and he's always, if there's a New Zealand competitor in the water, Billy's down there.
Yep,
if
love it.
Safi's in, if Taylor Green's in, if Elliott's in, or Kehu, you know, they're all... Billy's there supporting, almost taking on not a dad role, but a big brother role to all of the fellow Kiwis. So I love the contingency that they have and that the element of family they bring to these events. Yeah, it's really cool.
Absolute gold. Well, we've got just over 13 minutes remaining in this heat in the water, and it's Kajiro Nishi, the Japanese competitor, holding on to a narrow lead at the moment. We saw those heat score totals come up in the first heat of the morning. This one's kind of just being held back a little for whatever reason. Certainly no shortage of talent in this lineup, but no one's dropped the big number just yet.
No, I mean, when you look at this heat, right, you'd expect those two big names, Keijiro Nishi and Dylan Moffat, to be dropping those big scores, but Tim Bain has been on an absolute roll in this regional series, and he has always been an amazing surfer from the Sunshine Coast region. But this year, it just seems like he's found his form and looking really aggressive. This is Geordie tucking in.
Geordie just getting some pig dog vision there on a Thursday. Not bad at all. I mean, it wasn't particularly deep and, you know, relatively small wave. But, I mean, it's probably going to match his previous ride. Maybe even get him a couple more points. But, yeah. The barrels, I don't know. You know, it'd have to be a pretty exceptional tube ride to get you a huge number out here today.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like that was small. It didn't get overly deep, like you said, but I'm loving the variety that we're getting from all of these guys. And Geordie's another kind of dark horse in this heat. There it is, a 3.83 that last wave, fourth to first.
It works.
No complaints. No complaints from fourth to first. But
yeah, still the highest scoring number of the heat. Look at this left up at the northern end of the bank here. Can Timmy Bain get himself into this one? He's scratching. Yep, he's going to have a go at it. Needs to really dig in on this first section. Transitions, grabs the rail, tucks in. I mean, barrel-wise, that was a bit more like it, but no exit. The doggy door was nailed shut.
Are we on a beach break? What's going on? I'm loving all these barrels.
We definitely are. We definitely are, yeah. I think the smarter play there, like, we're all tube pigs. You know, you see that wave cresting, you see it starting to suck up. You can't help but grab the rail and tuck in. But I really feel like Timmy then could have just dropped to the bottom, thrown one big hammer turn, and probably got himself a pretty reasonable number. Something comparable to what Geordie's posted as we gear up for that third heat of the morning, and it is so stacked.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. You can see both the Ockies, two generations of Ockies. That is so cool. Keijiro actually comes from a really talented family of surfers as well, brother to Yuji Nishi, rip curl surfer. But we haven't seen Yuji in competition for a while. And then there's Joel. Joel won the event last year.
Yeah. He's looking super prime, very focused here. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Oh, there he is. Lighten up, mate. It's the last big QS of the year. Enjoy it. No, he's loving life, but it is going to be a lot of fun to watch. You can see the intensity. Jay Okalupo really does probably need to win this event to get himself even to 7th position maybe. So Oki's aware that it's going to be a long road, and he's just down there helping his son get prepped. I had a surf with both of them yesterday over at Newcastle Beach, and pretty fun bank over there, a couple of lefts, and yeah, Jay's surfing really well. His backhand's gotten so strong. So that'll be a fun clash. As we have a look out the back now in the blue, Dylan Moffat, he finds some cover. Plenty of speed as he comes flying down the line. Big section here. A well-placed floating re-entry. And he sticks it. That's feeling like the best number of the heat for me.
Yeah, that's put a smile on my face for sure. That wave, I don't know how he managed to gain so much speed through that dead section, but gets a bit of a cover up, and then that was dead water, and he managed to make more speed through it. And then that end turn, that wasn't an easy turn to land. So Dylan showing his class, and 374. It's for me, that's a 374 every day of the week, and I think we'll see another lead change. Oh,
I think we see him jump into the lead. He just boots to that end section, like you said, just got shot out of the tube across that flat water, and you know, managed to maintain enough momentum to punch the oncoming section. 4.83. So Dylan moves into that number 1 position. Geordie Lackman back in second now. He needs nothing. Timmy Bain. It's so close, this heat, you know, until someone breaks into the 5s or 6s. Fourth can make that turbo light speed jump into first position with one high quality turn.
Yeah.
So no one's out of it.
These are the heats where I kind of feel like you're sitting on the edge of your seat just the entire heat. Especially as a competitor, you know, if you're out of the top 2, it feels like you can kind of just scratch into it. But if you're in the top 2, you just feel so uneasy. You don't feel safe at all.
Yeah.
I think this heat is far from over. And I hope that we get plenty more action.
It then becomes about this surfer's ability to, you know, deal with clock pressure, the time winding down, like you're chasing a number. Can you deliver when that wave comes, even if it comes in the last sort of 30 seconds of the heat? Because you don't need a big score. I mean, you back yourself to get a 4.16 with your eyes shut at the start of a heat if you get a quality wave. But once the clock's winding down and you know that you can't make any mistakes, that's when the heat is turned up. As we see, Dill Moffat, he can't help himself. Sets it up, pulls into the closeout, doesn't find the exit.
It looked like a bit of a scary section to hit, that one, but I was surprised that he went for the barrel. Usually, that's dolphins. I was like, whoa, that was a big fin out the back.
Yeah, a few of them that, look, even though these sections are kind of chunky, it's more that they're tricky to navigate for the competitors with those big finishing turns, but it's nothing that they're afraid to have a crack at. There's not one section that's going to come their way today that they wouldn't try and rip the top off. Because you're looking at surfers that, you know, at hardly ever in the past have just attacked the end section. Even when it's like 8 foot, they'll have a dig at it. These are not conditions that are going to, you know, force these surfers to, you know, take the safe option. But it is punchy. It cups out pretty quickly, and sometimes there's even a little bit of feedback out there from what's happening on the shoreline. So you're dealing with a couple of little lumps and bumps and tricky characteristics in the wave.
I feel like these guys, kind of just what you touched on, these guys almost enjoy those really meaty sections, and even if they don't make it, they love the thrill of just seeing how it goes.
Yeah, putting it on the line. Yeah, we saw so much of that at the board riders battle in you know, sizey conditions. We just had people, you know, it was hard to read, it was tricky, but in some of those end sections they were so cupped out, chunky, and surfers were in full attack mode. And I think it's more about, you know, being able to get the turn done and ride out through those punchier sections. Dylan Moffat at the moment, he's just added to his scoreline, a 2.3, and as insignificant as the jump is in his scoreline, it's, you know, it's pushed the requirement up a point or two for his rivals. So it still works for him. 5 minutes to go here. Tim Bain, you've talked about his form. He doesn't need a whole lot. He's out there with priority. But it's a hard sort of lineup to manage with priority at the moment. So much space between the competitors.
Yeah, Tim Bain, I feel like, has gone through that phase where he's gone from being a young man to a man in the last 12 months. He's grown into himself, and when you see him surf on an open face wave, there's a lot of similarities there to an Alistair Reginato. They come from a similar part of the world.
Yep.
And really strong, powerful rail surfing top to bottom, but also has an air game too and can rely on both. And I feel like Tim this year has really tapped into that, and he's looked really comfortable in a Rashi all year. But so I'm quite surprised that we haven't seen more from him, but Keijiro can't quite find his rhythm either. So right now it's the two that have been pulling into the barrels that are making ground.
I know, I thought it was sort of not really the tactic, but it's sort of been the play in this heat that's gotten Dylan and Geordie to the front of the order. Nishi on that last one, sort of a good example of just being willing to throw yourself into a chunky section. Just didn't feel like he was able to generate enough speed that's sort of one thing that can make life a little easier when navigating those sections, is having the speed so you can project out over that impacting whitewater. Just kind of didn't really have that momentum there.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like that's the key to making those meaty sections today. It speed's your friend, and there's no shortage of size out there, so it's going to be almost easier to gain speed, especially when the waves are as they've got a bit more meat in them today. They've got a bit more push behind them. So if these guys can manage that and use the speed that they're going to gain from the wave to their advantage, I think, yeah, this could be a game changer in this heat. Here we go, Dylan Moffat trying to drop a 2.3, and yeah, that one looking a little bit straight. Almost feels like a different heat compared to that last one.
Yeah, I think there's been a few more set waves in this one. As Dill looks to, it's our Japanese competitor, Kajiro Nishi, and he gets out of there. That one didn't really pan out at all. So 2.5 minutes to go. And one of those frustrating situations, the requirements are so low, but just finding the opportunities proving to be a difficult task for those competitors sitting outside of those top 2 spots at the moment.
Yeah,
nervous times though for Geordie and Dylan still.
I don't think anyone's going to be happy with their performance so far in the heat. I mean, Dylan's had that one major end turn move, but I'm sure he watched that heat prior and he looked very chirpy running out. I may be thinking, okay, here we go. I'm going to find myself some Billy Stem and 3-turn lefts and feel like I'm right at home. So, yeah, maybe Dylan, even though he's in the lead, scratching his head a little bit out there. And, you know, we've touched on it the last few days. You go out for that morning free surf, and I feel like you're just trying to get your feet in the wax, get a wave amongst the masses out there, and then you're in a heat with 4 other people. It's actually quite hard to know where you are and where the bank is.
Yeah, always you've got to be ready to adapt to changing conditions. Typically at a reef break, you know, you can put a little more trust in the location. You know where the waves are going to break predominantly. You know what sort of, what kind of variables will be thrown at you on the wave depending on what kind of section of the reef it moves into. But on a sandbar, when it's straight and shifty like this, you know, the tide can play a big part. You've got rip currents that can move around the lineup a little bit and shift up the positioning. So you just have to be able to move quickly, but putting any kind of faith in a section of this sandbar at the moment, you know, it could prove dangerous. You've got to really be able to adapt.
Well, even, you know, Dylan's in first place right now with 3rd priority. It's not very often that you might see first place go and sit on 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
But it might just have to be the tactic he plays in this last 30 seconds because he's not safe. And the fact of the matter is, if 2 waves come through right now and Tim and Geordie, you know, get 2 big scores, they can go to 1st and 2nd. So
yeah, it's interesting. I know exactly what you're saying too. Even though Dylan doesn't have priority over Tim, he can make force Tim on a decision to, you know, potentially get himself another opportunity in the final stages if the order's changed up at all. But yeah, at this point in time, it looks like Dylan Moffat's going to be sweet in this one with a heat score total of 7.13. So, you know, almost half what Billy Stammen managed in the first heat of the day, which just tells you that I think conditions-wise it was a little more challenging for our surfers in Heat 2. But it is Dill with the victory. Geordie Liakman holds on to that 2nd spot, and we're going to take a break now. We'll be back with more from the Burton Automotive Pro right after this with a super heat hitting the lineup. Don't go anywhere.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once, either.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Good morning and welcome back to Merriweather Beach.
Foggy Merriweather Beach this morning.
It is
and
from
it's
afar.
cold. It's a bit chilly.
But it is from afar, the fog, but now you're down here, it looks quite clear.
The waves look good. Swells straighten up a bit. I saw a crazy right.
Yeah, there's lefts and rights today.
Yeah,
whereas more sort of 70% lefts yesterday. There's actually been a couple little barrels on the rights this morning.
Yeah, I saw a really good one. Speaking of barrels, look, straight into one. Oh!
That looks like Jay Okalupo.
He knows how to ride a barrel.
He feels comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah. Don't blame him.
How's your morning been, Matt?
Terrific, Mitchell. You know how much I love the mornings.
Yep. Unreal.
Worst part of the day.
It only gets better.
Oh, classic.
As
What
we
about
see-
this heat, the Vaughan brothers? There's, look, Jay in a...
Had a
close it,
traveller.
yeah, had a traveller. Got a good view. That's for sure. You can see how hazy it is right there. I come around the corner and went, looks like it was still dark.
It definitely took a little bit longer this morning to get things going, didn't it?
It's supposed to get really hot, though. This is going to burn off. It's supposed to be 32 degrees, I think, again.
So you would assume that it's going to be offshore for
All day.
For an all day, are you?
I think.
Yeah.
Well, not that I know. And then the southerly comes this afternoon or tonight.
Okay.
But it's a lot chillier. There's a lot of dew on the ground out there today, so a lot chillier this morning than it's been every other morning. But like I said, it's supposed to get pretty hot.
A couple of big results this morning have already happened. Unfortunately, Eden Hassan out.
Wow.
Eliminated in the first heat of the day. Dakota Walters took him down along with Billy Stairman. Then that last one, Frenchman's Geordie Lickerman got through in second position. So that's a good effort, along with Dylan Moffat. And yeah, a bit of a bummer there for Timmy Bain and Kenji from Japan. But you mentioned it before, Hoy. We've got two Vaughan brothers out there at the moment.
No, that's a bit of a bummer for unless they both get through, of course. But that means they go through in the same heat for the whole comp, though. That's pretty bad. Not bad, but a bit torturous for the family.
There's its pros and cons, but at the same time, you know, Dad can, you know, just circle.
Just watch one heat.
Exactly.
Doesn't have to stay up for the other one.
Exactly.
Doesn't have to get up early for the other one.
There you go. One heat a day.
Yeah, perfect.
The way they've been surfing, they could easily go 1 and 2. That's for sure.
Oh no, for sure. That's
of course,
for sure.
Joel Vaughan won this event last year. He was really impressive last year. And on the challenges, didn't do probably quite as good as what we thought. I think he's a smoker to qualify for the CT real soon. As we see, it looks like that's the man in red, Joel Vaughan right there. Big turn.
It's hard to see the colours, isn't it? It's all grey.
As we see Huey Vaughan.
Oh, back to back for the brothers. Well, big turn for Huey at the back, and then a few good turns for Joel. So that'd be interesting to see these scores, what they do here. So they've been scoring on those big manoeuvres.
Yep.
Just one big manoeuvre is all you need to do.
As we
There
see a
it is.
replay here, this is Joel Vaughan's first wave. Nice turn to get things going. This turn was big.
Yeah. Got a little bit stuck though, didn't he? Then on the outside, watch this turn. This is a big turn.
I think that might be a better score.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This set the tone for the day. Or, well, not even for the day, what they've been scoring.
So obviously the Vaughan brothers are part of the super competitive North Shelley Board Riders. Arguably one of the best board clubs
in Australia.
Easily.
Yeah.
You
They're
know,
always there and about, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've got to look at the team they've got. It's pretty
Pretty
outstanding.
handy.
Yeah, pretty outstanding team. They're always there though, aren't they? They never. I think they make every final.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I've never seen them out of a final, actually.
No. They're really consistent.
They won it last year, right? Was it?
Oh man, it's all a blur because they're always the top sort of the pointy end of the ABB. It probably was.
I think it was last year.
No,
let us know.
I think it was Narrabeen last year, wasn't it? I don't know. I could be wrong. So, but
I don't know.
But anyway, they're definitely one of the the top couple of clubs in Australia, and big reason is because of Joel and his younger brother Huey Vaughan, who locked in a 4.5.
Well, there you go.
Big turn.
That just says it all to me about the judging and how it's going on in this comp, and it's been going on for the start of the year. That's what Glennie Elliott said to me yesterday. Actually, he said that that's how they're trying to get the judging to go in all the comps, especially for the women. How they surfed at Sunset and Pipe, and not Pipe obviously because it's more of a barreling way, but Sunset especially. And he said actually that's how they're teaching everyone how to surf it at the. What's the camp up at?
Just to reward big turns up at HBC.
Yeah, HBC, yeah.
It's more exciting.
Yeah, for sure. Well, then it teaches you one big turn and then you get two big turns and then three big turns, you know what I mean? It just teaches the explosiveness of it all, which is good. At least it's not just being on big airs too, like it was a few years back. When everyone, like, when the CT came here, it was all about, you do one big air and you get a 9. Like, I hated it. I mean, they were sick airs, but you can't just do, and then people just go on closeouts, not even reading. There was perfect right-handers here, and no one was going right. They were all going left into the bombies to do an air.
Do you think you're speaking for the old school? Do you think a lot of the older
think
fellas?
I'm speaking for surfing in general.
Anyway, the winner of that last heat was Dylan
but they've
Moffat.
Changed it.
Yeah, we'll get back to it in a moment. But right now we're going to cross to Dylan Moffat, the winner of that last heat. Welcome to Merriweather, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good. How about you, Hoy?
I'm tired. No, I'm not. Just too early for me. No, all good.
Matt missed your heat because he refuses to get up before 8.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's busy down here in the morning. Everyone gets up early.
Yeah, I know. It's a good look, isn't it?
Yeah. The boardwalk was pumping this morning.
I bet. Every morning. Not that I'd know.
How was it out there, mate? You got a couple of big numbers to book a spot. Well, you didn't actually. It was a real low-scoring heat. 7.13, and you won the heat. Talk us through how that happened.
It feels a bit strange standing here doing an interview with a 7-point heat. But, like, it's tricky, eh? There's a lot of closeouts. It's, like, so close to being pumping. Yeah. But it's just kind of hard to find those corners, and you're just battling to find, like, one corner where you can do a snap, and I was lucky enough to find one.
It looks like it's all over the shop too, eh? There's one down the beach, then 100 metres away, then another one 100 metres away the other way.
Yeah. It's crazy when you're out there because you look up the beach, you're like, oh my God, that one's just like spitting. And you paddle up there and you're like, wait, hang on, it's like a closeout. And then you like look and you're like, oh, where I was is like cooking. And then you're like, oh no. And it was funny actually, like that one score I had in that heat, that little right, I was pumping across to hit that end section, and I think it was maybe Manning Gregory was just getting the craziest pit on the left coming back at me. And we made eye contact, looked at each other, he dove off, and then I like hit the end section where he was. I felt bad. He probably would have got the craziest pit and come out, but I'm glad I hit the end section because I needed it.
Well, you've just dobbed on him, and now he's going to get life banning from the WSL.
For surfing in the comp area.
No way. He should get it seeded straight to the final. He was getting pits, and we were trying to look for one-turners.
Mate, a big event down here, of course. It's a 5,000, a lot of points up for grabs. I know you're in a position that you really, really want to make heats. How are you feeling going into such a massive event?
Yeah, good. Feeling good. Glad to get to have some swell. It's like kind of tricky when it's small and you're battling a little bit. It's straight, but at least there's a bit of size. So there's a few options for everyone. So kind of evens the playing field a little bit, and I'm happy when there's options.
And who are you staying up here with?
I'm with my mum at the moment, actually. She hasn't come to a contest in like a couple of years, so she's up here frothing, and then she goes home today, and I move into like a friend's house just in the back of Newcastle, which would be nice.
Have you bought her a video camera yet?
Nah. she can barely use her phone. I don't know how she can with a video camera.
It's brilliant it's brilliant how a lot of these surfers just buy the parents a camera and say, meet you down the beach.
While you're here.
But mate, Dill, great surfing, and we're looking forward to seeing you crawl up the ranks down here at Merida. So all the best, mate. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, luck, thanks mate. Heaps. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Absolutely.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
He's good. You'd have to put some money on him to make the top 7.
Yeah.
Really good surfer.
It's a top 8, isn't it?
Well, there's a wild card for that.
Oh, there's a wild card. Yeah, right.
Here we go. A bit of a replay here for Joel Vaughan, Hoy.
Good looking wave. Oh, huge turn. That's all he needed to do. Took a leaf out of his brother's book. And weaves this through. That was a sick turn though, the first one. I'll get to N1 here too by the look. Yep. Wow. High scoring wave of the heat, can I say that?
Yeah.
And another good looking left for White. Huey on another one. What? Boys are on fire. Geez, the waves look good.
It is good.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, look at that.
There's
Just
Jay.
panned into that, and Jay Okalupa on a big turn there. Get another one in. Oh, did he?
And now we're looking at a barrel.
Oh, what is happening out here? It's firing.
So that looks like it's a Japanese surfer. That's Shuhei Kato. So massive exchange there.
He's had a few waves that we haven't even seen.
A couple of 2s. So we will get those scores rolling through. There's going to be a lot of action. A 4.5 is the highest number prior to that exchange for Huey Vaughan. And we're still waiting for more numbers. There it is, a 5.5 for that wave of Joel Vaughan there. As we look at...
Oh, it's Jay.
Jay Okalupo on the barrel, sorry. There it is.
Oh, nice. Get a cutty on the way out. Yep.
Quick head dip.
Wow, I wonder what they're going to score that. Because it was a pretty sick little tube. Look, yeah, low balled. 3.2.
Yeah, you got to get
barreled.
deep. You got to get deep.
He's pretty deep. You couldn't see him, but
good angle for him though.
Yeah, true.
From here, as we see the current heat leader Joel Vaughan up and right, and good looking right hander.
What's he got here for us? Oh, hack to snap, nice. Good combo, clean.
He's actually got it all.
Oh,
I know
wow.
you prefer rail, but this guy's got rail, airs.
I know. I'd like to see it all.
Yeah.
If you do it, like look at this. He looked like he was going to go for the air, and then he just throws a big hack in.
I would have put money on that
Combo.
he's going for an air there.
Yeah, me too.
It looked like an alley-oop.
Yeah.
Coming.
And then finishes it off well on this one. Look, throws the tail. That was beautifully surfed, really. For me, that's the best wave of the heat.
Okay.
But it won't be. But how's I would like to see it all, Mitch. I'm not just about rail turns. Of course, I'd love them to watch them more than anything. But I would like to see everyone can do everything.
Yeah.
Charge, rail turns, airs.
Do you watch many of the CTs?
Nah.
Not at all?
Just certain people's heats. Calahooney's heats, So
you actually, you go out of your way to watch them?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, not if I'm up.
Yeah.
Depends on if they're at night.
You need the American ones, so you can wake up into it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, like Portugal's good. Just starts at 6 and finishes.
Oh, yeah.
The European ones, perfect.
There's Keen Martin there getting ready for his next heat. 10 minutes remaining in this one.
Can ride a tube.
Yeah.
Like one of the best.
It'd be weird if he couldn't. Living in Bali, right?
Yeah, he wouldn't be surfing much.
Mm.
He wouldn't be having much fun surfing.
Huey Vaughan racing down the line. Big alley-oop. Wow.
That's what his brother wanted to do on the wave before.
Gosh.
It's like the Vaughan show.
Look at him peering in, staring at the judges, staring them down. That's a big number. Wow. One huge alley-oop there.
That's what his brother was looking for, on that last one for sure. 4.63 he got for that, so it wasn't the best wave to hit. The left was for one turn, 2 turns. Wow.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Nice looking right. Look, you knew he was going for it. Perfect section for him too. Boom.
That was incredible. That's going to be an excellent number.
Watch it again. Look, he knew he was going to do it the whole time. Slow it down. That's the way, boys. Lands perfectly. Boof.
Wow. That's a 9.33, Hoy.
What?
Just like that.
That's as I said, that's one for one big manoeuvre. One big air. There it is again.
That was
wow.
Incredible surfing there.
Well, don't you reckon Joel wanted to do that on his last one? That's what he was looking for.
Yep.
But then he saw the section didn't do that for him. Wow. That was huge.
Do you think Joel's out there screaming at Huey then?
He's got to be saying something.
Here we go. Jay Okalupo.
Well, you know what these
nice
boys got
turn.
to do? Wow, the waves look like they're firing. Oh, good surfing, but just a bit lateral, but... He's got it again. Oh!
Gosh. Big brother Joel just throwing it down as well. That was going to be an enormous number. So
snapped his board maybe. Look, can you see a crease, Mitchie, from here?
I haven't got my glasses on. That was a big air.
Wasn't it? He wanted to do an alley-oop too, I reckon. Here we go again.
Here's Huey. Little air show happening between
Isn't
the
it?
bros.
Mate, the other boys have got their work cut out, haven't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I reckon he's done something to his board. Oh, no, he's just going for the airs. Oh, and a backwashy bit too. That's dangerous.
His board was...
They're a long way down the beach.
It's a little bit more peakier up there.
Yeah. Here it is.
It's the straight air.
Oh, he got a little grab in too, didn't he?
Yeah, that was insane.
Here we go. Did he? Oh, yeah. What's that one called?
That was so close.
Is that a slob grab?
You've done a few of them in your time?
Yeah, once.
Down at the snow?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Mate, like 20 years ago. Not even 30 years ago, probably. I might have done one.
Surfers getting ready for the next tee.
Moving people on.
A lovely looking shot down here at Mirror of the Beach.
The swells straighten up a bit today, don't you reckon? It's nearly 2 swells.
Yep. Well, you actually anticipated this a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Bit of a combo swell.
Yeah. It's because I think it's just gotten a bit more east, the swell.
You know what?
It's someone...
Warren Smith, he's won gold. Getting these conditions for the last few days.
Oh, mate, it's the most consistent it's ever been for the week.
It is. And it's not going to slow up. Incredible conditions. We've been really lucky to welcome the top seeds into the water this morning. Peaky 4-foot conditions. As we look at this peak situation, this is the alley-oop from Hugh Vaughan. Incredible surfing.
So, it makes it look so easy.
And
Brother, for the big straights. Is it a slob, the front one?
I believe so.
All right. If you believe it, I believe it.
That was very exciting. So Hugh Vaughan out in front with 6 minutes remaining down here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Huey sitting on a 9.33 and a 4.5. His big brother Joel Vaughan in second position, looking for an 8.34 to move up into the lead. So the North Shelley boys holding it down. Who actually surf very, very similar waves to this most days. Down there in Soldiers.
Yeah. Soldiers is not North Shelley, is it?
Soldiers and North Shelley and Pellows, and there's so many fun little beaches down there that mirror something to, that what we're seeing out the front right now.
Probably firing down that way today too, actually.
Just feels like one of those days that there's waves everywhere. As we have a little bit of a paddle there, that's the man in white, Hugh Vaughan. So Jay Okalupo at the moment, his high score of 3.73, looking for a 6.4 to move up in the second. And Cato in the blue with priority, looking for a 7.4. As we see some action here, Hoy.
Going for the airs. He's going to... Wow, that was sick too.
So that was Joel. He needed an 8.34 to go back into the lead. He might even get that.
That was pretty sick. That was a hard section to hit too. Rode out of it. I thought he wasn't going to ride out of it. Rode out of it so clean.
That was incredible.
Into the... Someone's going to get a good... Look, boof. That was huge. Wow.
I think that's as good as Hughes. That was the hardest section too, right?
Yep.
Into the trough.
Into the trough with the backwash up there too.
Yep.
Look, it's a bit wobbly on that that into the bank. That was huge.
Imagine Dad watching this. He'd be proud, wouldn't you?
Wouldn't you? Yeah, for sure.
Just
Have
owning.
to be.
There it is, an 8.77.
Wow.
The Vaughan brothers just running away with it as we compare the two rides. This has been judged as the highest scoring wave of the heat. That was a 9.33.
Highest scoring wave of the comp.
Yeah, you're right, sorry.
These two waves.
And this was an 8.77.
So I like that better.
For me, that looked harder.
Yeah, and with more speed and more power.
You're splitting hairs, right?
Oh, yeah.
Incredible performance.
Oh, mate, both huge airs.
So, Okalupo and Kato now looking for a combination of scores to get out of trouble.
They've just been smoked. Sorry to say.
As we see another little peek here. Incredible sort of air conditions just racing into these sections. It's funny because it's like an offshore wind, but there's a little puff of sort of north in it to hold them up throughout the manoeuvres.
West-northwest. Which it might go northeast again today. I didn't look at it. I haven't looked at it.
If it goes northeast, there's going to be so many. You'll probably get frustrated by the day's end because there'll be that many airs.
I don't get frustrated by it. I just like to see it all. Oh, they just, that right. They're way down the beach too. They're down in, near the end of Pogo's there, by the look. Yeah, look, there's the pipe there, is it?
Yeah, they're really,
they're further down.
Far
in front
away.
of Mark's house, he wouldn't have to leave his lounge room this morning. He'd be just sitting there having a cup of tea, going, oh, this is good. Just out the front, don't have to move. Right in front of his house, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting banks out here at Merida at the moment. A lot of sand is on the rock, so we're surfing essentially it's a beach break. It's a Merida beach break today down at Pogo's. It's
been like that for the whole time, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I can't imagine it changes. There might actually be even beaches out on this beach with the south swell. It might not even be on the sort of point behind the rocks. Could be anything what we see when that swell direction
remember a few
changes.
years back and there was waves out the ladies and they weren't even surfing the ladies. They were surfing the lefts down the beach.
And doing airs.
Yeah, doing airs. Huge airs.
Here we go. Jay Okalupo looking for something special. Can't get it on that one. 90 seconds remaining.
Looking for two things special.
Yeah, needs to get busy.
That was a weird wave to paddle for.
Was it? They stand up, these guys, and just sort of project off the lip and can get a 10.
Yeah, true.
It's doable.
That's the ones I don't like, where they just stand up and get a closeout like that and then do the airs. Those airs that we've watched before are sick because it's riding the wave as well, not just getting a closeout.
You don't like them forcing it?
Well, the Italo ones that year were just he was riding a 1 foot shorey.
Yeah.
Doing it 100 times, you know what I mean? Whatever, that's how it is. But that's reading a wave and doing an air. That's not reading a wave, that's just doing an air.
Uh-huh.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yep. You don't like when they force it.
Yeah.
It has to come naturally.
Yeah, and those did. They were flying into that section. You knew what they were going to do, but it was with the wave, not just forcing it on a terrible wave, on a closeout.
Gotcha. 20 seconds remaining.
Gotcha.
Big performance.
Whatever, mate.
No, I get it.
No.
Massive performance from the Vaughan brothers
he's a
this
good-looking
morning.
right. Look.
As we see, good-looking wave.
I'll go right, Mitchie.
I doubt it.
Oh, no, I'll go left now. Okay, on a good-looking left. Hit it, son. One more. Boom. Nice surfing.
Needed two of them, unfortunately.
Yeah. That was a good-looking wave to end his comp, though. Finished nicely. Perfect wave.
Absolutely. So a nice score will get locked in from Jay Okalupo. And looks like
blowing up.
Yeah, a little disappointed with himself was Kato.
Kato can't be blown up when those guys did that. Now, who else is going to beat those two in that heat? Not many other people. Probably no one.
Yeah, incredible performance from Joel and Hugh Vaughan as we go to a quick break, then come back with more action from Merewether Beach.
Holiday outdoors. Iron Man. Whoa. All bars. Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Oh. Under Iron Man, mate. And under Iron Man. I can't do two things at once.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
As we see Jay Okalupo coming in from that last one, looks really disappointed with himself.
Like I said, you can't be disappointed with yourself after the show those two just put on. Really.
Is there going to be any better performance from a duo in this event?
They'll be in the next heat together again, so we'll see. Who are you waving at?
That was Dane Henry there, who's out in the lineup, Hoy. So just when you thought that the air show might stop, he's pushing on. Dane Henry out there in the white in this one. Sheldon Sinkus is in the blue. Kian Martin is in the red. And Richel Ikkyu from Japan is in the green. As we see a good looking wave here. With 22 minutes remaining in this one, and a bit of a set rolling on through. Day 4 of competition down here at Merida. Matt Hoy enjoying having all the best surfers.
Yep, I'm enjoying
at your local
it, mate.
beach, mate.
Yeah, of course I am. Look, the waves have been fun all week, but today's it's just got better and better, really. Yesterday was hard in the afternoon, but look at it's firing this morning. It's going to be a beautiful day. Hopefully the wind, it looks like the wind's going to stay offshore all day today too, so it could be really good all day. It's a bit more peaky today too. There's a few more corners, as we saw in that last heat. There's actually some barrels if you get one. Look, here's one right here.
Do you know much about any of these guys?
No. Kian I know pretty well. I know his father pretty well from in Bali. And I've spent a bit of time with at the World Junior, the Quicksilver King of the Groms. I spent a bit of time with him over there in Brazil.
How about Sheldon Simkus?
Sheldon Simkus I know just from, up the Goldie and watching him surf a bit. And then Henry, of course, seen him do those huge airs. That's the only thing I knew found out about him after that.
Looked really similar conditions to when he did those airs.
Well, do you think he'd be out there going, righto, I've put them on, I've locked them down in free surfs. Now, to do one of them in a heat.
That'd be the moment.
Well, do you think he thinks like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. He's going, righto, I've put it on show. I've got to pull that out in the heat now.
For sure. There's Joel Vaughan, the big bro to Hugh. And it looks like Huey's right there as well.
I can hear all that.
The boys are hanging out with a couple of the surf fans here in Newcastle. As we have a little wave on the inside here, left-hander. Good looking wave for the man in green, a small left-hander. There hasn't been too many of them today. It's been all about those right-handers into the wind, a couple of big airs. This is, of course, Heat 4 of the round of 64 when we welcome all the top seeds. Your mate, Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, I just saw him down there this morning, psyching.
How is he?
Yeah, he's good. Look good.
Free surfing?
No, he was just on the beach having a coffee. Just checking the surf. That's when we saw that mad. I don't know if you saw it. You would have been in here already. There was a one set, this right in the middle. It was like a 5 foot right and it bowled the whole way.
In the comp area?
In the comp, right out the front of the comp area, but no one was near it. They were all up to the left here, but it was proper. And Morgan's going, whoa. And I saw a couple off the ladies, really good ones off the ladies.
Really?
Yeah.
I've hardly looked at the waves other than through this screen.
Yeah, you got to go and have a look. It looks a lot different than this. The big playing area. Here we go. Oh, nice little lip floater here. See, that's Kiana, was it?
Yep.
Getting one little score on the board. See, after that, isn't it like the excitement of the last heat? You go, well, everyone can do it, but it's not that easy.
No. Yeah.
They made it look really, really easy. And they got good waves too, consistently good waves. So, because their lefts were pretty good as well. They picked the eyes out of that. Remember, they got some good
fives.
lefts. Yeah,
you're right.
And they surfed the lefts really well. That bowled out.
Here we go, Dane Henry up and riding on this one, boy.
Oh, see,
he got launched then.
See,
you don't like that, but what else is he going to do?
No, but he does some big turns too. We saw the.
So you wanted a turn there?
I want no, not there, not there. But I just think in his mindset, if you're going every wave, going, oh, I've got to put a show on. Those boys just put a show on. Do I have to do that instead of just going out and surfing a heat?
But I think that's normal. That's what he does.
Yeah, right. That's all right. Don't get through then. Chime it back. But that's good. I don't want him to.
Well, speaking of airs,
yep,
Joel Vaughan, the winner of that last heat.
You should get them both.
Should get what?
They're both for the interview.
Well, if your brother's around, Joel.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want me to grab him?
No, it's all right, buddy.
It's all good. I'm joking.
Matt Hoy's not happy with one of you. He wants the two of you. I'm happy with you, mate.
That was sick, mate. Good on you. That was epic to watch, you two.
Yeah, that was a fun heat.
I bet.
Yeah.
Were you filthy when Huey got the 9?
Yeah, I saw him go for one at the start of heat and fell off, and I was like, yes. And then I saw him do that one, and I was like, oh, that's going to be a really big score. And he came out just staring back straight at me and was just laughing. And then I was like, oh, I got to try something now, and went for a straightie on that next one. And
did you crease your board?
Yeah, I did, but I couldn't see it when I paddled back out, and then I did that air and got the score, and then I could kind of feel it flexing a little bit, and then when I came in, I just saw a little crease. It's not too bad though.
We're just looking at the replays of both of the airs, and mate, the one you did was probably more difficult into the trough there. Huey's was, I hate to say a 9.33 is easy, but it was like he had a really good sort of easy soft landing.
Yeah, it looked like such a good ramp, and yeah, he did it perfectly.
Were you looking at doing one on your wave before when you did the turns?
Oh yeah, I was thinking about it, and then just kind of didn't really look like it was too good for an air.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably should have just gone for one though.
No, you did the right thing, I think. It wasn't like that one. We thought that you looked like you were going for it, then you went, no, I'll just throw a hack in here. It was pretty sick.
Yeah.
Change your mind mid-wave. It was perfect.
Yeah.
It was sick surfing though, mate. It was epic to watch.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Is most of your days at North Shelley like this, just surfing with your brother and pushing each other just like that?
Yeah, it's pretty similar. Hey, we like when we're both home, we pretty much just surf together, and down home there's not many people out, and it's pretty similar conditions to this, like some big air, like some big ramps, and yeah, it's so much fun.
Unreal. And now Dane Henry's out there. I think he wants to do exactly what you did, mate. So I think you've set the pace today. Incredible surfing from you and your brother. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Well done, mate.
Thanks.
Unreal.
Mate,
what a legend. A
yeah.
former winner as well.
Yeah.
Didn't even mention that. because of the performance he just put on. So good stuff there from Joel Vaughan as we see. Good looking tube there.
Is that Kian? I think it is. Remember I said he can ride the tube. I can't see the colour, but... Yeah, Kian, yeah. In the red. It's hard to see in that glare. Right into the rising sun, which I never see. I'm not used to that morning glare. I'm used to that beautiful golden afternoon light.
How good. 4.5 there for Kian Martin's tube ride.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I like how they scored that then, because it was a good tube, but it wasn't, you know, huge wave. Nice big hack there. That green, yeah.
These rights are super rippable, as we see a nice little end section, little layback, unfortunately, goes down. We've got a paddle out the back. 14 minutes remaining in this one, and it looks like the surfer in blue, that is Sheldon Simkus from Snapper Rocks, up and riding. Just a quick wave for Sheldon, who won a Challenger Series event a few years ago up at Snapper Rocks. Was arguably the biggest event win of his career.
It is. What? And did he go close to qualifying then?
He actually didn't do all that well in the events
Anywhere
after
else?
that.
Wow. Because you usually get one big result, you're pretty much in.
Yeah.
Wow, that's devastating.
Yeah, just need to make a few more heats.
I was going to say, who's this goofy footer? Look at this left.
Is
it's
it
gonna
too
barrel.
fast?
No, it's going to barrel. Pull in, son.
Dane Henry.
Oh, look how perfect it is. Finish it. Wow.
He's a beautiful looking surfer.
Oh, I needed to finish that.
I don't think it was a big score regardless.
It didn't get deep enough?
No.
It was a beautiful looking wave.
Unless it's a gaping hole, I don't think it's worth pulling into the barrel today. You're not going to get a big number.
Well, it looked like it was going to be.
If he just did turns instead, I think he's getting an excellent score.
But where do you turn on that? If it's barreling, you can't really...
I think this guy would have figured it out.
Just went around that section and did 3 big turns. Yeah, you're right. I would have done what he did. Got the view. Looked beautiful. What a wave. The waves are firing.
Yeah, it really is. As we see.
I see what you're saying. He didn't get very deep, but he got a nice view. He would have got in rhythm for all this section and finished it, yeah. He's still not a bad score, though, eh? You reckon?
Oh, maybe a 3.
A 3?
3 and a 4. Let's see. Waiting for the last score of White, Dane Henry to get locked in.
Needing a 5.6. He's only had a 1 and a 0.8 after we thought he was going to go loony like the other boys did.
I think he will.
It's not over?
Oh, no. I think he'll sneak over those rights.
So you can see where they're sitting right down the beach, past the pipe.
Those scores on the way. Pretty low scoring one if you compare it to that last heat with the Vaughan brothers.
But their scores were like this except for those 2 airs, really. If
Yeah.
it wasn't for them, their scores were similar to this.
Yep, you're right. Maybe there was a 5 in there.
Yeah, 5.5 for
something
that
like
left, yeah.
There it is, a 4.43 for Sheldon Simkus.
Oh, yeah.
So pretty decent number for two turns that weren't super big. But he'll take that, as we see. Surfer in green, nice snap there. Caught in the lip for a moment and put him off.
Someone went right. Cal went right on that one too. Good to see that split. There must be some waves down the cliff on that too, I reckon, eh?
Oh, yeah, the whole beach would be pumping today. 3.63 for Dane Henry's left. There you go. So,
yeah, right.
Not a massive number.
No, you're right.
As we see the replay, timing just a little bit off. Pretty average wave, actually, as we see Keon Martin.
Another barrel. What?
That's a fun wave.
Isn't it?
Tore that calf.
Rides out of that, he gets an, I suppose, little barrel, 2 turns. He gets a 3.5, maybe. Just for good surfing. 4 or 5 for that other barrel, and that was a long one. He's only going to get a tiny score, isn't he? Oh, yeah, there it is, 3.37. That's all right, though. That's sort of the same as...
There's Joshy Stretton there, getting ready for the next heat.
Same as Dane's wave, really. And it was not a good a barrel, not a bigger wave.
So Josh will be taking on one of his best mates, Mikey Clayton Brown, in the next one.
Oh, really?
Bay mates.
The Bay boys.
And look, the other two guys are incredible as well, so it's going to be a massive heat. Xavier Huxtable and Jarvis Earl.
Oh, that's a huge heat.
You know what? There's going to be a lot of rail surfing in that for you, Hoy.
There is. I'm missing out on that next. I'll go watch it from the beach, have a coffee and watch it from here. Yeah. Oh, me and you.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, righto. It's a date.
Unreal.
Yeah, that'll be sick. That will be a lot of rail surfing, you're right.
Yeah. 9 minutes and 30 seconds
Couple of barrels
remaining in this one, Hoy. What's been your highlights from this week? Is it today and the peaks?
Oh, today's been the best surfing we've seen.
For sure.
But it's been consistent all week. Just the swell. I'm just happy there's been swell all week.
Mm.
And everyone gets an opportunity. Look, they're just getting barreled. This is epic.
That's Sheldon.
What's he got to do here? Oh.
Was that really good?
I like that sort of turn because he was flying.
I want to see a replay of that.
We will.
Looked pretty cool, that turn.
Yeah.
We'll see if the judges...
That was a full
reward
layback.
it. Mm.
But I know what you mean. It wasn't. It was sort of mid-face layback. Was it? You know what I mean? Oh, I don't know.
It's a hard one.
I liked it. It's nice little barrel.
Not
Comes
super deep, though.
Flying out. Yeah, it's like a... Yeah, it would look good in a photo. Pause it. I'll have a look. You know what? It's like a... I don't know. Like a layback cutback.
Yeah. There it is, a 4.73. Judges ate it up. That's a good number.
Yeah.
Puts Sheldon out into the lead as we're looking at the boys from the Bay. Of course, the Port Stephens area. Home of one of your best mates.
Lord.
Simon Law.
He's been upgraded from the Law to just Lord.
Okay.
L-A-W-D.
Really?
Yeah, he's gone next level. He's gone beyond the law. Above the law.
Really good spot up there at the Bay.
Oh, it's sick.
About an
So
hour away
beautiful.
from where we sit.
A lot of good waves. Beautiful place. Good food. Good seafood. Good all sorts of food up there, actually.
Going to be a big heat, that next one. Jarvis Earl, Xavier Huxtable, Josh Stretton and Mikey Clayton Brown. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. A huge shout out to all the sponsors down here at Merida. This is, of course, Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Parks, and a massive event for Burton Automotive. This
20
is
years.
Yep, 20 years of support.
How good's that?
So cool. And look, they've been supporting this event, but they've been also supporting a lot of the surfers around this event. I know you've been supported by Kim and the team for a handful of years. Jackson Baker, Philip Anderson, Eden Hassan, Josh and Mikey, I want to say. Yeah.
So good. It's helped so much.
It's unreal, huh?
And he not only does surfing events, he does all events.
Mm. It's not just surfing.
Nah, just anything that he's interested in, he'll help out.
I saw Kim down here yesterday, actually, with Newcastle Surfing Royalty and Peter McCabe.
Yep, McCube.
They were hanging out, watching the event unfold. The beauty of this event, too, and Warren Smith's made it like this from day one, a real family affair where, he puts on lunch for the majority of the community every day. They're getting up there, catch up. It's a real community event, this one, down here at Merida. Been around for a long, long time. Been surfing this event at Merida for maybe 15 years. Before that, it was up at...
Oh, he's a good-looking
the
right.
main beach at Newcastle. As
right
we said,
and left.
Good-looking wave. Here we go, Hoy.
Get up, son.
Dane Henry.
Oh, nice first turn. Oh, just rides out of it.
Build of elastic.
Oh, didn't he? It looks like the lip nearly hit him on the back of the board there. That's danger, Will Robinson. And that right looked like it didn't do much. A bit quick. Looked good at the start.
You think that's a good score, Dane Henry's?
It's a big turn. I'll have a look. Look at there's the right. Oh, high line. Went onto the foamy bit though. Nearly. It's a big turn on a good sized wave. It's a huge. Oh, it's sort of.
I think it's big enough. Yeah, I know it's not massive turn, but I think it's a good score. I think it's enough to.
Is it a 4.9?
It's right
4?
there. Going to be really tight with 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Mate, look at the waves. This
Yeah,
is
it's
a mad
cooking.
left. Yeah, it's cooking brew.
Okay,
Look
so
at
it
this.
looks like it's dropped. There it is, a 4.87.
Wow.
And here he goes again.
Oh,
that's
boy.
Sheldon Simkus. So look at that number. Hoy, missed
Wow.
out by 0.07. So Kian Martin still in second position.
That's a big score.
Dane Henry now looking for a 3.7.
But that's what they're looking for, aren't they?
Yep.
Big manoeuvres, big. Here it is again. Good looking wave. He hits it.
I liked it.
Yeah, me too. I'm not denying it. But in rode out, the ride out was pretty sick. Went under the water when he come out of it because he sort of stopped at the bottom. Sucked out really quickly.
Really impressive.
Bottomed out. Look, impressive how good the waves are. That straighten up that one, however many degrees, and it's now there's rights, lefts. There's heaps more corners. Firing.
As we check out the replay, this is Sheldon Simkus' last ride, who's currently winning this heat with a couple of fours, a 4.73 and a 4.43. All eyes are on Dane Henry, looking for a 3.7 in second position. And the Japanese surfer looking for a 6. Kian Martin is holding on to that spot in the number 2 position. She's a tight one.
Isn't it?
Last heat, completely different. You had two surfers just run away with it.
But as we said, they were getting scores like this until those two airs. That's the only difference. So someone throws a big air here, or that's what made the difference in that last hit. And they can all do it, right?
Yeah, they can. Absolutely. They've all got an air game.
The Vaughan brothers have got it on tick. Download. What do you call it?
They've got it on lockdown.
Lockdown, that's it.
There you go.
It's too early for me to think lockdown. I'm usually locked down.
Good to have Matt Hoy in the commentary booth along with Mark Occhilupo this week.
And you, Mitchie, and
Ronnie Blakey.
What a combo.
Jess Starling. Jackson Baker.
Yeah, Jacko Baker.
Royalty.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, won the event a few years ago. So, yeah, fantastic crew to work with down here at Surfest, presented by Reflections
All
Holiday
the boys
Parks.
in the doing all the hard work.
The heavy lifting in the production unit.
The filmers. All day, mate, they're down there.
They've got a bit of a set coming on through. 2.5 minutes remaining. Dane Henry in the white, looking for a 3.7. Fourth priority is next to his name at the moment.
There's a good-looking left here.
A little sneaky left.
Yeah. No one. Look, it's not even a set.
I'm with you. It's a good-looking wave.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, nice first turn.
Sheldon Simkus. The wave sort of disappeared into that channel.
It didn't have much wall, did it? End up much wall at all.
Okay, so force the issue there. That's Kian Martin blocking Dane Henry. So just like that.
Oh, tactical move. Definitely.
Minute and a half remaining. A little over, actually. Just under 2. Plenty of time remaining.
Is it going to bite him in the face? Because here comes a set. Is it going to get there in time?
Yeah, for sure.
And has he got second priority, right?
So surfers in third and fourth have both got an opportunity here to flip the heat.
Well, Dane's got to get away from the Japanese guy. That's what I know. Nowhere near him. Because this is a set for sure. This is going to be a good peak. Where is that? Is that him there?
That's Dane to the right of the screen.
Yeah,
It
look,
looks
he's
like
just
Sheldon to the left.
He's just seen it. Look at this. It's a bit of a closeout, maybe on the end. Don't go that.
He's going to go. Here we go. It's a tough-looking wave.
Oh, he's going to get... Oh.
He's in the barrel.
No. He needed a 3.7. He should have waited probably, eh?
Well, it's easy to say that now.
It's always easy to say after he's gone the wave. But it maybe should have just surfed it like that other one.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know about the tube. The idea
now
of calling
Kian's all over him.
Yeah, with 40 seconds remaining. We've got a bit of a paddle up the beach. It looks as though the surfer in green, average wave, and this is Kian Martin. So
blocking him again.
Dane might get an opportunity here. 25 seconds remaining. He pretty much needs to catch this wave. If it is a wave, he's paddling, looking. I don't think he's going to get much more of an opportunity after this. A 3.7 is the requirement.
Oh.
Can he do something spectacular? There it is, an air reverse. Wow. I have no idea how he plucked that one out of thin air, but I dare say he's going to get the number here, Matt Hoy. Incredible performance there from Dane Henry. Wow.
Kian blocked him twice.
3.7. Is it a 3.7?
Well, it could be.
You couldn't have done any more.
No, on the wave, nah. It's forced. It's all forced. That's the only thing.
Wow, love that. And that's when a claim's pretty cool because it's exciting and you can tell he's just super pumped on his performance.
Yeah. It's not just to try and get the score pumped. Oh, Kiana be devoed right here if it comes down to it.
He blocked him on
twice
on an average wave. That second one was pretty average.
He blocked him twice.
So let's wait for these scores to get locked in. There he is, Dane Henry on the shore. He'll shake the hand of Kean Martin.
Good sportsmanship, boys, after he just dogged him. Dogged him and then got the score. Pretty funny.
It's going to be so tight. Okay, the heat is over and we're waiting for the scores to get locked in. Dane Henry didn't have the best of heats.
No.
But in the dying seconds, he found a little right-hander. A really average wave, to be honest, but he surfed it so incredibly well.
He forced it. But that's what you got to do if you needed that little score, right?
What are you thinking, Hoy? Yes or no?
Oh, I'd say yes, but it could be no. You know what I mean?
So you've got splinters. You're sitting on the fence.
I'm sitting on a fence. But, you know...
You're pretty...
because the scores are given out for those big turns. He didn't do one of those big turns. One turn. There was none. That was a forced little grovelly wave. That's what I'm thinking. They'll get fours.
So it sounds like you're saying no. You're pretty indecisive at the best of times.
No, I'm not.
You are. You're always up in the air. Come on. Yes or no?
Most of the time. Not indecisive.
Gosh, the judges are having a good conversation about this one.
They're a bit like me.
Yeah.
A bit up in the air. Don't know what to do. They're saying the same things in their mind for sure. We could give it or we couldn't give it.
This is entertaining stuff down here at Merrida Beach. Dane Henry, I wish
the other
we
heat
had a
hasn't even
microphone
started
on it.
because we're waiting for this.
What's he saying?
He's saying yes, no, maybe.
Come on,
That's
judges.
what I'm saying.
Like a 3 something?
Oh, look, this is just going on. Both of them are just going, come on, boys. Let us know.
They're deliberating.
Put one into ecstasy, one into
What'd you do? Spinner.
agony.
Spinner and then a layback sliding. Good serve for small
There's
layback.
Sheldon. I think he's safe.
Oh,
he's without a doubt.
he's safe.
He
Yeah.
got the win.
Yeah.
So Sheldon, a couple of.
Are they just
mid-range
replaying
fours.
it over and over and over?
They'd have to be, yeah.
That'll do your head in anyway. That's what they'll be doing, eh?
At least they're going to get it right.
You'd-
you know?
you'd hope so.
Well, Kean's not going to think so, and Dane's.
One of them's not going to think so.
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly
It's
right.
going to happen eventually.
The other heat hasn't even started.
No.
Right? This is like the deliberation of the nation.
There it is. Okay, scores coming through. It is a 3.8. Dane Henry gets it.
Oh, wow.
Wow, from the...
Oh, I feel...
Look out, Dane Henry goes to second. Sheldon Simkus as well. Let's get
Wow,
the next one
Dane
on.
Henry.
They're blowing up down there too, the boys.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks as though Sheldon Skipch's first, Dane Henry second. Unfortunately, Kean Martin goes out in a really tight heat. We're going to go to a quick break and come back with more action down here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
Well, I heard you chopper going over this morning, mate, so...
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait!
Holidays. Ironman. Outdoors. Ironman. Whoa. Toolbars. Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Oh. Under Ironman Maitland. And 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once. I know.
That's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to the show. That last heat. Well, we got the result in the end. It took some time, but Dane Henry did enough to jump from third and ahead of Kian Martin to move into that second position and progress through behind Sheldon Simkus. And it was a big one for Kian because he wants to make a couple of heats just to lock away that number one seed for the Asian region. And now he's going to have to sit back and see what the rest of the competitors in the field who've competed on that Asian circuit, that Asian region for this year's schedule, see how they fare in the contest. He might lose that number one spot, but he does have a lot of points accrued already, so we'll see how he fares. Out there in the lineup now, another big heat, Heat 5, the round of 64 here at the Burton Automotive Pro. This is Xavier Huxtable, one of the big dogs on the Australian Oceania qualifying series. Big turns. We've seen him in a CT before. Just a great surfer. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the great Mark Okalupo. I know you're feeling it, mate. Big one for you. You're hosting Kian here in Australia, and Jay also fell out of the mix earlier on in a pretty close heat. So, mate, I'll forgive you for being a little bit flat.
A little flat, I guess, but, Jay drew the Vaughan brothers, and that was always going to be tough. Kian, that was a debatable score, but, we have so many of them too. But I'm wondering what those two boys are going to get up to now. But, yeah, Jay and Kian are, thick as thieves. They're best mates, and Kian takes care of him in Bali, and Jay, we take care of him here. Best mates. It's great to have a best mate on tour. They've known each other for a fair while now. But, it's all right. Jay's going to learn from his heat. I was talking to the Vaughan's dad, and he was telling me a really good story, actually. It was funny because, in that early round when Huey done the air, and I saw them both, I said, your brother would have went bigger, and the look on his face. And then I love revving him up because I went over there and I said, I think Joel's should have been a higher score. And Huey's like, are you kidding me? Is this guy for real? Anyway, but it's funny because I had a really good talk to Dad, and he was like, you know what, Ock? He's like, when Joel was 10 and I was still pushing Huey in, I told Joel, and I didn't know this, I said, Joel, don't turn in any surf. Just do airs only. He said he had his mates coming up to him, heaps of people going, what are you doing to your son? He can't turn. He's only doing airs. And he's like, I don't care. He's like, he can learn his turns later.
Wow.
How is that?
Wow, that's a strategy.
How is that?
Matt Hoy's shaking his head. He's like, Matt Hoy's here going, what? Garbage.
I had to
Get those rails wet, son.
I had to ask him. I said, is it all right if I talk about this on commentary? Because, this is radical. You know, like it's
it's unheard of.
It's unheard of. But man, you kidding me? Do you think it hasn't worked?
Oh, mate, and you've had some interesting takes on advice for your Grom as well, Ock. We'll get back to that in a moment as we see former World Junior Champ Jarvis Earl. Oh, he'll be leaning into all that knowledge of Luke Egan too. He's done some coaching with Luke over the years, and here at Luke's home break. And Jarvis has a score on the way. But just to give you a quick update, we've got Xavier Huxtable out there in the blue. Mikey Clayton Brown, one of the local boys, is in the green. Joshua Stretton from not too far from here, he is in the white. Port Stephen Surfer, and Jarvis Earl's going to be in that red. We saw him just a moment ago, but right now we're going to hear from the winner of that last heat. Sheldon Simkus joins us. Shelley, how are you, mate?
Hello, boys. Sounds like my three favourite commentators on there.
Shelley, how are you?
Yeah.
Congrats, Shelley. It's Ock. Sorry, Ronnie, I'm jumping all over you.
Is that Hoyo in there, or was he not in
Hoyo
there?
was in there, but I'm jealous because you still got waves on the gold and still made your heat, and it's all happening. What's going on? Did you miss me up there in that swell or not?
Of course I did, Ock. I missed everyone that was down here. That was while I was enjoying it up there.
We love it. Oh, let's start there, Shelley, because you guys were just getting funneled beyond belief. Some amazing rides.
Yeah, I don't know if it's this event or if it's a lot of WSL events, but I feel like whenever there's an event here in Newcastle, it seems to kind of pump it home, which isn't a bad thing, but it was definitely a hard decision to come down. But I love competing, so yeah, I'm here, but I'm definitely a little bit tired. I was kind of in a few barrels this time yesterday, so at Kira, that is. So yeah, it was hard to leave, but yeah, I love competing.
Come on, don't rub it in. Let's get back to the heat.
You would have loved it, Ock. It was really fun. It was your conditions.
Love it. Shelley, good way to start the event, mate. It's funny because it looks so beautiful down there on the beach today. It was a beautiful sunrise, really glassy conditions, but at stages throughout the event, it's also been a really challenging lineup to read. Did you find that?
Well, this morning was my first time looking at it, so I haven't really seen the challenging conditions. I've just seen today, and today looks really good, and it's exciting. Like, I'm watching a really nice wave come through now. It's a right and left. There's actually no one on it. That wouldn't happen at Kira, but it's a roping right, roping left. But yeah, conditions look unbelievable. I think it's only going to get better with the high tide, so it looks like a really exciting day of competition. I think everyone should be rubbing their hands together.
What's it like in those moments? I mean, you established a pretty reasonable lead and the battle for second spot was on. Were you sort of paying attention to just how close that last exchange was there?
Oh, I was stressed that whole time, Ronnie. I wasn't relaxed at all. Like, I think a couple fours was not good enough to get the job done. I saw, obviously, paddling out, saw Huey, and all I saw was the bottom of the boards. I was just going to the moon, and yeah, I was like, oh, Dane Henry's been doing the biggest. I've been surfing with him at home at D-Bar and been watching him do the biggest airs, and I was like, oh my God, like this is going to be a bit of a heat. And I was really feeling the pressure when I had a 4 and a 3 in the lineup. So, but it was nice to come in and know, I guess I had a advancing situation. There's only one score to come in, so that was probably the most relaxing part when the heat finished.
Yeah, for sure. Shelley, how have you fared on the regional QS so far this season? Because I know the challenges were pretty difficult the past couple of years for you and just collecting results. So you're starting to build some momentum is what I'm asking.
No, I don't think so. I hope I am from here, but yeah, I haven't really had a good... Last year was pretty bad for me competing-wise. I felt like I was surfing well, but it's hard. Like, you come up against really good surfers, and a lot of the regional surfers have really picked up their game too. So yeah, I think for me it's just trying to surf good in a heat, if that makes sense, to get good scores.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Must have been, sorry, I was just going to say, it must have been a huge confidence booster for you then, and maybe it's a huge benefit to the Australian surfers to have those big board riders events, because your performance for Snapper Rocks at the Usher Cup, that was memorable for me. That was a mind-blowing effort. Did that help restore a bit of faith in your competitive approach?
For sure, yeah. I was definitely coming into this year, I was probably rethinking the whole competition side of it for me. And then, yeah, I kind of wish there was more comps at Snapper, because I seem to kind of do well at Snapper. But yeah, I mean, I definitely get excited to surf in the Rashie, and the Usher Cup was definitely a nice booster for me to get back in the Rashie and get the competitive juices flowing. But yeah, like I said before, it's hard, it's tricky. You come to all these beach breaks. Today's really, the waves are pumping, but it's quite tricky in the 25 minutes. So trying to put those good surfing, free surfing things into heats. So yeah.
And how's that outer body going there, Sheldon?
Yeah, we had our event last year, and that was a lot of fun. And there'll be more in 2024, so we'll have some coming at the end of this year. But yeah, a lot of surfing. This time of year, obviously on the East Coast, is so good. So it's been on the back burner for a little bit, but we want to incorporate surfing into our next little event. So however way we can do that, and however we can get our friends involved, we want to try and incorporate surfing, golfing, having a good time with our mates, and yeah, enjoying ourselves.
Very nice.
Love it.
Congrats.
Yeah, well done, Sheldon. And yeah, hopefully this is the start of a bit of a roll for you, mate.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like this today looks unbelievable. It'd be nice to surf another heat, but whenever we get to surf again, I'm pumped. I'm excited to be down here. Hopefully the waves have dropped at home a little bit, but I'm trying not to look.
I spoke to Joel. They haven't.
Oh, okay.
It's
Don't
still,
tell me
it's
that.
still on. Anyway.
He's tired. He's tired from last
He told
Sunday
me.
still.
He said he can't surf. He said he can't open his eyes. They're too sunburnt.
He'll be out there. He'll get the best barrel today. You watch.
Yeah, you watch.
On you, Shelley.
All right, boys. Thank you.
Go rest up, Sheldon Simkus, who, I think Sheldon is a great case study for just the depth in this region. There's surfers like Sheldon. They're capable of cracking the Challenger Series, obviously. They're capable of making finals and challenging for victories on the Challenger. But then you can turn up the next year when you've had all this momentum and really struggle to get through heats in the earlier rounds. And, he's so established. He's so regarded as a great surfer. Yet even he's struggling to find the top end of the regional ranks.
It has changed so much since I was a youngster. Ronnie, oh my God, I can't say it was easy when I was young, but there definitely wasn't 100 guys that absolutely rip. Like, it is hard, and I keep on going back to WSL going, we need more than 7 surfers in our region. Like, come on, like, I think we were talking about it before. I would go to court. I would become a lawyer to state my case.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Just to see you in a suit. I've only seen it a couple of times.
At the races.
Here we go, Jarvis Earl on the replay. How's that big first release? Really did put it on edge, and this has helped him set up a pretty healthy position in this heat. By far the best ride of the clash so far. 6.83 for this one, oh.
Yeah, it was a good ride, for sure. Jarvis really loved the way he surfs. I mean, he reminds me of myself, because he's from Cronulla, right?
Yep.
And when I was his age, he just reminds me of me. I mean, maybe different type of surfing, but just, just that kind of, when I was that high-pitched kind of voice, and like, I don't know. I probably still got that voice. I don't know, but...
Love it.
But I think Jarvis has got a big future. Another goofy footer from Cronulla.
Yeah, there's so many of them. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, have a look at that. Yeah, you could just rattle off a long list, couldn't you?
You could. I mean, Dog.
Richard Dog Marsh, Jim Banks.
Wow.
Andrew Murphy.
Yep.
The list goes on. Andy King.
Well, there was an old school surfer called Peter Smith when it was back on single fins that was unbelievable, almost like a Michael Peterson. He was that good. Peter Smith, I don't know if you ever heard of him, but full underground. Yeah, there was so many goofies. It's funny. Yeah.
Kurt Flintoff.
Kurt Flintoff. What am I thinking? Can't forget him.
Blake Johnston.
Yeah. The man. That guy is unbelievable what he does.
Yep. Yeah, he's a Guinness World Record holder.
He is.
So, that's just some of the goofy-footed greats from that Cronulla region. Jarvis Earl's already there. He's a world champ, for goodness sakes. And he's out there with 10.5 minutes to go, looking for a second score, as we see there. Look like Josh Stratton tucking in, trying to find some viz. Been a couple of pits already this morning.
I saw a couple that were kind of resembling backdoor. Remember that one year that it was down here and it was firing, like a few years back? It was firing barrels. It's kind of starting to look like that. What a day we have for you. All day, 16 heats.
And the big dogs are hitting the lineup.
They are.
And the interesting thing about that, the interesting stories that are unfolding is you've got surfers defending positions at the top end and hungry lower seeds, showing form through the earlier rounds, trying to take spots away from them.
You're going to have to bust your phone out a lot today and tell me what's going on, Ronnie, because, this is important.
I will, mate. I will for sure. Xavier Huxtable, he's one of those surfers just outside that top 7 picture at the moment, and a guy that's so capable of breaking through. He's really close. He's currently in 12th position, so really crucial heat for him, and we know he's gotten very close to getting into those Challenger Series events before, so massive for him. Jarvis Earls had a shot at the Challengers already as a World Junior Champion. Have a look at this wave. Standing up, beautiful looking wall here, and Joshua Stretton gets up into that bowl a couple of times, working his way through this one. I mean, you get a wave that provides some space for multiple turns. You don't want to butcher it. You don't want to risk it all on the first turn, but you do have to push, especially with the big seeds entering the mix. And as nice as that wave was, I think Joshua left a lot of points on it.
I think you're right. I was talking to Jay about that in his heat. He didn't do a whole lot of things wrong and didn't get big scores. I'm glad he drew that heat because, that's a level you kind of got to get to. I mean, the Vaughan brothers are next level, right? I mean, their surfing's world class. I mean, they can take on the best of them and win. So it is a different level that, there's another set 5 guys that are going to qualify too, and I dare say they're not on that level, and I'm just telling the truth. But I'm glad my son drew that heat because, you've got to aspire to that level.
Oh, the big dogs are in town to watch the show unfold. Don't worry about that.
What do you think about that call?
Oh, I agree, yeah. Former winner of
Julian.
Surfest, Julian Wilson, world title contender, pipe master, multiple championship tour wins and running his own program now, Revere, doing really well with that, which is great to see. But he married a local, Ash, and they live here in Newcastle and they absolutely love it. They've been welcoming into the community. But he's down here just checking out the level, having a look at the waves, no doubt.
We should ask him to come for a serve with us this Arvo, because me, you, and Matt Hoy, we surfed together.
Yep, Terry Tapper, who's
Tapper was out there. Do we have to mention Tapper?
Yeah, I've got to mention Tapper. No. He's a commentary.
He is.
Just vintage.
Vintage commentator. He's doing beach here. Everyone knows Tapper on the Gold Coast. But, yeah, we all surfed at... I'm not telling you where we surfed because the locals probably wouldn't like it, but where we surfed, the bank is exceptional.
Yeah, it's good
Probably
fun.
As good as I've seen it, maybe close, because there was long lefts that was resembling Mundaka or something on a high tide. Yeah, it was epic.
It's like G-Land out there.
There you go.
It was a lot of fun and good to wash off a big day of watching other people play in the ocean with a bit of fun for ourselves. But, this is an interesting heat. Jarvis Earl still not able to back up that 6.83, but at the moment it's still, by far the best ride. 2 points better than what Xavier Huxtable's even served up. Morgan Siblick on screen. It's sort of like we're into the VIP section of the contest now. This is where all the big names are, and like we said before, the stories are huge. There's the opportunity for big upsets. There's the opportunity for some of those surfers, like Xavier Huxtable, for example, to put the pressure back on those surfers at the back end of the top 7 and make them sort of chase another heat win if he can progress. So it's all happening, but yeah, it's gonna become a lot clearer, that qualification story, as we move through the rounds. But yeah, there's a couple of big names sitting just outside that top 7. Dylan Moffat already progressing through earlier today, so that's going to have the likes of Oscar Berry and Geordie Lawler sort of shivering a little bit because he's probably catching up as we speak. As we see there, taken to the sky. Mikey Clayton Brown doesn't stick that one. Morgan Siblick just outside of the top 7. Jack Thomas, Xavier Huxtable, Winner Vincent, Lennox Smith. They're right there in striking distance. Mikey Clayton Brown's actually just sitting in 16th position, so not too far off.
Well, he needs to get going. He really does. Lennox Smith, I'm interested in him. He's young.
Yeah.
He's got big airs too, so...
Charges as well.
Yeah, I think I actually was just talking to him. He said he's in heat 13 coming up today. That little wind nor'east. I mean, for these guys, it doesn't really matter which way the wind's going now, as long as it's not howling, behind you. But yeah, I'm interested to see Lennox and Kenny. He'd be a young qualifier right there. He's
fully.
I'm not sure if he's even 18 yet.
Yeah,
maybe just. I'm not too sure, but Yeah, some interesting heats coming up, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and you heard Sheldon say, his feeling was that with a bit more tide, we could even see it kind of open up a little bit more on the face for the competitors, so that the chance for bigger combos.
How does he know? He just got here.
He just knows. He's got a feel for these things. But he's been
I'm still jealous. I'm not happy with him.
Here we go. This is Mikey Clayton Brown. Good technique. Tucks in. Can't punch through the curtain there.
That wave, even though he's got no priority, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Seriously. I mean, if someone catches a wave right now and he stays in 4th priority, big mistake. You want to just work your way up the priority. You're not taking little 1-foot barrels. No, please, don't do it.
Ockie just throwing the wisdom out here. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Yeah, Jarvis has been doing a lot of work with your old travel companion and surfing sparring partner, Luke Egan.
Yeah, it's true. Yep, Luke's taken on Jarvis, and Luke done so much for me. We caddied for each other. It wasn't actually a so-called coach, but it just it just happened.
Well, it was kind of back in the day, right, that you did kind of lean into your countrymen and kind of work together. You looked after each other. Not too many people travelled with a full-time coach when you were on tour.
No, they sure didn't. No. So what we did, we just travelled together and caddied for each other. Helped each other in coaching. In tactics and positions to sit and what waves to catch. We helped each other out for sure. And Luke a lot more, because the year we were doing that was definitely through those 90s and the late 90s, early 2000s. And the year that I did win my world title, he was there every step beside me. I remember him caddying for me at Chopu, yelling at me, Ronnie, because, the waves had dropped by the final. It wasn't big. It was only 3 foot, 4 foot, and I had a big score and I was in the lead. And, at Chopu, the caddies are so close to you. You can touch them, or they could touch you. And Luke is yelling at me, just paddle. He reckons I was not paddling fast, and I thought I was paddling so fast. It was like when you're in a dream and you feel like you're paddling but you're not? Because I was already in shock. I'm just about to win Chopu, which for me I thought would never, ever happen. And, that event, it did get big during the mid rounds. It was 10 feet, but for the final it was not. It started off in the morning perfect, 4 to 6 foot Chopu. I was like rubbing my hands together. By the final, it was small, but yeah, it was. I was like in slow motion. I was like, "Am I really going to win?" And he said he wanted to even push me. He reckons I was paddling slower than he's ever seen, and I thought I was, really motoring. He's like, "What are you doing, paddle?"
Well, you got the job done.
I did.
I guess it worked.
Yeah,
having him there. You guys actually got the opportunity to surf finals together.
We did,
well.
And then we're talking about Fiji, and Hoyo was. There goes Jarvis. Nice open carve right there. This left, Stephens up and goes fat. And, I don't like it. I told Jay don't deal with it. I don't like that left. Let's get back to Bure 1.
Yeah, look at him go.
He's a good groveler. There's no doubt. If you're from Cronulla, you're a good groveler.
He's done really well here just to add some extras on the inside. And, Jarvis is a really savvy competitor. He only had a 1.83. And he got a nice little turn done there, and he just knows that that's going to really help his chances of holding on to this number 1 position here. The fight is on for second spot, though. Xavier Huxtable's hanging on to a pretty dicey little position here. Hasn't really consolidated this second spot. Joshua Stretton with priority. He's only after a 4.83. And there's Xavier trying to get rid of the 3.4. Mikey Clayton Brown's been so busy in this lineup. Hasn't really got a decent score to speak of, so he's got a little bit more work to do. Needs a 5.23 to jump up in the second spot. 15 seconds remaining here. This looks like a bit of a corner down the line.
Whoa.
Oh, not much doing there. It was Mikey surfing switch.
It was too.
So
I wondered who that was. Yeah, so he's just throwing the towel in, really. I mean, the heat's over.
Mikey Clayton Brown was in a position maybe with a massive result to get himself up towards that top end of the regional ranks, but it's not going to happen for him this year. He's going to fall out of the mix. Joshua Stretton falling short. Xavier Huxtable still in the hunt for that big result. Jarvis Earl, a comfortable victory for him. He's moving through to the next round. More to come from the round of 64 here at the Burton Automotive Pro in just a moment.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back. We're having a great morning here at Merriweather. We always do. It's been a stunning 4 days weather-wise. We've also had a bit of swell, thankfully, and that's been nice, and we've seen some decent scores. Excellent scores already dropped today, and with the top seeds in the lineup this morning in the round of 64, we're expecting more as Tane Dobbin looks to get things going here in Heat 6 in that green jersey up against Xavier Bryce, who's in the white. Daiki Tanaka is going to be out there in the blue, and Joe Azuchi. So this is going to be a lot of fun. We've got a massive Japanese field in the event, record number for Surfest, and you know, of course, obviously that's the case with so many of them campaigning for the Asian region as well for big points there, looking to take the top five surfers off the Asian ranks. Kian Martin was #1 seed coming into this event on the Asian ranks, and he's fallen out of the mix. So some room to shuffle the results up a little bit and change the seed list as we head into the Challenger Series at the end of April. And here we go. We've got a nice looking wall standing up here for the man in red. Joe Azuchi, nice sections there to kick this right off. Now just glides through a couple of carving turns, trying to transition through to the shore break. Gives up on this one, but good looking wave to start.
Sure was, Ronnie. We've kind of got two different heats in one right here. These two, you can tell me where they're sitting on the ratings. But and a big hail gozaimasu to all the Japanese people watching. I'm sure they're very interested in what's going on. I'm interested. I want to know where Tanaka and Azuchi is.
Well, let's start with Tane Dobbin. He's back in 31st position, sitting on around just over 1,600 points. So,
yeah, he's got to win.
The mail I've got is that, you know, if you can get to kind of 6,000 points, a bit over 6,000 points, you might have a chance of getting yourself into one of those last two spots in the top 7.
He's got to win.
But it's probably going to take a victory for him. Xavier Bryce, I believe, is sitting a little further down the rankings. He's in 57th position. So this is just a big opportunity for him to, I think, make his star shine a little bit brighter, get some experience, build his seed for the next year's regional qualifying series. Now on the
Yeah,
Asian
you
circuit.
go looking down there. I know Tane. While you're looking, I'll tell you a bit about Tane Dobbin. He's a snapper kid.
Yep.
Really good goofy footer. Been grinding it out for a long time. So I know his mum Jen and his brother. And here we go. He's up and riding. He's found a red left.
Oh, nice hit there. Gets the fins above the lip for a moment, or busts the tail out at least. Doesn't finish this one off though.
A red left for home, but he's backhand stronger, Ronnie. I mean, most guys are from the Gold Coast. If you're a goofy, yeah. So come on, let me fill me in. Who's sitting where on the Japanese side of things?
Joe's sitting in a good position and with a bit of room up top to climb the ladder. This is a big heat for him. He's sitting in third spot at this point in time. So inside that qualification mark for the Asian Tour, and Daiki is sitting down in 11th spot. So he's got a bit more work to do, but we'll see how he fares here.
Still, Ronnie, who's going to be watching is Kian because, 4 spots, is it? 5 spots. Kian doesn't want to get taken over and slip away from that, 5th spot or 4th spot, whatever it is. So, a very interesting heat unfolding right here, Ronnie.
An absolute pleasure to call heats with you, Walk. To sit alongside a world champion is just a dream come true for me. And now we've got one joining us on the post-heat interview as well. Jarvis Earl, world junior champion, getting the job done in that heat. Congratulations, Jarvis. How's that feel?
Yeah, thank you. The waves are kind of cooking out there, but it's definitely hard to find one with a corner on it. So I was stoked I got a couple and grinded it out through that heat.
It's really funny. I mean, you got the 6 pretty early on in the heat, really solid score, but I could see the other score almost meant more to you at the end of the clash. You looked more relieved and happier about your second score than you did the big one.
Yeah. I got that good one at the start, and then the rest of the heat I was kind of just chasing for a backup score and struggled to find it until it was still only a low backup, but just got it in the last minute. So yeah, it was a tough one, but the waves are real fun, so I'm stoked.
Jarvis, a couple of years back, mate, the big World Junior title. There's no easy way to get yourself into the Challenger Series events, but you saved yourself a lot of, I think, headaches and a lot of travel by winning that title and getting onto the Challenger Series. How was the experience competing on that next level competition?
Yeah, the Challenger Series was great. I feel like I learned a lot competing against more experienced competitors, and I've definitely learned a lot from last year and tried to take it into this year's regional QS series, and hopefully back onto the Challenger for this year.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Luke Egan's still your go-to coach, and have you been chatting to him in the lead up to this event?
Yeah, Louis still my coach back in Cronulla, and he's pretty busy always in the tour events, but whenever he's home we always punch out a few sessions, and if I have any questions I always hit him up. So yeah, it's good having him in my corner.
Mate, a really good run on the QS once again, sitting in 3rd position at the moment. But I'd imagine, even when you're that high up the rankings, when you look at who's behind you, it's sort of like, I've got to keep making heats. I just want to finish the year strong, maintain a good seed if I can heading into the Challenges.
Yeah, the Australia region for the QS is really tough. It's so many talented surfers, so you always got to keep an eye out on who's chasing you. So it'd be good to get to finish the year finish the season, with a good result here in Nui. So yeah.
Oh, definitely, mate. Well, we're seeing some pretty nice lefts roll through at the moment, and it looks like tucking into the pit. We've got Tane, and he's still rolling through this one. Man, that was a deep pit, a lot of vision, and that'll get us all excited. But mate, are you enjoying your time here in Nui?
Yeah, I always love it up here in Nui. It's a sick little surf community, so been getting some fun waves, and hopefully it's pumping like this again tomorrow.
Awesome, brother. Well, a well-deserved heat win, on a roll at the moment, well positioned on the regional ranks. We wish you all the best for the comp.
Yeah, thanks so much. See you, Ronnie.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, Jarvis Earl, he's a super talent. He's just one of those kids. He's got the talent, but just competitively, he's such a cool head, makes good decisions. Even when he's surfing against guys that have got a lot of years and a lot more heats under their belt, he just seems to step up.
He does. How's this barrel? double barrel. It
Wow.
reminded me of Larry Blair in the Coke Classic at Manly back in 70.
fully.
What?
That was just dreamy. That would have been a really nice vision from inside until the barrel started creeping away from him. But he got a long way through that pit. Easily the longest tunnel that we've seen.
Coke Surf About, Ronnie.
So good. One of the
Larry
classics.
Blair, Wayne Lynch, on TV. I was young. I was probably Jarvis. Oh, well, Jarvis is older now. So, no, I was, young, 10 years old, watching it on TV. The most best lefts I've ever seen at Manly, I'll tell you what. And you spent a lot of time at Manly. You ever seen it like that?
Yeah, Northern Beaches for me. Yeah, I lived there.
Oh,
till
no,
I was-
you were more Avalon, weren't you?
Yeah, well, I've been living in Av for the last kind of 11, 12 years. But yeah, Northern Beaches is sort of, once you're down there, you sort of end up travelling up and down the coast. Yeah, for sure. I was never too local at any one spot.
Yeah, right. Because we never travel on the Goldie. Not like, but
You got everything you need just within a couple of headlands.
you do. Snapper, Rainbow,
D-Bar.
D-Bar, that's it.
Yeah, no, but yeah, that's been the destination for some amazing competitive moments, and it's great to have a major contest back on the schedule on the Northern Beaches. I mean, Manly was a fantastic home for the Australian Open for a number of years, but having a Challenger Series event at North Narrabeen is just all time, and the potential for high quality waves. There were some huge barrels there last year, which was awesome. And it was a great way to kick off the Challenger Series last season. Good waves at Snapper.
Yeah.
Good waves at Narrabeen.
Yeah, I thought it was a great start to the leg for sure. Are the banks good at Narrabeen, do you know, or right now?
I think there's been some pretty insane conditions.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's been pumping. But
getting a big swell,
it's always
aren't we?
always pretty consistent.
Big swell coming here this weekend, which is going to hit Sydney and Newcastle, so we'll see what that does to the bank. I mean, how far away is Narrabeen?
It's
a while
May.
away.
Yeah, mid-May.
We're probably going to get a few big swells before then. But back to this heat. It's a 4-point ride for Tane, and Azuchi gets the 5, and the 4. So here we go, up and riding. It looks like Tanaka. The tide's coming in, Ronnie, so these waves are filling up.
This is the smooth style of Xavier Bryce.
Sorry.
And it's...
Sorry about that.
Didn't really kind of eventuate into much on the outside, though. This one is looking promising for Tanaka, and he's going to slot into the pit. He gets a bit of cover, but he was not really deep in that barrel. Nice little cut. He gets back to the source, but he would have loved to have put the handbrake on a little more in the opening stages of that section. Chipping away at this one through to the inside.
Yeah, that was not the right thing to do, was it? It
just wasn't a great read on the opening section.
No, he put the hand in and he needed to be obviously deeper, but I reckon probably not even go for the barrel. Do one of those Sheldon grab rail air spinner corrupt thing was probably the better move for that. I wonder if he's got that. I don't know if he's got that move, but we'll see the left first.
Definitely one of the better sort of looking barrels. It was sort of suggesting, hey,
pull in.
This is the one. This tuck in, but he just didn't really. He got a bit ahead of it, and this is a nice little cutty. Big high rebound would have looked nice.
Yeah, no, one of those big corrupt flips under that. But,
I know what you're saying.
Limb, you know what I'm saying? I thought that would have been the move for that because the barrel, he could have been, fairly deeper, but he still probably wouldn't have got a big score for that.
Yeah, maybe something in the 5-point range.
Yeah, but you want more.
You're going to stuff yourself back in there if you want to get the big scores. It's so funny. We were talking the other day, I believe, about just how much scrutiny there is around finishing off big moves now, and a lot of controversy around it. You get tangled up in that whitewater and don't get actually in control and back out in front of the wave when you're executing a big move. You probably won't get full credit for it. And barrels are scrutinised heavily too. These days, if the nose of your board is visible in the tube, chances are it's going to be an average score. These days, you've got to get back. You've got to get tangled up on that foam ball. You could be on a 10-foot wave, and if you're not stuffed back in it, even if you negotiate a big drop, you probably won't get a big score.
I've had it plenty of times at Chopu, don't worry. I've had waves and pipe too where, you know, takeoff is hard and you feel like you're charging and you get a big one and 2.5.
It's so cruel, isn't
it? Yeah, no, it's you got to be back there.
Yeah, so that's going to hurt Tanaka's chances there. Just a 3.07 on that one. Look at the conditions on offer.
Wow, look at this beautiful looking wave.
Yeah, Joe digs in. That's a stronger turn, a bit more risk in that first section. Had a bit of recovery time in it, but gets another opportunity here on the inside. Nice little hit in the pocket there. Whips that board up vertically, so a pretty nice combo to finish as well. As his countryman just struggles to put one together out here at the moment. But Joe's going to get himself a decent score. Already had the lead, Ock, and he's going to drop that 4.1 now.
Yeah, he will. And just coming back to that story about being deep in the barrel, as we see this replay, just a pretty wave and a big turn. But so I had Steph and a few of the girls up at Surf Lakes, and we've got that slab there, and you can go left. It's not just a right. You can backdoor it. So I told the girls, to come up and practice for that, even though it's only a 3 foot kind of slab, but you can still, the reaction time's really quick and you have to backdoor it. And they're asking me out there, they're like, so what's the go with Chopu? And like I tell you, girls, I said, you get back there and you can get a wave, and the takeoff, if the takeoff seems makeable and you're looking at it and you think you can't make it, like not the takeoff, I'm saying the barrel, if you're way back there and you're looking at it, think it's a closeout, but if you can make the takeoff, go.
Yeah.
Because you'll probably make it.
It's just so,
and they're like, really? I'm like, yeah,
it's so open.
It's so open. And if it's a green light takeoff and you're way back there and you think you're not going to make it, go. You've got to go those ones.
Yeah. Well, everyone's heard Raymana screaming at people there in the wave pool. Kelly's creation over there in Lemoore, California, but he's the same in the lineup, and typically when the sets start rolling in, the first thing he says is go deeper, like the deeper the better. And you see people just take off on the wave is so fast, the drop gives you so much speed that you can get way back in there. But yeah, it's a good little piece of advice that you gave them. 7.5 minutes to go, and that number came through for the Japanese surfer, Joe Azuchi, who's in third place on the regional ranks and could potentially be climbing a bit higher as we have a look at it now. 6.33, the best number of this heat. And the battle for second spot is on. Tanaka's back in 11th position, Ox, so the pressure might be getting to him a little bit here.
It's tight. Look, Katura Gus is right there. John Mark Tokong from the Philippines is close too. So both these guys are coming up, right?
Yeah, we've got big heats coming up. A lot on the line for these competitors. Yeah, Katut Agus, I thought he'd do a bit better on the Challenger Series last year. He's just, every time I've seen him surf, he's looked, like when he comes into the lineup, he looks faster than anyone else in the draw.
He's good.
So I thought when the conditions got marginal, that he'd have a fantastic chance, and he surfed snapper well, but through the first couple of events, I think a lot of those kind of small wave specialists last year on the Challenger Series, their skills were tested because we had solid conditions at Narrabeen, and that kind of took away their edge. But we'll see. Maybe this will be his year. 6 minutes remaining, and Azuchi holding on to a very comfortable lead. Like I said, it's the battle for second spot now. Nothing separating second and fourth at the moment. Tanaka, he hasn't had too much luck putting together a good wave yet, but only needs a 3.37. Tane Dobbin, he only needs a 2.43.
Yeah, it's tight. Definitely tight. It's just it's a weird feeling. I was saying it yesterday. You get on that beach level and it's different. It looks easy on the screen. It looks easy where the competitors are, up on the kind of hill here on the cliff. Get down to beach level and it looks different. It's a completely different area. These guys are finding it hard to get position, and here we go. Tanaka, is it?
Yeah, it is. 3.37 is what he's after. This wave it's moving into that deep water that you don't love, Ock.
I don't.
There's not the scoring opportunity there. He's unable to link it through. Still has time, though, 5 minutes remaining.
You think they'd work that out, you know, like that left, it goes, if it's not a bomb and it's not big, it just is, it goes really steep and really fat, which is almost impossible to get a score out of a wave like that. And you think you'd be seeing that and not go in those kind of waves, Ronnie.
It's a peaky swell today, and we know that the conditions are better because there's free surfers out there. And typically, when we've kicked the competition off the past few days, there hasn't been a whole lot of people out there because it's been so challenging to find a corner. So it's definitely a little more peaky. There's definitely the opportunity to string a few turns together out here. And we're seeing some better scores laid down as a result.
What happened
as
here?
we see
Tane
on the replay here. Did he finish this one off? It looks like he has. Add some extras with some work on the foam there.
Okay. Now, what did he need? Because
he only needed a 2.43.
Hang on, we're going to zoom in. This is a competitor right there.
Oh, on the left, I think it was one of the female competitors warming up.
So Tano needs a 2.43. You think he would have got that?
Yeah, I think so. So we are waiting for that score to come through. 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go.
Last night, Ronnie,
the back.
Portugal was not on.
Nah.
I tried to stay up for the call 11:15. I didn't quite make it.
Yeah,
by
big dribble
about 3
patch
hours.
on the big dribble patch on the couch for me, falling asleep, waiting for the call. But looks like it's going to be a couple of days. We'll have to wait now to see the men's quarters, women's semis get underway there. As we see a nice looking left standing up at the northern end of the bank here, as it's Joe Azuchi just seems to have figured this lineup out as far as where the quality waves are coming, but loses the fins on that occasion and can't ride out. Oh, maybe a right standing up here for Tane. Had a 3.63 on his last wave. There's a bit of shuffling happening too because Xavier Bryce got himself another score and pushed Tane back down into third when he got the number he needed. He's after a 4.27 out of that.
Yeah, well, the score went up, but the wave quality went up too. So this is a pretty good wave, and it's going to be close. I'm not too sure if he's going to get that.
He just never properly squared up on that wave.
Did he? Yeah, it kind of reminded me of myself there surfing a Snapper Club Championship, just playing it safe, trying to get through heats. But, you know, he should have went harder. He really should have. Someone's in the barrel right there. He's deep.
This is a good-looking
pit. Is he coming out? And he is. Bryce.
Xavier Bryce. I mean, there's been a couple of barrels already this morning, but nothing like this one for Xavier. He's not going to get much more out of that ride. He kind of lost his rail through that big carve, but he was deep in the tube. It didn't look like the curtain touched him as he came through walk. Joe Azuchi, there's a nice hit. Turn. Wow. So he's just kind of owning these lefts at the moment with those big first turns. And he's got room to move and add some extras on the inside here.
Yeah, well, if Tane did get that score, it didn't matter because Xavier Bryce is going to get a pretty good score for that barrel, and Azuchi has sealed it up. So it looks like, Ronnie, that these two are going to get through by the looks of things. Yeah,
we were saying earlier, you know, these barrels, they're not going to score particularly well. If you're going to get one, it's going to have to be exceptional, and this was.
That was, yep.
Really deep.
Yep, that could have been pipeline right there on a smaller day. Beautiful turn there. I really like the way he surfs.
His backhand looks great. Love how low it gets. He kind of, you know, extends that back leg without sort of standing up too tall.
Yeah, he wouldn't be an easy heat in the Challenger Series.
No.
Surfing like that.
So this is a great performance from Joe. But, yeah, Tane Dobbin, he got the number that he needed to get into second place, 5.07, but the number of the heat has just dropped for Xavier Bryce. You know, you can't deny a barrel that deep. And he had great speed. He flew out of it, 7.17, and he's actually jumped up into the lead. But we do have another number for Joe to come through, and I think it's probably going to get him back into the number one position. He needs a 5.28. Just the first turn was so strong.
Yeah, it was. So Tane will need even more now.
It's a bit more like it, Ock. It's been a good heat.
It has.
You know, everyone's had their chances. I think Tano Dobbin will reflect on a couple of his rides. You know, he was lucky not to come out of a really long barrel earlier on, but then he did have a right that it felt like he kind of went for the mid-range 5 score instead of really digging in. You were mentioning how strong his backhand is. He just didn't give it his best version of that approach.
Yeah, I know, but even if he attacked that wave, you know, he still wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Xavier Bryce, he found the gem. He was gifted a beautiful wave, and he surfed it beautifully to get himself the heat win there. Joe Azuchi, he stayed in second spot, but he is chasing that number 1 position on the Asian ranks. We're going to take a quick break here. So much more coming your way at Surfest 2024, proudly presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and under Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and under Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once.
Welcome back to the Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Park. We are into week number 7 of the round of 64 in the Virgin Automotive Pro. I'm Jessie Starling with Ockie, the
Hi,
legend.
Jessie. I'm very used to the name Jess. But
Yes.
it's a first time for us commentating.
I know.
And it's I'm stoked. Yeah, like Hoyo has gone missing as he does.
He's gone missing, but we were trying to find him. But yeah, Jess and my dad grew up together.
Did they really?
Yeah, on the
No
beaches.
way.
Yeah.
DY?
Dad was a Long Reef boy,
Oh,
so
it's
not
close.
too far.
Yeah, close,
But did Jess go to Cromer?
School?
Yeah.
Well, I hope she's not listening.
We have just rocked up to perfect waves here today. I mean, Merriweather's putting on a show. That's Oscar Berry getting a bit of a barrel. You'd be familiar with Oscar's surfing?
I am, but how was the backwash that hit that wave? It looked beautiful. I actually saw a wave last night, Jess, on the news. I was watching the surfing on the news and then the weather came on. And they had a shot of Port Stephens and a backwash hitting it. And the wave looked 20 foot. Like, seriously, it was an amazing shot. But such a beautiful area around here.
Oh, I love it. And, you've competed in this event multiple times before too. So it must be pretty cool to come here and now have Jay competing in this event too.
It is. It's so cool. I surfed with Jay yesterday at Newcastle Beach, Main Beach. And actually, I saw a local out there and he's like, oh, you must have fond memories of this. And I do. It was such a good surf. I wasn't really even going for turns. I was just on waves, just memorizing my, there used to be such a crowd there and it was like a coliseum and 20, 30,000 people and fond memories, Jess. Yeah, we had big crowds on Sundays. wouldn't be very crowded at all. But then at 2 o'clock on Sunday, when the locals, it was like the footy. The locals knew the final would be on, and it would just get packed with seriously 20 to 30,000 people on the beach watching the final.
Is it nerve-wracking to surf in front of that many people?
It's really good.
Is it? The crowd, the cheers.
Yeah, it feels so good because it used to happen for me at in America too, at Huntington Beach. We had massive crowds and Bells too. We had some big crowds, but I loved it. Yeah.
Wow, that would just be the most amazing feeling if you finish a wave or got one like Oscar did on this replay. Oh,
it's the backwash, Jess. The backwash got him.
Yeah, and then this is Quinn Bruce. I love that turn.
Wow.
I feel like he's riding longer boards. It looks like he's maybe giving a bit of a nod to the longer boards.
Yeah, well, he's kind of got that narrow stance, which makes his boards look longer because he's a local at Snapper, and I've always kind of thought that about Quinn, thinking he's riding a longer board, but he's not. This is a little insider that Green took advantage of.
Yeah, this is Nathan Joel Cook. He surfs out Snapper a fair bit too.
He does, yeah, you're right. Yep, I see him out there a fair bit.
Originally from the Central Coast area,
Yeah, he's
though.
Central Coast.
Yeah.
I was wondering where he was from.
And here we go. Look at this wave. Oh, that looks a little bit painful too. Oscar Berry. So, Quinn Bruce surfed a Snapper on the weekend? Did he? I feel like he was in the team on the weekend.
He was, yep, he was because he got the spot. He won the club championship, our yearly event that we have for Open. We only have one a year, and it's our Open Club Championship round. Pretty lazy up there at Snapper. You know, we always have the comps every month, but it's only for the kids, the juniors. The Opens don't surf, so unless Snapper's good, we might have an event maybe here and there. But yeah, Quinn won that and won a few $1,000s, so he decided to come and do these events.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he also got the spot in the team at Burleigh. You were commentating that.
Yes.
What an event.
Oh my gosh.
That was so good. Like the setup and the run, I just loved it. I thought that's a keeper, you know, like that should be at Burleigh every year, I reckon.
Absolutely. And you know, it might not have been the 20, 30,000 people that you're probably used to, but it felt like it.
Yeah.
The energy at that event was one of the coolest I've ever been to, and yeah, it was definitely an honour to commentate and be a part of. Sad times for both Snapper and North Narrabeen for our clubs there, but it was cool to see Burleigh get the win, and they definitely had that local pull out there.
They did, you know, it was big, and you know, like I don't know where they were jumping off. They must have been probably jumping off further around at the cove because that, you know, the sweep was so strong. Local knowledge would have helped.
Absolutely. We're going to cross down to Xavier Bryce, who took out that last heat. Xavier, you've been on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thankful to get heaps of good waves.
We touched on it yesterday in your heat. We kind of said you look like a free surfer in a comp rashi. You know, you just don't look like you're surfing with any pressure on yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I said it last time I got interviewed that I'd be happy to go either way, but I don't know. I'm just kind of having fun with it. Like, still young, so I'm just stoked to be amongst, like, you know, all the names that I've been watching since I was like little. So yeah, just having fun, eh?
You've got to be pretty happy to be able to rock up to a surf comp and see waves like this.
Oh yeah, Jesus, it's that fun out there.
Do you reckon this is some of the best waves you surfed in Australia in one of the Australian QSs?
Oh, 100%. This is like the best I've ever surfed in a comp, like waves wise. So.
And you're into the round of 32. There's points are starting to get better. Is there starting to creep in a bit of nerves or anything, or are you just feeling happy and confident in yourself?
I don't know. I'm just having fun with my mates, but yeah, definitely trying to lock in a bit more because gonna have to pull something out of my sleeve because it's definitely gonna get harder. A lot better surfers now.
I think the conditions might get a little bit harder as well. Do you reckon that you'll be able to find that comfortable spot even when the swell gets bigger, windier, a little bit more tricky? I don't think it's going to look as perfect as this tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess just have a look at it, just stay in the surf, keep surfing, just try to adapt as well as I can.
And you surf a long reef on the weekend. Oki and I were just talking about how incredible the ABB was.
Oh, yeah.
To come from that event into something like this, it's got to be a really good energy build-up.
Oh, yeah, just like this whole run, I guess, of like comps, like makes it so much easier to kind of get in rhythm. So it's good that they're all back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations again. You had a pretty healthy heat total in that last one, so can't wait to see what you can do in the next round.
Sweet. Cheers, guys.
He's a man of few words.
Healthy start. I hope he actually is healthy because it sounded like you had a bit of a...
that's just him.
Oh, is it, that's a way... Yeah, he's got a bit of a throaty
that's just
voice.
him.
I haven't heard him speak. I do know him. I've actually heard him speak, sorry, but I just didn't notice. But that's all right. He's all good. Surf well. Congratulations.
Yeah, Zave. Moving on through with Joe Azuchi. And Joe's sitting quite up there in the Asian rankings, but we are going to take a look at the Australian rankings. So Dakota Walters surfed this morning. He was actually... had a bit more of a scrappy heat, Dakota, but got second to Billy Stammond.
He did, and you think he'd be pretty safe, like Alistair Reginato too, I think Jarvis, and then, Joel Vaughan's in fifth. He'd want to get a good result. Geordie too, and definitely Oscar needs a good result, and then the guys behind him, are all gunning for that 7th spot. It's going to be exciting, Jess, it really is.
Well, Dylan, he made his heat this morning, so he's probably watching this heat with eyes on Oscar because I feel like whatever round Oscar makes, Dylan's going to make one further, so...
For sure, he'd be watching keenly because if Oscar loses, he's going to probably jump him.
Oh, we've had Kean Martin get knocked out.
He's out.
He's pretty well ahead of the rest of them, but Katut is sitting 7th, which is honestly pretty shocking to me because he's Mr. Consistent usually, but not too far away, just shy of 1,000 points less of Keijiro Nishi, and Keijiro got knocked out this morning, so the door is definitely open.
Really open for Katut. Is Itu still going?
Yes, Riaru Itu, and Riaru was actually leading the rankings not too long ago, so there's been a massive jump in the Asian rankings. So when I was in the Philippines, Riaru was sitting number 1 at the end of last year, but they've had, I think they would have had, so Philippines was a 3,000, then we went to Taiwan, which was a co-sanctioned 5,000. Then the Asian series went to the Korea wave pool for 3,000.
I saw that, Jess. I could not believe it was snowing.
I know. How cool is that? I feel like there's not many events that have snowed while you're surfing.
I couldn't believe it. I was so stoked.
My sister was there commentating, actually. And
she was, eh?
She FaceTimed me. She was like, it's snowing. And actually, Katut Agus, who's in this heat, is his first time ever seeing the snow.
No way. Here we go. Big air coming up right there. It was just got stuck on that lip, the backwash or something. You can do an air and time it with that backwash. I saw Joel Vaughan do it this morning. Huge air reverse, and then he just got propelled with the wash, went like to the moon, someone said it looked like, and his little brother did too. Done an alley-oop, and someone's swimming with a buoy strapped to them. So I don't know if that's safe because it doesn't look safe to me.
Lucky
there's a jet ski there with him.
Yeah, it's not something I would
Well,
preferably
no,
do.
I mean, is he fishing? Like, has he got a lure behind him? Because, wow, that doesn't look safe.
No, I think I'll stick to having a surfboard with me, but, each to their own. But, yeah, this heat, I mean, Oscar, he's got the 5.73, second highest wave of this heat. Katut's got a 5.83, so currently sitting in second, but I feel like, once we start seeing potentially a few 6s and 7s roll through this heat, it's definitely going to change up the field, and it's just a matter of who can capitalize on that right now, because it's one of those heats where no one would be feeling comfortable or safe at this point.
It's funny, yeah, because Katut, he's got all these Aussies in there, and they want to get through, but Katut really needs to make this heat. He's safe at the moment. Halfway through, he's had a 5.83, good score. Definitely a good score. Definitely needs another one. Who we got here, Jess?
Here we go, Quinny Bruce, the snapper man. I love his backhand. He just times those turns beautifully. Yeah, I agree. Narrower stance. I like it. I really like it.
He surfs snapper really well with that stance, and his backhand's tight. In his previous, he's made it through 2 rounds. He's doing well. He's using that money that he won in the club championship and using it and making more money now. Now he's making through rounds. He works hard. He's a hard worker, and he'd much rather be doing this as a job.
Absolutely.
And if he does really well in this event, he'll do that. He will bank his money. He'll go to Indo. You know that there's Marlon Harrison on screen. He'll go, and Brent Dorrington's in this heat. Wow, what a heat! Morgan Siblick, are you kidding me? You know, he's gonna bank the money. If he does well, he'll go to that, to Cruy, Nias. Hopefully they're back to back. Hopefully they're on. You know, I know my son's doing those events, and I was thinking about doing them with him, Jess. I really was, but there's only
that would be iconic.
Iconic. I seriously was thinking, because that wave at Cruy, I think would suit me. It's like I watch that wave thing. I love to surf it, and Nias, I've been in that area a lot on a boat, everything. I've never really scored Nias good, so that's why I'd like to do that event too. But there's one problem, Jess. I got invited to a specialty event at Jeffreys Bay because Jeffreys Bay is not on this year.
I know.
And which is unfortunate for the tour, but they are still having an event for the local people. I got invited. Joel Parker got invited. Mick
kidding.
Fanning.
My
Kelly
gosh.
Slater. Yeah, so it's a good crew. There's a local guy, Sean Holmes. You might be a bit young to remember him, but he took down Andy Irons a couple of times.
Oh, wow.
He was a wild card.
Wow.
Really good local surfer. So there's about a dozen of us, I think, that are going to be in this specialty event. Only running kind of one day, I think, over. Hopefully we've got that long waiting period. It's going to be pumping. Yes, I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, that'll be incredible. So that overlaps usually when Cruy is around
It's
that
in June. Yeah, it's in June. So, yeah, that's
wow, I just got so excited. I'm going, oh, my gosh. Occy in the 5,000. Let's bring that on. That would be so fun. Cruy is one of the best places I've ever traveled to. Oh, I just love it there. And you know what? Even if you get knocked out, you're not upset because there's so many amazing waves to go surf around there. And it's not like Bali where it's super busy and, you're kind of hassling your way through the lineup. It's really wholesome. I feel like is the right word. It's really wholesome there.
And there's a beach break there too?
Yeah, Mandiri.
I saw that.
Oh, my gosh.
So good.
It's amazing. It's one of those waves where when you almost don't have to work as hard because the wave is pushing back at you. And it's just, you get barreled, you come out, you do 2 or 3 turns, straight back out around, and it's amazing. You can go in, there's the Mandiri Beach Club on the beach. Oh,
wow.
I would love to spend a couple months there, to be honest, but I might not come back. But that's so exciting about J-Bay. I mean, I've never been there, but seems like the type of wave where you can't not have fun out there.
No, it's such a good wave. It breaks so close to the rocks, and it hugs it, and it's so fast, but it's so makeable. It's just to look at it from like the beach. It just like you get it. You can't not get excited just seeing a set come. Like it's just incredible.
What's it like getting in there on the rocks?
Is it hard? Yeah, it's hard. There's 2 keyholes, one to paddle out and one to paddle in, and if you miss it, you're in all sorts. Yeah, it's sharp, and when it's big, it's tough. Yeah, like if it's really big, you kind of can come in all the way down the beach. It's a long walk back, but when it's big, it's hard to get in if you miss the keyhole. Yeah, for sure, tricky.
Oh wow!
Nice reverse there. Well, not nice, but it was definitely a reverse. Who was it, Jess?
I believe that was Quinn Bruce. So I haven't seen him take to the air in this event yet, but definitely a nice rotation there. Probably wanted a bit more height on it, but I still love the fact that he got a lot of projection out. It's kind of cool though, because I feel like you can do those turns at Snapper, but maybe he's not the guy that we see consistently doing those turns out there.
No, he's not. Having a narrow stance is not conducive to aerials.
Yeah.
Definitely not. But let's see if he betters a score. I'm saying maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say. He is sitting in 4th. He needs to get busy, Jess.
So you're not calling it the 468?
No.
All right, here we go. Katut Agus. Door is open for him to make the Asian rankings, get on the challenge, back on the Challenger Series. He's been there before, but that wave, he's in 2nd, needs a 273 to get to 1st. I don't know, that wave was kind of backing off on him. It didn't really allow him to have a steep face in front of him, but yeah, Katut's a really fun guy coming out of the Indonesian rankings.
They all are.
They all are.
They all are. They have to be. I mean, they have to take care of tourists from a young age. They're always hosting tourists. They're always happy. It's just the thing that Bali is.
Yeah.
You know, the locals are what make Bali because they're just so nice. And they'll sell you 100 things. And if you don't want it, they'll be back the next day selling you a different couple of 100 things. Yeah, I mean, especially when I was young, you know, going to Bali. Jess, I hate showing my age, but I mean, the first time I went to Bali when I was about 14, 15, I walked into Uluwatu. There was no place there.
No way.
Yes, you
walked into Uluwatu.
There was no restaurants, no buildings.
No road along
no
the front?
road walk.
What?
It was about a 5K walk, and a little Bali guy you would pay him money to carry your board, and you had to do that because it was rude not to.
Yeah.
If you didn't pay your kid to carry your board, you were frowned upon. But yeah, they walk into Uluwatu. It was a long walk. Yeah, and I don't even think I've been back since it is what it is now. Oh, I have once actually. Yeah, I stayed in a nice resort there, and I was like, wow, this is weird.
This is a little bit weird, but wow. So who did you go there with?
I went there with a schoolmate, Beaver, his name was, and we hired a bike. We didn't even have licenses. We were 14 years old. He was 15. Our mum and dad let us go. I can't believe they did. And we went, hired a bike, stayed at Legion in a yucky place. Nothing like it was now. I mean, it was something like about $3 a night, you know, and then the bike didn't cost that much more. But we doubled each other around. It was a classic.
Oscar Berry finishing off a wave there just before. There's pressure building on Oscar. He has to make this heat to keep his Challenger dreams alive. I really like that wave. 2 strong turns from Oscar.
Yeah, yep, definitely. I think Katut's going to be in a bit of trouble here, right? Yep, there we go. He goes to first. Katut's down third, needing only a 2.73. Let's see the replay, Jess.
Yeah, this first turn, I feel like he probably wasn't happy with it. He wanted to get more done, and which is why I think we saw him push so much harder on that last turn. So Oscar, not crumbling under pressure. 4.17 for those 2 turns. Now Nathan Cook in second. I mean, if you look at it, rankings rise, Oscar and Katut need to make this heat.
They really do. Jess, is in the Asia region, is this their last event also?
Yeah, this is their last event too.
Okay, so Katut, it's all on this last 2 minutes. Needing a 2.73 with about that much time left. He has not got priority. He's got second. This is crucial, Jess.
It's crucial, and you know, Katut, he's been on the Challenger Series before. He's kind of been that guy who always was up there with, you know, the Rio Wider. He was the guy maybe just slightly under him, trying to push it for the Indonesian surfings. He's still flying that flag. So Katut's in 7th. He's got 2 minutes to get himself out of there.
He has. I wonder if Rio's watching. I know is he still in Portugal? No, he mustn't be in the quarters anymore. The men's are down to quarters, but maybe he's back in Bali already. I'm not too sure, but I know they're good friends. I saw Rio because the Bali guys had a couple of teams in the Usher Cup, and Rio was out surfing with them and kind of coaching them on. So
amazing.
So I wonder if Rio's watching, because this is crucial. I mean, my goodness, there's a minute left. Where is Katut? Can we zoom in and just see where he is? Where is Blue? He's not in that pack.
Is he chewing his nails? Or he's creating distance. So he's gone down the beach to the more standard Merriweather we've seen, that right-hand rip bowl down there. But I feel like that waves might be going into a bit of dead water. So
you're right, Jess. Out the front of the competitors' area, even though the tides come in, it's really shallow. There's a gutter on, like, parallel on the beach, and then it's shallow. So it's a place where you don't really want to be.
Yeah, he's I love the idea that he's trying to create space, but I think, look, that wave didn't even break where he was, and look at that beautiful steep wall. Oscar, unfortunately, going down, but that's where he wants to be. Look at this left coming through now. So looks like Nathan Cook capitalizing.
He's in the barrel. He's deep. He's not coming out. Katut had a look at that wave, but there's a big hole right where he is now. He's in the middle. He's sitting in, even though he can't tell, but he's sitting in a hole. Like he's got to He's got a chance here. Will this wave close out? He's going to have to go.
Yeah, he's got 30 seconds on the clock.
He's going left.
273 Oki, can he get it done? Gets up there, strong first turn, needs more. Oh, that's a 273.
All the way, right there. Look, he's done it.
Oh, Katut Agus, I mean, he's clutch under pressure, and I mean, we just have to hope that maybe no more waves come through so Katut's dreams stay alive. Oh, getting eaten by that Shory there. But
yeah, well, he claims it. Oh, hang on. Nathan Cook's in second, so can he better a score right here? This was before the buzzer. This will count. So we don't see what he got outside, but needs to better a 4-2-3. We didn't see any bettering, and we didn't see the start, but we'll have to see the replay just in case. But Kadut Gus did get his score. Yeah, and let's see it. I thought he was in a hole, Jess, but he wasn't. He was just in that right. The wave was the right size. It wasn't small, so it didn't break down. It wasn't too big to close out. It was just the right size, and it had a tapered wall to it. He got lucky.
He did, and you know what? Even when he was paddling into this wave, I was thinking maybe one turn if he can get up there quick enough, because I thought it might have been a closeout, but really, yeah, like you said, got lucky. The ocean was on his side, and then Nathan fighting back. He's definitely not one to give up, so I don't know if this will even better his scoreline. So I think it's all going to come down to this last wave of Katut. There it is, a 5.07, goes to the lead. Nathan Cook does not get the score. Quinn Bruce locking in one, but it's pretty minor, so we are going to go to a short break, but Katut Agus and Oscar Berry getting it done. We'll be right back after this.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. I
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome back to the Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Park. We just had a crazy end to that last heat. I mean, Katut Agus, last 30 seconds, made it happen, kept the qualification dreams alive. I mean, I'm joined by the booth by who I think is the GOAT of commentating, Ronnie Blakey.
Oh, thanks, Jess.
I mean, that was amazing.
Oh, that was awesome. He's so good, Katut. I mean, he was on the Challenger Series last year and kind of had moments, but wasn't at his best, to be honest. And I think his confidence wavered a little bit. I think he skipped a couple of events in the end, but he's such a good surfer, and he's through to that next round. He's still a chance at getting to the top end of the Asian ranks.
Here's Marlon Harrison replay. So this must have happened while we were in the break and gets a good-looking finishing turn there. So Marlon, Marzi, as we all like to call him, no stranger to surfing heats at all. I feel like he's been doing this for a long time, despite the fact that he's only just turned 20.
Yeah, he's had some big results too, hasn't he? And Marlon Harrison sitting in 20th position, one of those, realistic chances of making a big jump up with a huge result here. He's got some work to do, being that he's behind a lot of, form, quality surfers. But, I mean, he's proven that he can overcome those big names before in significant QS events. So we'll see how he fares.
Yeah, here we go. Manning Gregory, the Grom of this heat, just showing us his style and class. He needs to match whatever these bigger guys are doing to be able to stay in this heat. I feel like this is probably one of those heats that Manning probably looked at the heat draw and went, all right, here we go. This is going to be a really cool heat for me to be in. I remember being younger, and I think I had a heat with Nikki Van Dyke, Ellie Brooks, and maybe even Filzy. And I just remember being like, okay, it's time to learn a little bit in this heat.
For sure. And, it's a glorious situation that Manning finds himself in because, obviously there's some pretty established names in this draw, some great surfers. So, there's not that same expectation on him. And yeah, I often say it, it's sort of like he goes into this with nothing to lose but everything to gain, because if you get a victory over big dogs like this, people take notice. It means a lot. So, Manning would still be feeling the nerves, even though he's not chasing qualification at this major event. But, he'll definitely want to put on a good show. I think, he'll want to really ramp up the size of his surfing against these guys because they're so strong.
Katut August has just joined us for a conversation. Katut, a bit of a sigh of relief.
It's pretty fun there. Waiting for 3 days, lay day, and just surfing. And was happy to be on the heat today. And a great day, great waves, and great people here. And happy to be there.
Katut, how are you feeling in that heat? Because you were stuck in third and fourth for a good part of that heat. And then in the last 30 seconds, you managed to find a wave and get the score. It was a clutch performance. Were there any nerves that came into play on that last wave, or were you just surfing for qualification?
Yeah, I just enjoy and have fun there. Even I need to fight until the end, so let's just keep going. And I try to get a good result here for qualified for CS for this year. So I need to have a really good result here.
Yeah, let's talk about that. You guys have had a massive season with so many comps. I mean, you've been to India, Taiwan, the Philippines, and now back here in Australia. Are you tired, or is this kind of exciting you that it's the last leg of events?
For sure. I always excited to travel every country. It's always something new, and always had a new story, new chapter, always new experience. So that's what I need. So I need to keep learning every day. So just keep going.
And I'm not sure if you know, but first on the rankings is Kian Martin, and he's been knocked out. And number 5th was Keijiro Nishi. He's got knocked out in this round too. So it feels like maybe a door might be open to climb up the rankings a little bit. Does this play in your mind at all?
No, I just have fun there. No need to think that. Just focus and step by step and just keep going.
Yeah, Katut, it's Ronnie here, mate. We loved your performance through the regional QSs last year, and I had big raps on you. I thought you were going to get it done last year, but it's probably more difficult than what people know. How was your Challenger Series experience last year?
I have really so much experience from last year from the Challenge Series. There's up and down, and yeah, I just need to keep going and just have fun.
Well, you got a couple of fans of your surfing here in the commentary booth, mate. Congratulations on surviving that important first heat. We know you're on a mission here to get a big result, so all the best.
Thank you very much, guys. See ya.
Oh, he's just one of the happiest humans going around. I love spending time with Couture. Wow.
Look out. Here comes the Morg.
Oh, he's just excellent, isn't he? I mean, Morgan just showing his class, and what a wave. What?
Oh, he's incredible. He's incredible. Now, he's been to the top end. When you think about performers on the regional qualifying series, you think about performers on the Challenger series, he's always right there. He's just missed out on getting back to the CT a couple of times now. But Morgan's he's rock solid. He's got big turns. He's so powerful. And look at this wave.
This wave is kind of a wave that you dream of. You draw in your school books when you're at school, just painting a perfect picture. And yeah, Morgan, he's no stranger to this wave either. And talking to Jacko in the booth the last few days, he said sometimes it's more nerve-wracking being a local and surfing a heat out here, and you add that little pressure to yourself. But Morgan, I don't know, he just seems like he's all class.
He is. It's the kind of surfing that will, if you put a year together, will get you in title contention. That's what he's got. And we've seen that. He's made those WSL finals. It's only a handful of people that, can claim that honour, because there's a few repeat performers over the years, title contenders, and Morgan slotted into that conversation, which is huge for him, massive accomplishment. And great to see him over at the ISAs too, working with Team Australia and helping them put together a solid performance there. But he's just, I love his surfing. He does, in a lot of ways, remind me of, especially on the back end, of like a Trent Munro, who just had such a beautiful, deep, powerful bottom turn, top turn combination. Gets real vert, throws everything at it. It's just a power nugget.
Yeah, I love that first year he had on tour, because I feel like he came in and all he did was belt the section on every single wave and takes to the air. Morgan Siblix.
Yeah, that's nice.
717, and this could even go higher.
Yeah, we had a feeling that the heat score totals were going to come up a notch when the top dogs entered the lineup, and Morgan didn't complete that last move, but just back in that attack mode that he's shown here at Merriweather before, just giving it everything on the final section. Refuses to play it safe. On the outside, Marlon Harrison with a nice little drift across the roof, but doesn't get much more out of that wave. Morgs is on fire. I just love the way he landed that rotation and lost no forward momentum at all. It was straight to the inside rail and gunning down the line for more.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of airs be rewarded very well today. Both the Vaughan brothers got pretty big scores for theirs. I think Huey with a 9, Joel with an 8. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that wave of Morgans go higher. But, yeah, like you said, I love how he did this turn and then just kept going. He's like, yeah, I'm not done yet. So many people probably just would have looked back to the judges and be like, sweet, thanks so much, but then just wanted one more on the inside.
Yeah, nice little cutty. You got a lot of pop out of this one. If he rode out of that, it might have been better than the first. But it's still a decent score without the final move. 6.67. Morgs is on fire at the moment.
Yes, 717 for those two backhand Rios, and then again, 13.84. That's definitely one of the highest combined totals we've seen in this round so far. So, yeah, I've surfed a comp at my home break before, and I still remember just feeling so much more nervous, but I feel like he's playing into that.
I feel sick.
Yeah.
Just thinking about it.
He almost, I feel like he's feeding off it, though.
Yeah, he loves it. Well, Brent Dorrington's out there playing hide and seek, and he's found a good hiding spot. He's invisible in this lineup at the moment. He's got the invisible cloak on. He's got priority. We haven't seen him, and he's pretty hard to miss. Yeah. Big character. Great to have him still battling away and pushing the next generation of rippers. He's a regarded talent. He was a prodigy as a youngster. big performances in Hawaii. Used to hang out with the Irons brothers a lot back in the day, and waiting for him to make his move in this heat. He's got priority as we go to another replay of Morgan's 7.17.
Those 2 turns were just beautiful. You know when you watch a wave, and then again third, and you got a fourth in too actually, but you know you watch a wave and it makes you feel something?
Yeah.
That wave, that type of surfing from Morgan, that's the type of stuff that that's what you come here to see. And lovely little fin drift there from Manning Gregory, so
yeah,
he's not feeling nervous either.
No, that's a good stuff from the Grom in this heat. Giving it a good push. We'll see if he can get himself out of third place and up into second position with that one. But yeah, I know what you're saying. It's sort of like when you're at watching live music and you can feel the kick drum just vibrating in your chest or the bass, and certain turns have that. Morgan's moves on that left certainly did.
Yeah, it's just the type of surfing that, I mean, that's the type of surfing that you expect to see at Surfest. You know, this is such a prestigious event. We've spoken about it almost every heat. And I feel like, yeah, Morgan's playing into that. And this is the replay. Wow, beautiful bottom turn. Love the grab rail bottom turn. And almost goes back for 2 in a row. And then gets this turn and kicks the fins out along the top. So
nice pushing it because he has to.
Yes.
You know, he's up against bigger competitors, probably with bigger turns. So he's got to really lift. And he drops a 3.7 on that one. It's not enough to see him up in the second spot, but he's doing some great work out here at the moment. 10 minutes remaining. And yeah, the thing I love about this is Surfest has always sort of been an event with the highlighter over it on the QS schedule, but it was kind of like back in the day, it was about building momentum early in the season. Now it's the finishing event. It's the event that decides who's going to be representing this region and the Asian region on the Challenger Series. So it's a real important one. It's actually, its importance can't be understated.
no, especially when we keep looking at those live leaderboard, updates. It's nervous times, and even sitting here talking about it, when I'm looking that last heat, for example, looking that Katut sitting in 7th, and for a good chunk of that heat, he wasn't making it through. You're going, oh no, is it story over for Katut?
Well, think about surfers like in the prime of their performance. We know it can be extended for a pretty long period these days. Thanks to Kelly Slater.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly.
Obviously still chipping away at the highest level. But, while you have like a number of good years in you, missing out on getting to the Challenger Series is, another year chipping away on the QS. It's it's another year in your prime where you've been at it for a while where you're not where you want to be. So, it's all right for the Groms who are coming into the mix, like Manning. But for Morgan, he doesn't want to be a QS guy. He's challenged for a world title, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be, having a battle in the 1000s.
Nah.
I mean, you come to Surfest year in, year out. I mean, Jacko did it, came off the tour, came straight back to Surfest, got the win.
And turned
Thank
up
you,
and
Jacko.
when he didn't even need to and took points from everyone.
Thanks a lot. No, I'm kidding.
It's a total dog act. Jackson's actually here in the booth, just down the side. He's going to step in for the call in a little bit, which is fantastic. Been awesome to see him while he recovers from that broken hoof. But he's looking healthy. I will say that. Healthier than I've ever seen him. Just trim, terrific. New do. He's loving life. But 7 minutes and 40 seconds here to go. Morgan Siblick, he's in the recliner now. He's kicked his feet up. He's thrown his backrest right back to the horizontal position, and he's just going, you know what? Run at me, boys. Have a go at second spot. See how you fare. And he's going to coast his way to victory, he'd think, because Marlon Harrison in second spot needs a 9.51 just to get to first. So the battle for second spot is on. Brent Dorrington.
Yeah, I was just about to
He's got a
talk
wave
about
allergy
that.
out there at the moment.
It was, it's total opposite feelings for Brent compared to Morgan. I mean, this would be a painful heat to not be in sync with, because you're watching your competitors pull the trigger on these perfect lefts and rights. I mean, it's
everyone at the contest site yesterday was going, how did Ryan Slattery go out there and find 2 mid-range sixes, 2 good throwaways? He was on every good wave that came in, and everyone else was, you know, sitting there on 2-point rides just having an absolute shocker. And he just picked the eyes out of it. And Morgan's kind of done the same thing. Every wave that he's been on has had great opportunity. Brent Dorrington hasn't even looked at a wave yet.
Yeah, and you know, I don't even think we'd go free surfs with Brent Dorrington not catching a wave for 20 minutes.
He is out
and
there,
that's
isn't
what
he?
it's. Yeah, he's out there. I saw him paddling and hassling Marlon before. So, yeah, I mean, this would be one of those heats where I was like, are you kidding me right now? There's perfect waves out here and I can't find myself one. It's just, he's probably scratching his head going, what's going on?
He's starting to get a little bit active out there now. Might be eyeing this next set wave off. There's a medium one behind this. I think I saw him slapping the water before in frustration. Just trying to create waves of his own out there at the moment.
Yeah, potentially maybe even just moving in a little bit. I mean, if you look at Marlon's scoreline, Marlon's got a 4-3 and a 3-7. They're not big scores. They're not big asks from Brent, especially with his caliber of surfing. So potentially he needs to drop this idea of I'm going to get the set wave, because for the last 20 minutes it hasn't worked for him. Maybe needs to move in a bit, get 2 medium-sized ones. A 4 and a 3 isn't a massive ask.
Well, the killer now is if you move to the inside and surrender your priority, you know, your rivals who've got a couple of reasonable numbers are just going to be all over you and get the best set wave. So he's kind of got to live by this decision, this patient decision, and see if he can make it pay off. But meanwhile, Morgan's up again, moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Wow.
Whoa.
What?
Just bouncing around all over the joint. Somehow hangs on to that spin. And looks like Marlon Harrison in the green there. So still Brent Dorrington waiting for that opportunity to get that first number on the board. He's not out of it.
No,
but like
he's
we
not.
said, he's not chasing Morgan. He's chasing Marlon.
Yeah, he doesn't need to have that 13.84 combination. Oh, Brent Dorrington has hit the scoring board,
way.
0.5. So,
Yuck.
wow, this has been a little bit of heartbreak for him. But I know we've spoken about him a lot this heat, but Morgan, that last wave, that first carve, and then you thought he was gone on that air, and he brought himself back. I mean, he's just looking really in form.
Yeah, so a throwaway number for Brant. Waited, you know, over 20 minutes for that and wasn't able to convert it into anything. I mean, this guy's surfed so many heats. He would have had heats similar to this. They're super frustrating, but he's got the benefit of perspective. You know, he's an old head. You know, clearly an old head. And I don't think he'll let it rattle him too much. He did have to go on a crazy run. I think he's enjoying passing on some of his knowledge to some of the other competitors here as well. As we see the Grom Manning driving up into that section, just loses contact with it. And that was a lost opportunity for him. Only needs a 3.71 to get to second spot.
That's not a big ask. I mean, Manning's still in this as well, so...
Yeah, I think Brent's still in it, but he's got to make it. He's got to drop a decent number here on this set. Otherwise, he's going to struggle to get 2 rides. But he's got to chip away at the requirement.
He does.
7.53 is a big number to chase.
It is, and you know, I feel like he still has time right now to break it down in 2. But the more time he spends sitting out there and letting time slip away, the more that he's probably going to have to look at that score in 1. And Morgan hasn't found himself a 7.53 out there today yet. So, yeah, we'll have to, I don't know, it's nervous times. He's going to pull the trigger now on this left. So, here we go. Brent, first sights of him. Beautiful carve back.
Oh, he hates it.
I feel like he almost should have just followed it through.
I think so too. Just ground out a couple of carves for maybe a mid-range 2 and just chop that requirement down to a mid-range 6 to give yourself a chance to get in the second. It's going to be pretty similar, maybe a little bit more than the 0.5. Yeah, he's still after a 7.2, so it's a big number to be chasing with 2 minutes to go. And like we said, it's, you know, he's running out of time to do it in 2 waves. he probably has run out of time to do it in 2 waves now.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's probably come down to that 7.2. So, I mean, it's doable. You know, it's not out of the question at all for Brent. But it definitely has. He's made his life harder. I'm sure his game plan wasn't to go out there and get a 0.8 and a 0.5 in the last 5 minutes, but yeah, it's just one of those heats that probably leaves you scratching your head going, what just happened out there?
Yeah, and there's more quality waves out there, so, you know, utilising your priorities are a tougher decision today. Yesterday and, you know, the first 2 days of the event window, had a lot of straight-handers, so, you know, priority was sort of it could be a trap because everyone was sort of looking at the same sort of thing. But today there's been some gem waves come through. So if you get priority, you kind of want to guard it for a moment and give yourself the best opportunity to bank a big score. And, yeah, I don't think Brent was strategically wrong in sitting there waiting for that. But, yeah, like you said, whatever the game plan was, it hasn't worked out.
No.
1 minute remaining here. Can he do it with one incredible ride, one big turn maybe? 7.2 is the requirement for Brent. Manning Gregory, though, he's got a real chance here. Only needs a 3.71. Drives up into the section. Huge reverse. Unbelievable. He sticks it. And he is on his way to that score. The Grom up against some big names. And he has finished it off. That's going to feel so good.
Wow, Manning's hot on his heels. I mean, I was not expecting that going into that wave. Here we go, Brent.
Brent Dorrington, deep in the barrel, tucks in, rolling through this one. Well, the wave kind of clamped towards the end and it got him. Marlon Harrison in defense mode. This wave's a bit of a groveler. There's not much in it. I mean, impressive finishing turn there, but nothing on what we saw from Manning Gregory. That opening move was awesome. And he had a turn earlier on a nice looking right-hander that it looked like he kind of had 2 moves in mind, maybe a similar turn to that one and a stock frontside snap, and it threw him off. But Manning Gregory nailed it on that occasion. And Marlon Harrison's going to be chewing his nails down to the bone as this score drops, but I'm expecting it's going to be a pretty solid one for the Grommy.
Wow, let's look at this replay. My heart is racing. Oh my gosh, Manning Gregory, that was at this point in time I'm going, keep surfing, keep going, finish it off, and he does. So Manning gets the score, moves into second. It was a 5.33. Marlon needs a 5.33 on the back of this wave, and like you said, Ronnie, it was a bit of a grovelly wave. He does get a pretty nice finish on it here. Kicks the fins out from memory on this last section. Is that a 5.33?
Look, that was desperate work. Whereas for me, Manning Gregory was in proper attack mode.
Yeah, Marlon doesn't get the score. It was a 4.33. So Manning,
huge,
getting the jump. The Grom getting through into the round of 32. Brent Dorrington, not a massive score. Morgan locks in a good score as well, throwing away 6.43 to 5.7. So those 2 scores would have won him the heat anyway. Crazy stuff there from the Grom. God, guys, don't go anywhere. We're back with another massive heat right after this short break.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once. I know.
That's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Local legend Manning Gregory. What a guy.
How good.
Born and raised at Merewether. Needed a score on the buzzer, essentially.
Clutch as. I'm kind of backing it. No claim as well. That was clutch as. Coming in second.
Fresh off the boat from a trip to the Mentawis.
Yeah, a little trip with the Riviera team with Julian and the crew. So maybe a trip to Indo does help with some clutch moments coming in the end of a heat.
Look, that was a tough heat too.
That was a tough heat. I doubt he was wearing a short arm in Indo either. So good to see him get back in a bit of neoprene and fire one up.
As we get into the next heat of the day, this is heat 9. As we see Surfer in white, Thomas Cavallo. First turn was good, Jacko, but unfortunately just missed a whole lot of steepness right there through the inside.
First turn was really nice. I really, really like the way Tommy surfs. He's got a really big frontside hack on him and a good Larry as well, raining from that Snapper Rocks area. So hopefully don't get caught behind like that again. He can get 2 of those first turns again, but really, really liked the rail on this first turn there. Beautiful.
Nearly needed to go straight up into that sort of next section. I don't know if he had enough time, but you probably would have been better off giving it a go. If he got another major manoeuvre, it would have been a big score rather than finishing it down the line with not much happening. Lovely day down here. Heat 9, as I said, Jacko. George Pitter, another local out there in the blue, and Ollie Rosenbeck. Thomas Cavallo, who we just saw, and Saxon Reba. So you're super familiar with all these guys, particularly Georgie.
Yep. Especially Georgie.
What should we expect from the big man from the Northern Beaches?
Well, I guess we're going to see here. He looks like he's dialed straight. Look at his left. Look how blue and beautiful this is. Big GP, winding up. What's he got for us? Really nice first carve there. And another really nice second turn there. I don't know if this is that magic blackboard that he had last year, but he had a magic sled under his feet last year on the Changers. But this might be a remake with another black spray and a big finish there too. And a big turn out the back from local boy Ollie Reisenbeck. So be interesting to see if Ollie got another turn on that one out the back. But Georgie's first wave, that's just shows that class. Coming from a first year on the Challenger Series, back to the Regional Series. And this event doesn't mean anything points-wise for him. This is just a warm-up for him for Snapper and the rest of the year. So showing his class there starting off here.
Yeah, good-looking wave here. Perfect as he paddled into it. That first turn was unreal. Just carved down into a vertical snap there. Got busy through the inside. Great surfing from, I want to say it's from North Stain. Another big vertical snap there. Got really engaged in that last turn. It's going to be a massive number. And now we're looking at the first wave for Surfer in blue, Ollie Riesenbeck. Only the one turn. It was a pretty big turn.
That was a hammer. That was you've seen 4s and 5s go for turns like that today, so it'll be very interesting to see where that one comes in. But he didn't look like he wanted much more than the one turn, which was good. You've seen people this morning try to fit in 2 on such a tight wall, and it was good just to see him focus on that one major.
Now watching Surfer in white up and riding. Not much happening at the beginning of that wave. You just about kick out.
I think you've got to, but he's loving it. He wants it. The last turn was probably his best turn, but I mean, it's easy to be an armchair critic. We're sitting in an aircon booth in here, kind of picking the eyes out of it. I feel like he probably could have pulled off a lot earlier on that one. But as we see, Saxon coming to the inside and GP out the back with a nosedive.
He's classy.
What's that? Oh, Pitt on the inside. No way. Are you kidding me?
Now, that doesn't happen every day. A little tube ride into rocks.
Yeah.
On the left.
He got fully covered up too. That was psycho. And I kind of, once his kind of wave come into frame, he looked like he had a big kind of turn out the back. So it'll be interesting to see what work he got done out there. Here we go. We got a replay of Tommy's. Like we both said, probably not a great use of priority on this wave and probably a waste of energy, especially with how stacked this heat is. I don't think this is a heat where you're going to make it with 2 5s or 2 4s like the last few. This one's quite stacked, and the rhythm of the heat has already showed us some good waves. He's got a double pit. He's gone mongrel pit out the back and mongrel pit on the shorey. Wow, and a float. I think he gets a nice wrap here. Whoa,
Oof.
That's a huge score.
How did he get another barrel down the line here? So he got a bit of a head dip at the beginning and another bit of vision down the line, but that big carve sort of layback turn was the money.
Sick. And he got a double pit. Are you kidding me?
Uluwatu happening at Merida.
Oh my God. No, I don't even look left when I'm out Merriweather, but these guys are, so maybe I might have to start to. But as we see, Ollie's first wave come in as a 4.17, so like we said, one big turn, kind of probably capped at that. It was a really good score. And then Tommy has a 2.67. Georgie's first wave's coming in at a 6.5 and Saxon's a 6.67. So
big numbers for Georgie and Saxon as we say good morning to a good mate of ours, Morgan Siblick. How are you, mate?
Morgan.
How's it going, lads?
Yeah, good, brah.
What's going on?
Not much. Just listening to you guys talk a bit of nonsense.
Boy, come on. Don't go sledging the boys. But that's what we're here. We're here to sledge you.
What do you give Jacko so far out of 10, or his commentary skills?
Oh, he's going pretty good. I'm liking listening to it. It's
Is that a 3?
No, it's bringing a bit of fun into it.
5.5, just an average score.
Shopped about 3 mongrels in one sentence in the last phrase, so
Mate,
no, it's good. But
Morgs, mate, just under 14-point total. Kicked off with a real bang down here at Merida. How are you feeling out there?
Yeah, it felt pretty good. It's fun. I was kind of a bit nervous at the start. It felt like it wasn't really going to break out there, and then the left finally showed its face. But it's changing a bunch, I think, because the tide's pretty high. So it's like constantly changing and filling up. So yeah, I was stoked just to get a couple.
Is it good to be competing in such a big event down here at Merida?
Oh, it's awesome. I love coming and doing Surfest. Yeah, it's just such a good experience, good vibe, especially once the weekend comes around and everyone's down here watching. It's sick.
Any shout-outs to the people putting a roof over your head this week?
Yeah, cheers to the Turner brothers and the Turner family for letting us stay at your pad.
Surely you got a room there by now. You stay there that much.
Yeah, you got a room, of course, mate.
Of course, we love that.
And cheers to the boys.
Yeah, cheers to the boys. Shout out to the boys.
Cheers, Jacko, for driving me around.
Yeah, I've been driving around like a little Uber.
Yeah.
So I think I'd take, 10-20% of this. So hopefully you goes all the way. That'd be
I need
nice.
some coaching next heat, bro. So
that's all right. I'll get down here early next time. I had faith in you in this one. As the round get deeper, I'll be down here with my video camera, channeling my inner Mitchell Ross.
Mate, equipment. What boards you ride? I know you're on the sharp eyes, but model, thickness, leaders.
Yeah. I'm on a Inferno 72 model. It's kind of a bit of a flatter model to what I was riding a couple of years ago. Just helps a lot more just going through the flat sections, and it's just a bit more reliable. And riding 510, 2 3/8, and 18 and 5/8 this one is. Yeah, I went a bit narrower, just felt like I was biting it a little bit better. So yeah, that's kind of where I've been going with my boards.
And over the last few weeks, you've been really busy. You represented Australia a couple of weeks ago over at Puerto Rico alongside Sally Fitzgibbon, Molly Picklum, of course, the boys, Ethan Ewing and Jack Robinson. How was that experience?
Yeah, it was sick. It was cool to do that event. Just get a bit of a team environment going. You don't really get that as much in surfing as it's an individual sport. So it was pretty sick having all those boys there and kind of just hanging out with, I don't know, Jack and Eth again. Those boys are on a really cool trajectory right now, and hopefully going for a title this year. So it was sick to be able to hang out with them and get a bit of surfing done.
How's the trip home, flight time wise? Was it fun?
Oh, it's hectic, man. It's the most hectic trip I've ever done, I reckon. 17 hours on a plane. Doesn't get much worse.
Would have been a bit of noise on that.
Yeah.
A bit of noise in 17 hours, that's for sure.
And pretty cool to get through with Manning Gregory in that one.
Oh, it was so sick. He was kind of playing it off to me. I came in, I was like, how's your last one? He's like, oh, did a little finner. And I was like, oh, jeez, mustn't have got it. And then walking up the beach, people were going, oh, that was sick, big punt. So it was sick to see him pull it out of the hat. And, been watching him grow up here. So, yeah, it's sick to see him ripping how he should be.
Unreal, mate. Well, good to see you down here, Morgs, and all the best throughout the week. Hopefully you can even things out with Jacko Baker and win this thing.
Oh, that's what I was just saying to the news reporter just then. So, yeah, have to try and get one.
Nice.
Cheers, boys.
Let's keep them lifts alive. We'll keep the good juju coming along.
Yeah, we'll have to catch up for a feed.
Yeah, we'll go to the Prince.
See you, boys.
See ya.
Morgan Siblick, local legend. 6.5 for George Pitter, and a throwaway score at the moment sees Georgie in first spot. Saxon Reba, 6.67 for that double tube.
I loved it. I loved both those waves. They were both lefts, but they were both very, very different. GP on his backside and Saxon on his front side. I definitely agree with the judges there with Saxon getting the nod. I feel like he got the head dip kind of barrel vision to the lip line turn, and then that huge third turn was massive. So looks like we must be close to the tip of the tide here, so it'll probably slow up a bit, but the boys are still finding ample opportunity out there.
It's an interesting bank where it actually, I think it's good on high and low, so it just changed a little bit. As we can see, the qualifying series Australian Oceania ratings right there, a couple of big names.
So we got Saxon down in 20th with 3,315 points, so I'm no mathematician, but I think close to a final. A final would be probably a zone where you would probably get close to this Challenger Series area. And George, as we know, George finished within the top 20 on the Challenger Series last year, so this he doesn't need this result for the Challenger Series. He's already on there, the big fella.
Yeah, it's a bit of an asterisk next to Georgie.
Yeah,
but the other guys, massive event. As we see Saxon Reba, who does a lot of surfing with Georgie Pitter from the same type of area. And that was a pretty good little combo there for Saxon, who actually won a Pro Junior not far from here, not too long ago at Redhead Beach.
Yep.
The biggest career win.
Were you helping him down there?
No, I cheered him on.
Cheered him on? Yeah. Keeping the love alive.
I think Saxon works pretty closely with the crew down there in the northern beaches.
Yep. He's what's he? Is it him and GP are from? Well, Manly's the whole area. Are they from
North
the same border? North Stain?
I know GP's North Stain, but I'm pretty sure
I think him and Saxon are from the same board riders.
Okay. Well, that's
and
North
someone
Stain.
message us in, tell us. I don't know. We don't know. We're just taking guesses here.
Here we go. Surfer in white. Good looking wave here for Thomas.
Wow.
Big carve. Put a lot of the rail in the water on that one. Really good surfing here from Thomas. Hoping to get some sort of section down the line. Nice layback there. Going to be a pretty good number.
That's his best. That's going to be his best. So he's chipping away at it. I'm glad to see him go to the shorey and actually on a better wave with some much better surfing. That first turn was beautiful. It was very similar to the one he got on his first wave, and he's got a completion. So, this is definitely going to be his best wave of the heat so far, building into the last 10 minutes.
Now as we check out the replay, a bit of dead section there, and eyes off a section down the line.
Nice little Larry to finish off.
Pretty good.
Bit of grunt in that one, which was nice. And as we see, Saxon's last two turner comes in at a 4.13, so he's actually jumped himself into the lead with George only with a throwaway as his backup at the moment. So this last 9-10 minutes will be pretty interesting. Everyone's kind of got a score on the board.
Pretty good combo, Saxon. Nearly 11 points as we check out a few of the boys on screen. They're all familiar faces to you, Jacko, or your boys.
Morgan Siblick, Jay Okalupo, Jack Thomas, Axel Rose Carrotta, and Dill Moffat in the background. I don't know what Morgie's been eating, but he's looking jacked. He's looking jacked coming into the Chang'an series. I better not say that too much to him. He'll get a big head.
Here we go, surfer in red. Georgie Pitter, up and riding on his backhand.
Really nice first turn there.
How good is he? Do you think he's going to make a real run at making the tour this year?
I guess last year
he was close enough.
He was close enough. First year on the Challengers, so everything's a possibility. I feel like every year he's only just going to get better and better. And I mean, the more time that you spend in the Challenger Series, up in that higher level of the sport, definitely raises your level of surfing. So I'm excited to travel with Jeeps this year, Morgs and the boys, and hopefully we get a few more Aussies back on the tour this year. That's definitely the plan for all of us.
Yeah, the Americans pulled your pants down last year.
Yeah, they the young Americans. So hopefully a few of the older Aussie boys. I don't know, I don't really think I'm a veteran yet, but I feel older than a lot of the other boys on there. But yeah, I feel like there's a big year coming for a lot of the Aussie boys, and hopefully we can get one back on the Americans and even the Brazilians as well.
A 3.77 there for Georgie's last ride, so puts George up in a second spot. 8 minutes remaining in this one. The local sitting in 4th position. What can you tell us about Ollie?
Ollie.
He's one of the more hard workers, you would say?
Probably the hardest worker, for sure. He works very hard with his... I think over the last 6 to 9 months, I think he's been battling with a bit of a back injury. So I think he's been putting a lot of hard work into his rehab and training to get that stronger. But Ollie he's very passionate. He's one of our very passionate surfers from Merriweather Surfboard Club, and he's represented us super well lately. And yeah, he's been pretty selective in this heat, which probably isn't a bad thing. He started with that 417 with the one big turn, so I'd say he's parked up out there. And then in the 611, so I guess in his head right now, he's not going to take off on anything less than that 6.11, which today we kind of know. You can definitely identify those 6-point waves. I don't think, other than Joel Vaughan and Huey Vaughan, you're manufacturing those big scores on not. As we see Morgan signing a board for Kim Burton, sprayed by Daniel Joyce. I think it's got Ryan's head on there, Morgan's head on there, and I think my ugly mug might be on the other side under that arm. Thank you.
Beautiful.
I think Morgie would be liking looking at himself on that. He'd love that.
So Ollie looking for a score. Does a lot of work down here with local legend Dave Anderson. Dave's always down here filming Ollie, working on technique. I don't think... here he goes. He's Ollie up and riding. Good looking wave here. I don't know what he got done at the start of the ride.
Finish.
Has to hold it. Get out in front of the whitewash sun.
GP in the pit.
Bit of an exchange happening out the front.
Heaps of waves going on. It's as we see, Tommy paddling out the back too. So this is a bit of an influx, this set. Heaps of opportunity. Tommy lets that one go. Saxon on the right. Nice little first turn there. Pretty foamy, this one, but see if he gets anything through to the inside. Nah, unfortunately not.
I was going to say, Ollie, every surf he has down here at Merida, he's generally getting it filmed by Dave.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Which is massive.
It's incredible.
That's how you improve. He's going to be pinpointing the positives and the negatives out of that surf, and especially technique and big turns. Which
little deep on that one, Jacko.
Little bit caught behind.
If he was in that, maybe a metre over, I think he was going to get an excellent number, but unfortunately just a little bit off.
Little bit.
Missed the first section.
It seems, it's easy for us to say here, but positioning is quite hard today. I think you really want to be, if not a touch wider than too deep, just to be able to maximise everything that's on that wave. I've seen a few people today with barrels be a touch too deep or a bit too late to a section, so bit of a bummer there because that was a very good wave. He identified that, but it was just that touch too deep that wasn't able to capitalise on that wave's full potential.
Needs a 6.11 surfer in blue, and the man in white, Thomas Cavallo, he's looking for a 6.01. We've got a paddle. It looks like Georgie up and riding. The barrels are really pinchy. As much fun as they are, you're not getting huge numbers. They sort of get a bit almondy, a bit pinchy on those rights. I'd much prefer if Georgie was, getting out, racing along and, doing
I think the only one we've seen this morning, a bit like this one was a bit almondy, very chandelier-y. Somehow GP did find his way through that with his big rig, but this morning, I think Xavier Bryce got one. He got a 717. That was probably the most hollow one, come from behind. Full backdoor. It was a really, and even that was a really technical pit, and it was still only a 717. So I think with the scores we've seen from the Vaughan brothers this morning, the 9 and the 877, And I think and then with Morgan 7 and 6s, I think just power surfing will prevail today. Big turns, 2 of them, or even one massive one like the Vaughan brothers, which they were kind of going nuclear to the moon, which was really cool to watch.
Surfers getting ready for that next heat. It's going to be another ripper. That's Ito there. Caius King will be out there. Ryan Slattery and local surfer Felix Burns.
Another local. We've still got a few running, which is really, really cool.
We got Manu Gregory.
3 in a row.
Felix Burns.
3 heats in a row. We've had a local.
Ollie Reisenberg. Yeah, you're right.
Really cool.
Okay, who am I forgetting? So that's 3 locals.
Manning.
Morgan Siblick.
Manning.
Yeah, I went through that.
Manning, Morgan, Felix, Ollie.
Yep. Who else?
Philippa on the women's side. And I think that might be it. Might be it at the moment. We unfortunately lost Ocean yesterday. We have Geordie Liachman from the Frenchman's area. Yep. He made his heat this morning.
Did Josh Stretton get through?
Josh Stretton and Mikey Clayton-Brown unfortunately went down in the same heat. So yeah, we have a lot of local talent in the area. We've got our blokes from Merriwa. Then you got Geordie Liachman from down at Frenchman's Beach. I know they would be cheering him on.
Big upset seeing Ocean go down.
Yeah, Ocean surfed a really good heat. He's still young. He had some great surfing and just come up short. I remember watching that heat yesterday, but him and Felix, they've got a lot of years to come in this, so it's good to see them starting early. As we see GP flying across this one. Nice first turn. Got a bit caught up on that cutty there. Just a bit of it seems tricky with this high tide. It's really bumpy and kind of fat through that middle bit, so...
He's left the door open here. I know, he's had a good number, but, that 3.77...
He's not safe.
He's definitely not safe.
And this is actually surprising for George, because coming back from that higher level of the Challenger Series, today as well, but, especially on the Challenger Series, someone's going to make you pay leaving, having a 6 and a 3.77. You've got to really shut that door down. He just bettered then, a 4.03, so he did better. They really liked that first turn. Marginally put it up a touch, so now Tommy and Ollie need low to mid 6s, and they're in a higher priority than George, so minute 40 on the clock, anything's possible, but I feel like the door's still not shut, either for Saxon, but Saxon has that buffer with being in first, feel a little safer, but I doubt he feels completely safe.
Yeah, I think Saxon's sitting reasonably pretty. But yeah, a little bit nervous if you're the man in red right now. Thomas Cavallo looking for a 6.27. And as Jackson mentioned, has got priority. It looks like there's a few lines coming through here, Jacko.
God's country turning it on. I haven't seen conditions like this for a 4-day period for a fair while.
For a week or two.
For a week
it's like
or two.
This all the time.
It's like, well, don't come here. Only for the comp. Don't come here when
here we
there's
go,
no comp on.
Jax, look at this thing. There's an
Tommy,
opportunity.
He's got it right. And you got Saxon looking on the left. Tommy up. Big. He went really hard on the rail there as we see Saxon coming through the inside. Ollie out the back in the barrel.
Okay, we've got some cheers happening.
Some cheers. I don't know who.
Saxon on the inside, and it was Ollie out the back. So we're going to have to see a bit of a replay. That shot there doesn't look that good for Ollie. That tells me that he might have fallen off.
It doesn't look good being in that kind of inside area. You'd kind of be hoping to see him, like Tommy, finishing through the inside. So maybe the cheers were for Saxon Reba. Really smart there, finishing off the heat well. I don't know. We haven't seen Ollie's last wave, but George might have got away with that one there, not leaving the door a little bit open. But those heats happen sometimes. Sometimes they go your way and others they don't. So I think George and Saxon will be moving on into the next round. But that was a pretty hotly contested heat. There was a few replays coming our way.
Yeah, a lot happened in the last minute or so there. We had Ollie Riesenbeck searching for a score. This is the man who we believe won the heat in the end, Saxon Reba from the northern beaches of Sydney. Looking really cruisy.
I think he betters his situation. Wow, yeah, he definitely. So he cemented his
better
spot in the lead for sure. I have a feeling maybe, you know how we were talking to Axel yesterday and I said that Ollie on...
Oh, that was the wave.
That was the one. Oh, he made it.
Oh. Well, that was what the cheers were about.
Wow, we're tripping. We didn't even see that. That's
what the cheers were about. That's a score. That's a big number. So looking for a... Well, look, it's going to get pretty scary
George
for the man in red.
Block.
Yeah, Georgie Pitter Will he hold on to second position? The man in blue looking for a big number, looking for a 6.37. Is it enough? He got deep in that thing.
I'd love to get another replay if we could. That was deep.
Was that as good as Xavier Bryce's barrel?
It wasn't
earlier?
as big, but it was critical. He was late into that thing.
I think he gets it.
I'm in the areas of it. I just don't know if I'm up or down.
Gosh.
It's a 6. I just don't know if it's a low 6 or a high 6.
I love it. I totally agree. Yep. It's a 6. It just depends what type of 6 it is.
George, you're leaving the door open there for local boy Ollie Reisenbeck. Smart. Like we said, he wasn't going to take off on anything less than the 6 that he needed, and he definitely identified probably the best wave out of that last few minutes. So it's going to be interesting here. Saxon's last wave comes into 4.77. He betters. So Saxon's safe.
Yep.
Regardless. George doesn't have another wave to come in.
I think he gets it.
Oh,
that was a deep barrel.
I've been pretty wrong the last few days with a few scores, but yeah, it's within that area. Like we've both said.
Regardless if he gets the number or not, that's a pretty good moment for Ollie.
100%.
That is a clutch moment.
Local 5,000, got a wild card into this round.
Snuck away from the pack to find that wave.
Held priority.
Mate, I love that.
That was really, really cool. It's gonna. There's a score like this earlier. Probably wasn't needing as big a score. I think it was Dane Henry and Kean Martin, and the judges took a long time to drop it. So they'll be upstairs looking at these replays, trying to decipher. I mean, surfing's subjective. There's 5 on the panel and a head judge. So, I mean, as we see, we haven't seen any scores drop on our board as of yet in front of us. But as we do, we will have a bit more of an idea. But, wow, I think regardless of scores going his way or not going his way, like you said, just giving himself that opportunity and putting himself in with a shot, super good job from Ollie. So we'll see how this one finishes off.
You've been in this position before. How does it feel? Is it actually a good feeling, or is it a horrible situation to be in?
I guess there's times where you know you've got it, like you've kind of put it out of doubt, and then there's sometimes like this where it could be 50-50, like it's a very touch and go. First score in is looking good. Second score in is looking even better. He's got it.
Yep.
3 scores are in. The other 2, he's got it. Ollie Reisenbeck, 4th.
What's this?
2.
This is the best part, when he's going to hear
Someone's
it
got
over
to yell it out for him.
The live announcer gives him the news. Check this out.
Someone tell him the news. Yes, how good's that? There he is, as we were saying, Dave Parr-Anderson, local hero. Georgie not too stoked about that one. Like we said, with a couple minutes to go, didn't shut that one down.
He had a backup of a 4.
Just not...
Needed a backup of a 5 and it was job done.
Not what you expect from a Challenger Series competitor, Georgie Pittar, but...
He fell off a couple too.
Fell on a few, probably looked for a few too many barrels, but Ollie there, like we said, he's...
Yeah, good stuff there from local surfer. Moving on through the next round along with Saxon Reaver as we go to a quick break, then come back with more action down here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, Under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once. Wait!
effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
And we're back down here at Merida Beach, day 4 of competition for the QS 5000. What does 5,000 points, Jackson Baker, mean for these guys?
It means the Challenger Series. It means the next step. It means qualifying for their chance to fight at the next 6 events on the Challenger Series for the chance to make the World Championship Tour, which I guess is every professional surfer's dream, or striving professional surfer's dream. So, yeah, I think there's a few guys, as we see Kais up, I know that Kais would love to have 5,000 points. I think that would cement his spot on this year's Challenger Series.
He's got a seat at the table as one of the best surfers, I think, representing Australia at the moment. He's really good.
He's really, really good. And I'm actually so surprised to have not seen him in the Challenges as of yet. Another one like that.
It's confusing to me.
Zave Hucks. Him and Zave Hucks kind of tripped me out.
He's had some bad luck with his back, I want to say.
Injuries?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's definitely...
I think that just shows, I think that's just hats off to how strong our region is. And I did hear Ock kind of say it earlier on the webcast, like, I don't think 7 spots is enough for the Australian region. I'm trying not to be biased, but I feel like our region's the strongest. The Americans might have proved that theirs was the strongest last year, but I feel like coming into this season and the surfing that I've watched, I've had a lot of time to watch surfing, especially the Australian region, with my broken foot, and I've been so impressed with this region's talent.
It's pretty fun to watch different regions. I know there's a really good event coming up for the North American region in Barbados soon.
Really?
That's always a good one.
That's a sick one, because I think that's their last one, like a 3-star or something too. So.
I just remember when we're always down there for bells, waiting for the event to start there. You can watch the Barbados event.
That's all we did last year. We were watching the regional Kiwis last year. It was so fun. So as we see Kais up again, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty tight too, the US at the moment.
I think every region's pretty tight. I mean, there's guys that miss out on that top 7 or top 6 or whatever it may be for each region that definitely could be a chance of qualifying for the World Tour. So,
yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. But right now, we're going to cross to the heat winner of that last one, Saxon Reba. How are you, Saxon? Welcome to Newcastle.
Good, thank you. How are you?
What's going on? I've got Jackson Baker in the booth up here. Jacko, any questions for the winner of that last one?
Do you reckon those mock heats we did not that long ago around at Secret Spot around here with Super Coach Mitchell Ross might have helped with that heat?
Yeah, I reckon I gave a little bit of insight on what's going on in Newey.
For sure. They did look tricky out there, and that day where we surfed was also super tricky. Similar conditions too.
That was easy mock heats. It was only Jacko and Ryan Cullinan, right?
Yeah.
Walk in the park.
Walk in the park. Exactly. I think he towed us up too. So
3-0.
I wish.
That was really good surfing out there. Super smart heat. That first 6. How's your double pit? Tell us about that. How did you... I don't think anybody is going to get a double pit in the next couple of weeks. That was crazy.
Yeah, I was not really looking to get barreled. I was kind of taking off and I thought I was a bit deep, so I was going to try and bottom turn around and do a turn. And, you know, when you're kind of just there and you have to kind of go across through it. So I was like, I'll do that. And then I was like, I'll just do a turn on the shorey, and I couldn't really get back up to do a turn, so I just had to tuck in again and let me out, so I was pretty stoked.
The inside pit was almost more critical than the outside pit. It was super hollow for on the shorey, but that was really, really good surfing. So through that round, into the round of 32, fighting for a spot on the Challenger Series, you're keeping the dream alive. Is that on your mind, the points and everything like that?
Yeah, I guess it's always there, especially with the last comp. Everyone's always adding up points and seeing who's where and who gets knocked, but I guess if you try to not look into it too much, you don't get caught up on the points and you more just surf your heats in a sense.
Well, we've got the ratings up in front of us, but we won't tell you what they are then, so we'll help you out. But I know you've had big success up here before. You won a Pro Junior at Redhead Beach a couple of years ago. That was a pretty big moment for yourself.
Yeah, for sure. That was, you know, when you work towards just like one win and you kind of get that breakthrough and you get it, and it's a great feeling. That I was really focused last year on a Pro Junior win, and I was fortunate enough to get it, so that felt really good.
And to eliminate your good buddy, George Pitter, how'd that feel? I know George is one of those guys that over the last decade or so he's been pushing you, growing up in the same area.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's great surfing at George, especially because he's in that Challenger level now, but I didn't even know that that the heat was like tossing up at the end. I thought they were just waiting and drop George's last score. I didn't realise Ollie got a good barrel at the end, so I was a bit Like,
Mate, you weren't the only one to get barrels out there. There was actually a couple more.
Yeah. But no, Ollie managed to find a diamond in the rough. But I guess you had a great start there, and yeah, I guess that when you're in the lead and there is a score getting dropped, you're kind of oblivious to it, which is lucky, eh?
Yeah, 100%. Still was a bit nervous because I didn't know if they were going to give George a score to overtake me, because I'm sure you guys would know more often than not you can be in third and go to third in the last 20 seconds. So I was a bit nervous waiting.
Mate, what boards you riding today? I know you're on Chili's, but Dimensions. What are we riding?
Yeah, I'm just riding a 510. That's 27.5 litres. It was just in the shop and I grabbed it and it feels really good. So hopefully it keeps working for me.
So you're saying you're on a stock board off the rack?
Yeah, a bit random. A couple of the
that.
boys were a bit shocked by that.
We'll let them shock out, and you just keep doing your surfing and keep putting your best foot forward. Hopefully we'll be seeing you for another chat tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully we do.
Unreal, mate. Congratulations, Saxa. Pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much.
Good job,
See you
mate.
guys later.
See ya.
Bye.
Cool, calm, collected. Saxon Reba moving on through the next round. A couple of big scores getting locked in. Well, when I say big, I mean big in the complex of this heat. There's a 4.33 for Caius King's top number. Then Felix Burns just locked in a 3.77. He's another local surfer, Felix. Has grown up in the area.
Felix in the lead at the moment, the young fella. So, son of Jai Burns, local surfer, professional longboarder, now shaper in the local area. I think he shapes over at Islington. In the same, him and Steele Lewis are together in the same factory over there. Jai was actually kind enough to fix up one of my boards the other day for me, a Magic, but not that I get to use a Magic at the moment with busted hoof. But I did hear from...
Did you drop it at home? Is that how it got injured? Or?
Nah, I was... oh, I hope not. Nah, I was actually surfing before I did my foot, but yeah.
Okay.
Ding out of anger because I can't surf. Nah, but on the topic of surfing, you said you had a fun surf yesterday. We won't disclose where.
It was the cliff.
The cliff. Tell everyone. Don't we call that North Merriweather anyway, the cliff? Anywhere.
I know Hoy does.
Yeah, everywhere's just Merriweather around here, we class. But Felix in the lead, local Merriweather surfer.
And I know we left out a few names before of the
Merriweather surfers still in the draw. We may have left out Amelie Burke coming up later this afternoon.
Goofy footer. She's really good.
Powerhouse.
Yep. Go Berkey.
And an adopted Merriweather surfer from Phillip Island, Walter Hyatt, local school teacher. I wonder if he goes to school in the mornings. And then
he put a few periods in.
He'd have to. Maybe great prep. He said that his preparation, he's been a little bit superstitious. His missus usually walks the dog, but he's been walking.
Oh.
So that's his morning routine. So hopefully he's walked the pup this morning and he's feeling good for his heat coming up. I don't know which heat it is. I think it is later in the draw. As we see Jimmy Wallace getting ready for the next heat.
Jimmy
was a power. I think we commentated Jimmy's heat yesterday. He was doing some big frontside hangers. So
yeah, goofy footer.
Excited to watch this one play out. He's a solid lad.
Looks like he's going in the octagon.
He does. He's down in that little stance. He looks like
Volk.
Looks like Volk. Thick like Volk too. I wonder if he can fight.
Yeah, he can fight.
Surely, look at him.
Yeah.
Look how thick he is. I wonder if he's had a few thick shakes or a couple of protein shakes.
Yeah, don't cross Jimmy. He'll be out there in the next one, along with a couple of boys from Manly.
Yep, 2 boys from Manly, Winter and Axel, and Rinta from Japan.
The beauty of this event is, we're not just sort of distinguishing who makes it from the Australian region.
It's the Asia region as well, correct? So,
and we did mention before too, a couple of the other regions. We're watching the Barbados event in a week's time or whatever. Look, the ratings there, I know Kolohe and Dino, for example, he's coming about 8th.
No way.
Yeah, so that says, that says a lot for...
Would he not get a CT spot, like through an ex-CT competitor in the last 2 years?
He might, but I think...
love that he's still grinding.
The last time I spoke to him, he said that he didn't want to leave it in the hands of... Yeah, so...
For sure. I actually messaged him the other week and I was saying, coming up to Snapper, he said he's planning on, I think he's coming over with his old boy. Sick. Back to the roots. It'll be good to go surf up there with him, catch up, Kolohe. Yeah, so I'd say Kolohe would be watching this. He just loves watching surfing.
Yeah.
And especially a regional QS event.
Particularly when it's pumping. As we see, man in red up and riding. Nice combo there.
Wow. Did so well there to get that second turn up there. That was really, really well done.
It was actually really cool to watch Kalohe star and Stab of the Dark. That was really cool.
DH jagging another win, which is and Kalohe was actually quite tripping on it too. He didn't think that board was a DH. I think he thought he already eliminated the DH potentially.
Isn't that funny? He's pretty in tune with his boards too, so he would have been sure of whatever he thought.
It was really cool watching it when he paddled out Ulus and he's on his Mayhem, on his Matt Biolis, and he goes, I have to disqualify this. This is too familiar. This is my Biolis. Just knew like that.
Wow.
Yeah, after only like 1 or 2 waves came in and went, nah, I know this is a Matt, and Matt knows how to make me a board. You're out. See you later, which is pretty cool.
That is super cool. Really cool concept, Stab in the Dark. And
as we've got Ronnie trying to annoy us in the booth here.
Yeah, good's the commentary team this year. We've got Ronnie Blakey, Mark Okalupo, Matt Hoy. 1 world title between the 3 of them.
Yeah.
How good's that?
How good's that? Jesse Starling, yourself.
Massive.
Huge combo.
Big shout out to the crew getting this event up and running in its 50,000th year. It's been here forever. It's been a part of our lives growing up in Newcastle. As we check out Jimmy getting ready for that next heat. Here we go. Kai's King up and riding here, Jacko.
Nice first turn. This one's gone a bit flat on him, but with this high tide, he might actually get a nice little rebound section here back into the right. Little rebound there into this inside. It's kind of jacked up nicely here. Huge turn there. He's done really well to go cross left and then back right. Feel like, and I'm no judge, I stick to surfing, but I'd say he's probably going to go up into the lead there with that score. In a pretty crucial part of the heat, 10 minutes to go. But here we have the replay of it.
You're right, it was pretty slow at the beginning. Not much happened. Wasn't all that steep, but Caius just milked this thing for everything it's worth. From up around the Byron Bay area, Caius King moving through the inside. His old man, I'm sure, is watching. Legendary man, Justin. Of course, Rasmus, his younger brother too. Real surfing family.
Yep, huge surfing family. When they were younger.
Love making music.
Couldn't pick them apart. Long blonde locks, tan skin, both sponsored by Vans. And Vulcan back in the day didn't make it easy to tell who was who. That's for sure. As I said, Caius snuck his way into the lead, only just. But with the way these heats are going today, I don't think it matters how you make the heat or get through the heat or win. As grindy as it may be, you just take the heat progression. Sometimes you just got to do that. As much as it would be nice to win a heat with massive scores, sometimes you just got to grind them out and get them done, especially over a high tide heat. It looks like
how's
it's
Caius
going
going in the ratings at the moment?
I know he's up there. I think he's within the top 10, and we take the top 7. So I have a feeling he's within that area.
I'd love to see him get an opportunity.
He's definitely one that you would love to see. I mean, starting up the coast, quite close to his home at Snapper, you'd say that he would surf up there on swells like we've had this last week. I think when you live within that area from Lennox Head up, you do kind of make that trip up to the Goldie when Snapper and Kira is pumping. So, but I would dare say there would be probably some pretty good waves down that Byron Bay way as well around this time. Probably kept a bit more secretive at the moment. Not trying to spill any secrets, but yeah, it seemed like Kira was pumping the last few days. Even the GOAT decided to not go to Portugal and do his hip rehab out Kira by doing some huge layback carves.
Saw that shot of the barrel too. That was beautiful. Was that Andrew Shields shot?
Shieldsy, beautiful shot from the ski. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how true it is, but I'm pretty sure Shieldsy's out there on his ski by himself and shoots while he's on the ski his own ski. So he doesn't have someone driving for him. So I guess that's a talent. That's a talent.
Speaking of goats.
Speaking of goats,
he's one of them with the camera, of course. Andrew Shields, been doing it forever. Shout out to you, Shieldsy, mate, for all your hard work.
As we look at the back of the contest area here with, luckily enough, the Surfest GWM cars from Kim and the family at Burton, Toyota, Cardiff, GWM, and Port Stephens as well. They've got dealerships all around here. Anybody looking for a fresh whip, you know where to go.
I'll tell you what, here's a little deal, right?
Okay, how's the deal? Throw it at me.
Any of those viewers that want to buy a car from one of Kim's dealerships, this week, they'll get a chance to go surfing with Jackson Baker.
When his foot's not broken.
Look at that.
Rossi's just thrown that out.
Jackson will clean your car. He'll put petrol in the car.
Petrol, clean.
Clean the tyres.
Yeah, that's my favourite part.
So that's the deal.
Well, because I'm really good at the real low down stuff because I can kind of lay down with my broken foot. I can't really stand up too much. So anything low, like kind of getting the sand out of your mats of your car. Hopefully you don't sandy up your new car too much, but if you do...
You go surf and jump in your friend's car, you think?
100%. The boys ain't jumping in my tank with sandy feet, that's for sure. Tell you that for free. They'll clean it themselves.
Bit slow this one, Jacko. 6.5 minutes remaining. I know we said it before, but I actually think it's happening right now. It's the top of the tide and it's getting a little bit slower. We need a few more ways to roll on through to give opportunity to surfers in third and fourth spot at the moment. I know Ryan Slattery, he's been on a tear at this event. He's been using that big frame to go up into the lip, big vertical surfing as we see the man in red. This is Ryaru Ito from Japan. This wave not going to get the job done. Looking for a 3.34, so not much of a score required at all for surfers in third and fourth spot. Holding on a second position at the moment, it is Felix Burns as we look at the replay here, Jackson.
Really nice first turn there. It's just such a bummer that the tide has filled in that little bit more and it's not allowing that inside section. It's almost got a bit of a Huntington feel through that inside now. You either get the dream run through the shore and get the finish turn, or you're kind of left with just that opening manoeuvre. Sheldon Simpkins on screen. What's he doing? Money signals. You reckon he's watching it? I'm surprised he's actually down here. He's come straight from, I think he got blown out of Akira Pit, straight down here to Newcastle. I don't know how that works, but he did. Seen some crazy clips of Shelley. He knows his way around a pit in the Gold Coast region. I think he might have even got a barrel out here this morning. So rumour has it he got blown out at Kira and somehow popped up here at out front of MRs where we're surfing today. So I don't know how that's possible, but...
He's a genius.
Genius. We'll have to talk to Shelley later about that.
Here we go. Good looking wave here. Could be fast. Big turn. Big floater.
Got another turn in him here. Wow.
He found this wave with fourth priority. That's my sort of surprise.
Hasn't even finished it yet. I feel like it's upwards to close to the best wave of the heat, for sure.
With fourth priority, and it looked like there was a few guys sort of scattered around.
I felt like Caius was close by, maybe. That first float at a carve, I can't...
He only needs a 3.34 as well, so it's not like it's a big number.
No, and I could say with a lot of confidence that he's going into one of the top two positions right now. As we see Ryan Slattery looking for a barrel, maybe?
He was sort of umming and ahhing.
I don't think Ryan was anywhere near that wave.
Yeah, you're right.
Riatu got... I think Caius might have been, and Felix was a bit out of position, but...
Do you think the situation's going to change?
Yeah, 100%. I dare say, I mean, what's he got? A 4.1, needs a 3.34, he needs a 3.56 to go to the lead. I'm saying he's going to the lead. Red to the lead.
Okay,
100%.
Scores coming, so waiting for 3.34. That's the requirement. 3.5 minutes remaining. Priority is with the man in green, Felix Burns, in second spot right now. Well, in second priority is Caius King, and there it is, last of red. It was a 4.23, so you're right, Jackson, the situation has changed.
Third to first.
Just like that.
Like we said in the last one, third to first. Here we have a replay of it. Really nice connection there with that first floater and was able to get out of the bottom. Still while the wave was steep enough to get that nice second carve, so...
Unreal he found that with fourth priority.
That is unheard of.
He found the best wave of the heat with fourth priority.
Yep, that is unheard of.
In a four-man heat.
Not even in a two-man heat, so... It shows that...
Look, Connor O'Leary's mum's in town.
Akumi. She's a legend. I think she helps the Japanese contingent travel through the country for these events.
She's happy right now.
She's happy as. She'd be happy as Connor got a third at Pipeline this year. Huge result to start the year. Light work for a big lad. Shout out to Connor if you're watching. I did just get a message from Ryan Callanan before. Oof. He has eyes on. I'd say Ryan would be very jealous of these left-handers we have here at home. As Red finds another...
He's just found his own little rip bowl going into the rocks here at Merida and just working it through this wave. nice re-entry to finish things off, and that
he's having a solo session.
Might even go with his top
Akumi's
two.
happy. They're stoked. How good.
Unreal. 2 minutes remaining in this one.
We love it. But, yeah, he's done well to turn... Well, not really turn the heat around. He was always in striking distance, but to get away, find his own spot, and that first turn was sick. Able to get that foam climb up there, and then I don't know if the last turn was completed, but he did well just to, I don't know, identify this wave with no one else around him, that's for sure.
Yeah, I love the tactics. When things aren't going right, you know, as they weren't for the man in red, he sort of he snuck away, found a little peek to himself.
That's what you got to do sometimes. You got to change it up. If it's not working, you can't just keep staying in the same spot trying to make it work. But we're coming down to the last minute. Local young fella, Felix Burns, he's still in striking distance here. He got bumped back from second to third, only needing a 3.9 with first priority. So he's given himself a shot, and we've seen it in the last heat. Local lad in the last minute, creating an opportunity, getting the score. So we'll see if it can happen here again in heat number 10. He looks like he's making a move here. No one else is really looking at it, but I think he's trying to create a bit of space. As we see Red on his own little bank, finding actually a really good little wave.
I think that's his best wave.
I feel like I'd just be sitting with Red.
Yeah, I think this is his top score.
He's banged it. That was really cool.
Brilliant.
So he's pretty much just won the heat by himself.
Yeah.
And you got the other three boys.
In the last, 6 minutes?
Last, 5 to 6 minutes.
Yep.
And Red's going to park up. He's going to park it up last 23 seconds. I don't even know if the other boys are going to get another wave here. He's found the little honey hole as we get the replay here. Really nice and tight first turn. Good release. And the second one was all but better. Wow.
Yeah, brilliant surfing here.
Finished it off well too on the shorey.
Even find a little bit of vertical lip on that manoeuvre there.
Just the vertical lip to... I mean, you can get vert, but then to throw spray also. It's like the dream combo. You sometimes you get vert and you don't throw spray, but he managed to there. Last wave comes in at a 5.1.
Wow.
Heat win. Thanks for coming. That's
Good
how you
effort.
do it.
So Kai's King holding on to second spot in the end. Felix Burns was third and Ryan Slattery fourth as we go to a quick break, then come back. More action down here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I
Welcome back to the Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Gosh, we're just rolling through the heats today and they've just been action-packed. I mean, today I feel like there's so much more on the line. We've seen the qualification leaderboard throughout the day, but joining in the booth for the first time this event, Matt Hoy. We haven't commentated
I
together
know,
yet.
this is it. First go.
Exciting.
It is. I'm loving it.
I actually have a pretty cool story for you.
Do you?
I don't think you might know about me. But
All right.
when I first started surfing, like I'm talking the first month that I started surfing, maybe I might have been 12. I was at Manly and you hosted this thing called Surfer Groms.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the weekend I got the bug for surfing because you pushed me into a few ways. Like
No
I'm
way.
talking like the very, very start of my career.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
And
Surf
then
Grom, Quicksilver Surf Grom, Vegemite Surf Grom,
yes,
classic.
that's it.
Yeah, what a classic.
I haven't stopped surfing since that weekend.
Yes, I did something right. There's a first thing for everything, Jess.
My sister and I, we were there and
That's classic.
yeah, I was talking to my dad and I was like, that was Matt Hoy, wasn't it? And he was like, yeah, he was pushing you into waves all weekend.
What a
I was
classic.
like, no way. Like that was the weekend. True and I were like, wow, we love surfing.
Oh, yes, that's good. Good to know.
Yeah,
How
so-
good's that? I did not know that story.
Yeah,
so that's good.
I was like, I don't
What
think
a
you know
classic.
that about me, but yeah, we.
That's epic.
that
And here we are.
I know, here we are.
Commentating
Yeah,
Surfest.
I know, it's come such a long way. So.
Oh, that's epic.
And they
So
gave
good.
out those quickie wetties.
Yeah.
I held on to that thing for so long, those Quicksilver wetsuits.
Oh, how good's that?
It was so
that was
good.
such a good initiative too for Quicksilver and Vegemite to do that sort of
Yeah.
stuff. It was epic. It was
Yeah.
good fun and everyone was stoked. And look,
I know, here we are. Must have done something
Yeah,
right.
that's
still,
right.
Still talking about surfing and
Yeah.
True and I are still competing.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Epic.
I know.
Thanks-
I was
thanks
like,
for
I'll
that.
wait
That's a
till
good
I'm in the
story.
booth
Yeah,
and to tell him that.
yeah. I've seen you the whole time. I haven't told you yet.
Just keeping it in.
Yeah, that's good. Good conversation
yeah.
piece as well.
No, I think.
Oh, how good's that?
Yeah.
That's so good. Makes
Pivotal
me feel good.
moment in my career.
That's
so
perfect.
yeah, it was the start.
Thank you.
No, thank you, I should say. So
Oh, that's so good to hear.
yeah, it was. I feel like we should bring it back almost.
Oh, it'd be perfect. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to all that sort of stuff. I think it's a money thing too, and they're just not getting involved with junior sport, like
Yeah.
junior surfing that much anymore.
Yeah,
it's
I feel
more
like-
just you're on your own sort of these days.
Yeah,
I
you
mean they
gotta-
have all the junior comps everywhere and the BL blast off and all that sort of stuff. That's sort of all calmed down a bit too. I think COVID stopped a lot of that.
Yeah,
That
I
couple
think
of years,
so too.
everything just went. Oh, you can't be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it hasn't come back after
Yeah,
that.
I mean, Manly Surf School's still kicking,
Yeah.
but yeah, there's not really
Maddie,
Grom
what a legend.
initiatives
Yeah.
as much anymore. Here we go, Rinta or Otu. Wow.
Oh, nice first carve.
Wow, these waves look so fun today.
I know, I'm filthy. I had a good break then. I thought I only had 2 heats. I was going, I got to get back. And then they're going, 2 more heats. I was like, I could have gone. It's high tide right now, though, dead high. So it sort of stopped a little bit, but it still looks so fun when the sets come.
These are the days that you kind of dream of, rocking up to Merriweather and it looks like this. I've
Yeah.
had it like this maybe once or twice and I've had some of my best surfs. Here we go, Jimmy Wallace.
Well, you know how much it takes to get all the conditions right, too.
Oh,
Bit of
yeah.
swell, right winds, right tides, everything about it. It doesn't happen. It's a rarity.
Even, the free surfers down the beach.
Oh, they're loving it.
They're loving it. I was talking to Saxon Reba before, and I'm not sure if you saw the barrel to end turn combo Dylan Moffat got in his heat this morning, but they were saying as Dylan was racing to get to that end section, one of the free surfers down the beach was so deep in the barrel.
Yeah, Manning it
coming
was.
towards Dylan.
Yeah.
Had to
It
pull
was Manning
squirt.
Gregory.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
kidding. Oh, heartbreak when you see someone in the Rashi coming
exactly.
towards you.
Well, that was a great first serve for Red. Little combo. He gets a little stuck there and a little bit there. It sort of messed up the rest of the wave here, but still not a bad start. It put him out of rhythm then. He was doing well, and then those 2 turns. And this right little snap at the start. Wave goes a bit flat. Doesn't get much else after this. Gets out of there.
Yeah, Rinta Ootu, he's one of the Japanese top Cs. He's currently 2nd on the rankings. He's one of those surfers who always surfs really tight heats. Wow, beautiful first turn there from Axel.
Axel, that's a good name. That's my youngest son's name.
Is it?
Yeah. There's not many Axels out there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Axel kind of had one of those years, maybe 2 years ago, where he surfed the Cruy 5000 and it just seemed he was figuring it out.
Yeah.
And you could just see he was going, oh, okay, that's how
Win a heat.
You know,
Yeah.
that's how that works. And he just continued to like plow really deep into the draw. And I feel like he's kept that up all the way through. But we're going to cross to an interview with Ryaru. Ryaru, congratulations on taking out that last heat.
Thank you so much.
How are the conditions out there?
So very slow heat and then yeah, so first 10 minutes very nervous. Yeah.
And Ryaru, you're sixth on the rankings to make the Challenger Series. Were you thinking about the rankings coming into that heat?
I think quarter-final and making to qualify series. So yeah.
Are these waves similar to the waves you surf at your home?
Yeah. One more time, please.
Are these waves similar to the waves you surf at home?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like my home. Yeah.
And I'm sure you have plenty of fans watching back in Japan. Is there anything you want to say?
Okay. 次のラウンドも頑張ります。ありがとう。
Awesome.
どうもありがとう。おはようございます。
ありがとう。
おはようございます。
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thank
you. He's when we go and we commentate in the Asian region, we have Dai Wako, who is a Japanese commentator, but he also grew up on the Gold Coast, so he's amazing at translating those interviews.
Oh, that's the guy. You need it.
It's epic. I mean, most of these Japanese competitors, they all have really great English, but I always want to know more, and yeah, I feel like
it's the hardest language in the world to learn.
Yeah. And even they read different, like opposite to us.
4 different alphabets.
Oh God,
it's crazy.
That is wild.
I've just been there twice this year already. So
twice this year already?
Went for Christmas and New Year's, and then just got back 2 weeks ago tomorrow.
Wow, simply on my bucket list to get there.
Oh, you got to. It's the best.
Oh, Jimmy Wallace just not timing that second turn. So, yeah, I feel like, I'm not sure if you saw that heat earlier, Brent Dorrington, he had a hard heat, you know. It was Morgan, Marlon, and Manning, Gregory.
Yep.
And Manning got the score at the end. It was actually super clutch. But even though it's pumping out there, you could probably still get a little bit lost at sea if you sit and wait for too long.
For sure.
Expecting one of those perfect waves to roll through, where I feel like you just have to keep capitalizing on anything that comes through, because...
And you got to chase it a bit, because there's one wave, like, far left, and there's 100 metres down the beach is the next set, and 100, it's not in the same spot at all. Not one set has been hit in the same spot.
Yeah.
So you sort of got to chase it a bit. You can't sit and wait.
Yeah, it's not one of those waves where the wave comes to you.
No
you know,
chance.
You have to go and chase after it. So I agree. Winter, trying to scratch on there. Winter from Queenscliff Board Riders Club. And I know that for a fact. I know that.
One right.
I'm sure Dimmy is probably watching in with Axel, but I know I got this one right because he had a QBC jumper on this morning.
Oh,
so.
There you go. Gave it right away, that one.
I was like, Queenscliff? He was like, yes. I was like, perfect. Good to know. But yeah, can't get that one wrong. Here we go. Rinta O'Otu trying to fight for first place. Kian Martin already knocked out of competition, so doors open for him to jump back up into number 1.
He was a long way ahead though, Kian, eh?
Kian is about
what I saw anyway.
500 points ahead.
Oh, not that much at all then. So that's, especially with this result.
So if
it's probably 500 per round,
700
right?
points ahead, I should say, actually.
So 700. So that's just probably 2 rounds more.
I would say, yeah.
And they're all right there.
All of them. They're all super close. Katut Agus is still going, and even Marimar, John Mark de Kong, they're not that far off. And I'm talking round of 16 quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Big points, especially because it's a 5,000.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
I think Kian will definitely stay in the top 5, but I think by the end of this event, we might not see him in number 1. Joe Azuchi's still going, and Joe's a fierce competitor. He is not someone you want to pull into a heat, because not only does he surf amazing, he's the kind of guy that can play tactics really well in a heat.
Yeah, right. Knows how to surf heats.
He definitely does, and he's one of those guys who, in these co-sanctioned events, he goes pretty deep into the draw
Yeah.
against some of Australia's best.
Yeah, perfect.
So, yeah.
It's good they've got that separate point score, but they compete here. Like a lot, if you come here from other regions, you don't get the points, which I think you should get the points. If you're travelling, you should be able to, some sort of points. I don't know how.
Yeah, I mean, we have surfers like Anna Santos, for example.
Yep.
She represents Brazil.
Yep.
But she grew up on the northern beaches, not that far from where I live.
Yeah.
And because she's lived in Australia for so long, she's elected Australia as her qualifying region.
Okay. So you can do that.
Once she gets to the Challenger Series, she then represents Brazil. Does that make sense? So she uses our region to qualify.
Yep.
But
a hard region to qualify.
Hard region to qualify.
Probably the hardest.
I would say so. Yeah, I would say so.
She's got the most comps as well.
Yeah. And then same thing as Kian. He represents Sweden.
Yep.
Lives in Bali.
Yep.
Has Brazilian heritage.
He's all over the shop. Yeah.
But he chose Asia to qualify through him, and he lives in Bali, and he's grew up traveling around Asia.
Yeah.
But once he qualifies, he'll surf for Europe, for Sweden.
Oh.
Is Sweden Europe?
Yep.
Yep.
Sweden is Europe. Middle of
Show
Europe.
how much I've travelled to Europe.
Yep. Sweden is Europe. That's for sure. He's got a Swedish mother, Brazilian father.
Yes.
Yeah, I know David pretty well. He's the old man.
Yeah, so it's similar kind of thing. I think you have to meet a certain criteria to be able to elect that as your region.
Well, Sarah Vaughan does it too, right?
Yeah, but she takes no points.
Oh.
Yeah, from here. Yeah.
Right. So she's then goes home and to compete and takes a point from there.
Yeah, but she's already re-qualified for the challenges, so this is just fun for her. But
I'm taking points off other people now.
Yeah, basically, she's ruffling some feathers. But this
is that why she had to go from round one?
Yeah. She's got no ranking here.
Yeah, okay, that's why. So we wondered why she was in round one.
Yeah, she's
so
got
that's
no
the
ranking.
reason. Yeah, okay.
But this is the leaderboard. So this is the guys in that next top 10 below. Winter Vincent, who's in this heat, he's currently in 14th, and Axel is in this as well, and he's 16th. So
wow,
I feel like it's so open.
This is a battle.
It's ridiculous. It's that top 7. It's scary.
Do we know about the points they have to get to? You know how it's a qualifying point range. They say you got to get over 10,000. You got to get over a certain amount.
They reckon 6,000 is the number.
Oh, okay, 6,000. Yeah, right.
But that guy, man on screen, that was Cooper Davies. He's just been knocked out, but he was in good contention to make it.
Oh,
and the guy sitting next to him, Alistair, he's in 2nd.
Oh wow.
So
that'd be awful.
Oh.
That's a bad feeling. I've had the feeling before where you're out of the competition and there's other people that are coming up behind you that getting the points still in the comp. It's all up to them instead of all up to you.
Yeah,
I'd much rather it be all up to me to be gaining points than losing points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just feel like
sitting around losing positions, going, oh no, and not wanting that guy to get through heats.
Yeah,
please don't win this heat.
Yeah, you want it to be
feeling.
up to you instead of sitting there going full.
Yeah,
full.
exactly. Have a bad heat.
Yeah.
Close out, fall off. Yeah.
I know, it's just, it's so stressful. That's Jack Thomas. He's from WA. He's similar to Axel Rose Carrota. You know, he has always been such an amazing surfer, but I feel like in the last 2 years of competition, he's really found his rhythm as well. So he's had a few great results. He's not far out of the qualification either. Like, you think the top 7, you're like, oh yeah, they're set. But then you look at how close all the points are below. Yeah. It's...
And coming into a 5,000 too, where the points are the biggest they've been. There's only been one before it, right?
Yeah, there's the only... Oh no, we've had 3 5,000s.
Oh, 3, okay.
But this is the only 5,000 we've had in Australia.
Oh, okay.
So we had Krui, Nias, and Taiwan, which were all 5,000.
Nias was a 5,000?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then...
What an event to have a 5,000 at.
I know.
They've all been pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to... Yeah.
They're worthy 5,000s, those 3. At least those 3 and here. Look at the waves they've got.
I know, it's pumping. I mean,
Taiwan was good too, wasn't it?
Taiwan was really good until the finals day, and it was massive and howling wind, and Dylan Moffat in his heat, it was so funny, duck dove and came up and sat on his board, and we were commentating going, what's he doing? And pulled out this bucket in the water and threw the bucket away, and it became this big meme, like Dylan Moffat throwing buckets.
Kicked the bucket, threw the bucket.
Yeah, so he was it was stormy and windy on the last day, but it made for great content. Dakota Walters got the win there. Joel Vaughan got second. But then it's such high stakes, and I just think it's a very cool event to have the last 5,000 at for both regions. It's not just ours, it's Asia's too. Wow, Winter.
Oh, nice combo there. Quick combo. Did really well. Rode that wave really well.
Winter's had one of those years where he's gone from being kind of a grom to a man very quickly. Got a couple groms in here.
Checking out the action.
Saying hi.
Off school for the day. Lucky boys. Nothing better than that. What school, boys? Whitebridge High. I used to go to Whitebridge High.
Oh, no
Yeah,
way.
2 years. 2.5 years at Whitebridge High. Nothing's changed, I'm sure, up there. Classic. Yeah, boys. Enjoy the day. What a classic.
Whitebridge High.
Yeah, I know.
Winter 002. Trying
Nice.
to better a 383.
He's going to better that for sure. No, he's got a good style, smooth as.
Yeah, I feel like all the Japanese surfers consistently throughout all of them have really beautiful technique.
Yeah.
There's not really one competitor I can think of that doesn't have almost excellent technique.
Yeah.
You can tell that they put a lot of time into perfecting their style and being like in the perfect spot at the perfect time. I feel like it's really steezy. I love how he drops his arms.
Ninja timing.
Yeah, yeah. That looked painful out the back.
Yeah, they have got really good size. Steezy, that's the way good way to put it. But timing too, not rushing anything. Sometimes they rush it because you have to, but if the wave's there not to be rushed, they're really smooth.
They're super smooth and they're not scared either. You know, Krui gets pretty big and we see a lot of the Japanese charging Krui. Nias was big this year. Taiwan had some swell too. Winter's up and riding. He's moved into second.
From that right? What did he get on that right?
He got a 403 on that right. So Winter's, speaking of style, Winter's a really effortless, steezy surfer too. I feel like when he connects, it's really beautiful. And he's got a really good air game as well.
Yeah.
But
you have to.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
We were talking about it earlier. You have to have everything these days. You can't just be a smooth, stylish surfer with big calves. You've got to do airs. You've got to charge. You've got to do everything, which is good.
There's no room to not be great at least all of it. You know, you have to be good at all of it, but I feel like even now on the tour, you probably see people who have more strong points than others, but I think as the next generation filters through, I think everyone will be great at everything.
Everything, yeah.
You know?
Well, it's going that way, isn't it?
Well, even you look at, for example, Huey Vaughan and Lennox Smith, they travel around the world to big barrels and reef breaks, and they're trying to get better in those conditions now. Jai Glindo last week.
Oh, no, how's that?
That was incredible.
I know, that was mental. I watched a bit of footage last night of it, of Nathan Florence's. I was like, what?
Yeah, it's
mad. But it was so perfect. That's the thing. It was big and perfect, but scary. It's a scary, scary wave.
I would pass out on the wave if that was me.
Oh, you get pounded out there too.
Have you surfed that wave?
Yeah, I've surfed a few times. I've been for the comp 4 times maybe, and then a couple of times just surfing trips.
Just for fun.
But I've never surfed it anything like that. Not even close. Like 10 foot maybe I surfed it.
Even then.
And still, you're 6 foot, you get lit up.
Oh, I could not imagine.
It's a heavy wave.
Oh,
it's one of the heaviest waves in the world.
Absolutely.
For sure.
It's definitely one of the scariest waves in the world. That's where the Olympics is, yeah?
No,
Chopu.
Yeah.
I get those two confused. Similar waves.
It's similar waves. Chopu's, I'm not saying it's easier, but it's more in the spot. Cloud break's like a football field. There's waves breaking out the back, in the inside, out, going wide.
Really?
Yeah, it's gnarly. It's not in. I've like I said, I've never surfed it nowhere near that size, but on certain sides, just hit certain bits of the reef, and you get wash-throughs. You're sitting out the back, and then you got to go in and get one, and then a set comes. It's not easy at all, and it's so shallow, and then you get proper pounded.
Oh, I couldn't imagine. Actually.
Same with Chopu too, but at least Chopu when it's perfect, it's you just sit in the same spot. You just got to be confident enough, which I'm not at all, but to sit under the ledge and go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
That's my take on it all anyway. Not that I charge or anything, but
this is Axel.
It's on a bit of a flat one. This heat's been a bit slow. Oh, he's got a good section here though. Finishes it.
It's funny.
Good 3 turns. I think it's just that high tide. Oh, that was a huge snap. Good start. Another clean. Board looks so good under his feet. Finish it. Oh.
Wow. That was gorgeous surfing. See what I mean
Good
when he connects?
Yeah, that was good. Like you just said it. Just clean, good style, good turns. That first turn was sick. Watch this.
Yeah.
Off the lip to through the tail. Porco-like, that is.
If you got that, if you're filming that in a free surf, you put that in the edit for sure.
You put that whole wave in the edit.
That's going to be a good score. He's
Yeah.
going to the lead for sure. I'm calling that.
I want to see. This is interesting for me because I've been watching. They've been doing one big turn and getting a good score.
Mm.
He just did 3 really good turns. First big one and then 2 connectors after it. So it's interesting to see what he's going to get for this.
Throw a number at it.
Oh, I'm hopeless. I'm going to say 6.5 minimum.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mightn't be. I'm hopeless at it. I was a really bad judge.
I agree though. It was a decent sized wave. 3 really beautiful put together turns.
First one was huge too.
Massive. And that finishing one, even though it was a carve, it was, I don't know, I loved it. Here we go. This is Jimmy Wallace. Strong backside turn. You can see that high tide's really starting to come into play.
It flattens it out through that middle, doesn't it?
It's not as steep all the way through, so he's hopping, trying to get to this end section.
Pogo's hopping, not Huntington hopping.
What did you call it? Poggos?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Is
Where
it?
they're surfing, yeah.
That's called poggos?
Yeah.
Why?
The old fruiters used to live on the corner there, the Pogonovskis, so yeah. On that corner at the far end there. Yeah, it's Poggos. So we've got, the whole beach has got like 20 names to this beach.
Are you kidding?
No.
What's the typical little right, the rip bowl right in the corner called?
Here, Merida, the Rocks.
The Rocks.
Obviously.
Yeah, well, yes.
That's a really obvious name for what it is.
What about the next big talk? I want to know.
Yeah,
Tell me.
we'll go to the next.
Because if I go out, then I'll be like, oh yeah, guys, try poggos. I'll be like, oh yeah, she's a local. I'll get so many more waves.
Classic. Well, just 5 seconds to go in this seat. Slowed down at the end. Yeah, there you go. 6.83 got. Wow.
What? Nice work.
Yeah.
On the money.
Good. I like it. That's well scored.
All
They
right.
deserved it though.
That was well deserved. So Winter Vincent taking the lead in the dying minutes. We're going to come back with a pretty stacked heat. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here,
Really try to get up onto the...
a little easier to take.
Wait!
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once. I know.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holidays Park. We're into the Burton Automotive Pro. That was Winter Vincent on your screen briefly. He took out the last heat, so we'll be chatting to him very shortly. But second heat, I'm calling with Matt Hoy, the Kickstarter to my surfing career.
Yes, I love it. That's the best story ever. I love it. It's so good.
I know, I've been sitting on that one. I went, Jack, when am I, our producer Jack, I was like, when am I in with Hoyer? He was like, why? And I was like, I've got
a
good
story.
content.
Perfect day to pull it out too. Perfect conditions at Merriweather.
I know.
Love it. That's a classic.
This is my
So
first
good.
year not competing in this event, and it's days like this where I asked myself why.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I was just like, commentating was just on a bit of a roll for me, and I was like, I might just give that my 110% this year, and I'm still pretty young, so got plenty more years in me, which is good. But it's funny, as soon as I was like, oh yeah, I won't do the comps this year, I felt like my surfing got better.
Oh, for sure, because you're not worried about how you surf.
Yeah, it was
doesn't matter.
I
You're
feel
just doing it for fun.
Yeah, I feel way more creative.
Yeah.
So
You're riding different boards too.
yeah, I flip between a twin fin and like my normal shortboard a lot, but
Yeah.
I feel like the 20 helps my shortboard surfing.
Oh, for sure.
And then my dad's got this 38 litre like thick single fin, and it's so hard to get it from rail to rail.
Yeah.
So I've been trying that out a little bit too, because I feel like if you can master that kind of board, it all adds back to it. And
They'll teach you how to surf. Single
yeah,
fins.
Dad surfs so good on it. So
Is it a new single fin or an old one?
it's a new one, so it's a Firewire Sunday.
Okay, yeah.
And oops, sorry, Darren. Maybe I shouldn't say this.
No, it's terrible. It's the worst
Yeah,
board
it's
ever.
so bad. I
It's just-
actually,
it's so bad
I don't
too.
like surfing it at all. Chuck it in the bin, Dad. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no,
DH
it's
won't
fun.
matter.
Yeah,
Won't
no,
mind. He
DH
loves
won't
it.
care. He's probably laughing at me right now.
He'll shape you one.
Yeah, hear that, Darren?
Yeah.
Want glass in fins?
Yeah,
No.
100%.
Put the order in right now. But this is Tully Wiley. Fun fact about him, he's actually the president of Torquay Board Riders Club.
He's the president?
Yep.
Good on him.
Vice president is Arabella Wilson. She's in the women's division.
Oh, wow,
so
young president.
young.
That's good. That's unreal, though.
He's
That's what they
also the team manager of Dragon and Reef. Wears a lot of
wow.
hats, Tully.
Doesn't he? And competing still. That's a big,
Yeah.
that's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, he...
So what if he comes up against his Reef and Dragon fellow, his team members?
I'm sure he would.
I'm sure he would.
Because
Does he have to let them go waves?
Nah, surely you'd be like,
Nah,
want to stay on the
step up.
team?
Yeah, step up. Yeah.
If I beat you, your deal
Yeah,
is
you're
getting
out.
less. Oh, Tully,
Yeah,
he's just a powerhouse, though.
Isn't he? He got a first. Was that his? I think that was his second wave too. He got a 5.33 on a right. He's a good-looking right too for blue. Oh, I'll stay on it. Nice wedge. Look how good the conditions are. It's perfect.
It looks so fun out there. This is Jack Thomas from WA Surfer
Wow.
yelling up on the weekend in
was
the
a good
ABB,
wave.
and they had a strong team. And Macklin Flynn from WA as well. Whoa!
Oh, that was sick too. Stepping it up, boys. Good to see.
Whoa. Wow, Macklin
That was sick.
from that Margaret River region.
Good first snap. And this,
That second turn gives a bit of a nod to Huey Vaughan's backside
that
floater
was
the other
sick.
day.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a good score for Macklin.
It's the heart, like they say, when me and Mitchell were talking about floaters are dead. Sort of they're going, oh, floaters, you don't get scored for them. But that's one of the hardest things to do, riskiest things. Fall off there, you're going to hurt yourself.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
With the lip, here it is again. Good first turn through a heap of spray. And then this lip line, look, that's airdrop. That, I reckon, mate, I'd bring them back.
Bring him back.
Yeah.
I think backside floaters are, the most underrated turn. I love
Scary.
a backside floater. And Andy Irons at the Ments where he travels.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so
Doing
good.
Turns on the lip.
Yeah, I remember growing up watching Mark Bannister do them, just going, wow.
Oh, yeah, Bano
You know?
was good at them too, yeah, for sure. Oh, here he is again. 2 in a row. Good style as well. Throw the tail.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Macklin, 2 really solid waves. While we got a little bit of a break, Winter Vincent from Queenscliff. You nailed that last heat. Congratulations.
Thanks, Jesse. It was fun out there.
Yeah, you look like you had your timing kind of down pat out there. Is this has to be some of the funnest heat surfing you've done?
Yeah, no, I'm on a new board as well. Picked it up the other day and just felt good, so I decided to ride out there. And yeah, just struggle for waves on the high tide, but overall it's pretty fun.
Yeah, Hoyo was even saying during that heat that your board looked really fast under your feet. Tell us about it. Can you spill the beans?
Yeah, it's a driver 3 from Mayhem, Lost. The guys up there look after me really, really well, so big shout out to them. And my dad and me did the spray job, and pretty happy how it turned out.
Yeah, hold it up
Hold
to the
it
camera.
up. Yeah. Oh,
Nice.
nice. Nothing better than a couple of lightning bolts, mate, in black and red. Love it.
Yeah, cheers.
And Winter, you're not that far down on the rankings. Is there any nerves? Are you looking in, doing the numbers, or are you just kind of letting your surfing do the talking?
Well, at Avoca, I was like, oh, I actually have a good chance to qualify for the challenges. And I got all nervous and got knocked out. So now this comp, I'm just chilling and just want to go and free surf in my heats. So that's the way to go, I reckon.
I feel like you did that in your last heat. It definitely paid off for you. Do you feel like moving further down the draw, it feels like you need to lift your surfing more, or are you quite happy with where it's at?
Yeah, you need to pace yourself. You can't peak too early, especially with the caliber of surfers in this comp. So yeah, just got to pace myself, hopefully make it deep into the draw.
Yeah, well, we just saw Jack Thomas finish off a beautiful wave. I don't know if you saw that in the corner of your eye. So I feel like the next few days are going to be fun, and yeah, we're excited to see where your surfing can go and yeah, how many more levels you've got. So congratulations, Winter, and yeah, hopefully we chat to you again soon.
Sweet, thanks Jesse, see you guys.
Good luck, mate.
What just happened?
Mate, everything just happened. There was a flurry of waves, and there was some really good wave surf. Green for his right got a 6. I'm pretty sure that was on the right. No, for the left, for that big
for the
floater.
backside
yeah,
floater.
backside floater. Then he's got another score to come in as well for that right he got on the way back out. And then Blue just got a sick one.
So this is the 6.
Yep, this is the 6.
Wow, that was.
And
yeah.
then this is the right, straight after it.
I feel like that backside turn, you can see that he's from Margaret's, and you can tell that he's not scared in those meaty sections.
And that was just, it's not going to be it's not a higher risk maneuver or anything, but there's such a well-surfed wave, smooth as.
I want to see a replay of Blues.
Yeah, Jack, he did some
multiple replays, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, here it is. This first turn, he throws his weight behind it, huge hack. And then it gets a bit flat here for him, but then he does a big one on the inside. He's still keeping the momentum though, which is moving. And this turn, that was sick. 2 huge turns.
2 massive turns.
Green
and then
again.
Wow, huge opening carve. The 2 WA surfers just going wave for wave out here right now.
Are they both from Margs?
So Jack is from Yallingup.
Oh yeah.
Is it the same?
Yeah,
I've never been to WA.
It's like it's a bit of a distance between, but it's the same area. But don't say that, you can't say they're from the same spot. The one's from Yallingup, one's from Margaret's. The same sort of thing.
Yeah. They Yallingup had a really solid team in the ABB over the weekend too, but Tully then answering back with this one, belting it on that inside. Oop, almost lost it, but regained it. So Macklin goes to the lead. That wave before, right before that last one was a 4.4.
Oh yeah. Waiting
for what we think will be a healthy number for Jack.
I think they could have gone a little higher, both of those. Jack's going to get a good score.
A 5.63
okay.
for Jack's last one. So now Tully's got a score to lock in.
Here it is again. Different sort of surfing, but I just like that was a sick carve. And then a bit missing in the middle bit maybe. But this one too, this is hard to do. Wave coming at you, a big foam ball coming at you and trying to hit the lip. And he hit the lip and threw spray and rode out perfectly.
That was... Yeah, I got distracted in the interview from that wave.
Yeah, he said.
I was like, whoa, okay, that's going to be a good score. So 5.63 has him in second, a 4.5 as a backup, but I feel like we haven't even seen Tully properly open up yet.
No, well, and he's right in the mix. Only needs a 4.81, so a 5, say.
And then Josh Van Nykerk, he has a pretty cool story. So he's actually from South Africa.
Oh.
Little sister Jessie Van Nykerk, I'm sure she's watching on. But they competed through Australia in the junior regions, then moved back to South Africa. Jessie represents South Africa in the Challenger Series last year. And then Josh moved back to Australia and now is competing through the Australian region.
Wow.
Yeah,
where are they from? South Africa, do you know? Good question. Oh, no. That's a hard one.
Yeah, they're a really awesome family. I remember being a Grom and going to the state titles, and they were always traveling in this big, really colourful van.
Yes.
Like as one just big happy family, and there's such a cool family. Mum now has a company called Yellow Watches, which is based on surfing. You can go really deep underwater, and they're just trying to grow that at the moment. So
cool.
a bit of a shout out to Yellow Watches, but I'm sure they're tuning in, trying to support Josh. They're the nicest people. I feel like a lot of South Africans are so lovely, like Sarah Baum as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Anderson family from here too. They're all good. South Africa's a good place.
Yeah, I've got to get there too.
You got to go. It's really good. Really good food, good people, really good surf.
Yeah, I was talking to Oki. He's going there in June.
I know. I heard just talking about JB. I'm like, what? I want to invite to that.
Yeah, where's my
invite?
invite?
And then he read out the list, and I said, I'm probably just a bit further down.
Just one below. You're probably first reserve.
Yeah, I was going, oh, wow, that sounds amazing, that comp.
Yeah.
They had one back in the day, the country feeling. They're probably going to, I think it would be sort of the same sort of event. They didn't really judge it. They just said, you were the best surfer, you were the best surfer in the heat.
Really?
They didn't, I don't think they put any scores.
I love that.
Yeah, it was so cool.
I love
really
that.
Good. Luke Egan actually won it and won a block of land.
What?
JB, yeah. Yeah, it was sick. Speak of the Ock. Oh, mate, how did he get one and I didn't?
Mate, get back to work, Oki.
In a steamer too.
Yeah, what? The water's so nice.
Where did he surf? Down at Merriweather by the look of that.
Yeah, maybe down the beach a little bit more. He just couldn't help himself. Macklin Flynn. There we go, another floater.
Another floater, yeah. That's not like that other one, though.
No, that one's not going to come into play.
Yeah, he's down at Merriweather. Wow. In the competitors area. Fine him.
I love...
Oh, really? It's probably really good out the ladies on the certain sets. There's probably some bowly ones.
So there's rocks and ladies.
Rocks, yeah. Ladies, because there's the old ladies pool just over to the right there, past the rocks there. Well, that's what it is.
That's so good.
So that's the ladies, and then there's Third Reef, and then the bombies out further.
Wow.
And then the middle, then the pipe, then Poggos.
I
Dixon
can't wait
Park,
to surf
Cliff,
Poggos and be like...
South Bar, Bar Beach.
I can't, you know what? Maybe I'll go out ladies, but I'll check Poggos. Wasn't any good. Start dropping names.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm like, oh, yeah, she can have the next set.
Yeah.
Like, sweet.
No worries.
Perfect.
Yeah, the ladies will have some fun waves. Right now at high tide, there'll be some barrels for sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's short, but it's real intense and gets really, really hollow.
Now tell me, were you here the year that they ran it in the harbour?
Yes.
Because they were thinking about running it there maybe 2 or 3 years ago again.
Yeah.
But I saw some cool old footage of that year that they ran it in the harbour. That would have been so unique.
Yeah, it was so good. So good they got the opportunity to do it because it's a really good wave. It's heavy. And there was no other spots to surf that day at all. It was all out of control, and to get it in there, Warren pulling his strings as he does, got it in there, and it was a sick end of the event. Joel actually took it out. So
Joel Parker?
Yeah.
I was just about to say, who won that year?
Yeah, Porco.
Wow, Porco. That's Bodie Williams on screen. So he's from the Victorian region as well, but recently moved up to Lennox Head. So a lot of people making the move up to far north Queensland, Gold Coast area, just to be around the industry, the industry people more. But he's got a hard heat, so he's got Alistair Reginato. Like I said, he's currently ranked second. And then Lennox Smith, he's been traveling the world just chasing barrels basically, but he's looking pretty on point too. And then Taichi Hagita, he's a really strong surfer coming out of Japan, lived on the Gold Coast for a little while, and now has recently moved back to Japan. So he must be feeling a little bit at home here too, so that's going to be a really good next heat coming up. But Tully, let's see what he can do on this one.
Needs not that big a score, 481. Oh, this is not going to get out of there, mate. I think he needs to, 481 is, his high score's a 5.33. He's just got to look at that and go, righto, what did I do on that wave? I've got to do that again to make sure. And look at the same sort of wave. You can't, it's no use trying to manufacture a score, so they're not going to give it to you.
Yeah, they want to see you out on that face, just maximising every opportunity, even if it's just the one. You know, they're paying off that. If you can give what's in front of you 110%, the scores are right there. They've made it pretty simple.
Oh, they've made it way more simple than it used to be. Like 100%. Like if you could manufacture a score, you could get it like surf a wave to a 6. So you could surf an 8-point wave and surf it to a 6 because you surfed it conservatively.
Yeah.
And not try and have a go.
Yeah.
Now if you do that, they'll just go, nah.
Yeah, 3.
Which is good. It makes people have a go.
It's amazing. And I think, like we touched on earlier, you have to have so many different aspects to your surfing now too. Air game, rail surfing, forehand, backhand has to be good. So I feel like it's forcing these guys to have to open up and show us what they have been working on in the off season rather than, just making up the numbers to make a heat. This is Josh. Oh, no. Just burying the rail.
Wow, first one he got a little bit stuck, and then second one looked good, and then it just the wave flattened out on him as soon as he did the turn.
It's at this point in the heat, I find if I'm in Josh's position that I get a lot of head noise. It's when it all starts rolling in and I'm going,
I've got that all the time.
Yep. It's not a amazing feeling.
Nah.
So I'm hoping that he can kind of regain himself because he is an amazing surfer. And he definitely hasn't showed us what he's capable of in this heat. But sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Some heats you're on, some heats you're off, but it's definitely...
The head noise saying, like, I've got to get the score, I've got to get a wave, I've got to get the score.
Why haven't I capitalised on anything up until now?
Yeah.
There's 7 minutes to go. How has this happened? You know, you can roll through some crazy things. If you've got someone like, I don't know, Macy in your heat, you're going, Macy's got a 6. Like, why don't I have a 6? You play into the most ridiculous things where really you just have to be like,
I've got this.
Yeah, there's plenty of waves out here, Jesse. Stop talking, you know.
Sit and wait. You'll be right.
Yeah.
I learnt that too. Like, I was like that at the start. I've got to do this, I have to do this. But then the more I competed against the high-level guys, the more I learnt what they did. And they just sit. They didn't, mate. Three of them didn't move.
Yeah, I remember.
Just with priority, they just... and if it wasn't an 8, they don't go.
Yeah. I feel
Which
like that's...
Which they do now, sorry.
No, that's okay. I seriously feel like that's how Ethan Ewing qualified. There's Lennox Smith.
Well, here we go. 4.83. He's thinking in his mind, oh, good turn. Hit it again, mate. Oh, a little stuck on that one. This is going to be real close. Good surfing.
It's so funny because you look at the 4.81 he needs and you go, oh, yeah, not a big score. But we just touched on it. The judges are capping scores if you're not connecting perfectly.
They're capping scores if you're connecting perfectly. We watched the right. You know what I mean? That 4.4. So, okay, it's a 4.4 is that right he got, and he did those 3 really good turns. Good turn. This turn's a good turn. Throw ceaseless break. Big carve, though. And this one, he gets a little stuck. I don't reckon he's going to get it, and I reckon he should.
I think I agree with you.
You know what I mean? He's 4.4. Was that right? He did the sick turn at the start, big carve, and then carved at the end and finished perfectly.
Yeah.
So is that better than that?
And even those 2 massive turns being the 5.63 that Jack Thomas got, is that less than a point than Jack's?
Yeah, it's hard.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
This is why I like to talk about surfing.
Exactly. Not do it or judge it.
I was talking to some of them, and they're like, you should come and shadow judge for 1 or 2 of the heats. And I was like, no.
No, thank you. All over the shop.
No, I have been so consistent. 6-point ride.
Oh, what?
So Tully goes to the lead. Tully now in the lead. Macklin Flynn in second. Jack Thomas in third. So I reckon it was all off the back of that second carve.
Yeah, for sure. And the flow. Yeah. So that just throws my mind all over the shop. My head noise is back again.
The head noise is back.
I'm not even out there.
We're actually going to tune off, so we'll see you guys later. No, just kidding, but this is the 6. Let's break it down.
Good first turn.
This turn, though.
Yeah, carve. I like it. I thought they mightn't have liked it because it was just a carve. And then finishes with that. Can we have a look at the 4.4? This will be good for you to go back. The right. Compare it. We'll do a judging thing here.
Yeah, that's
sort of the same.
Even the 5.63.
Yeah.
I want to look at the 5.63.
Let's look at all those ways again.
You know what? Let's just go on a rewind and watch this from start to finish again.
Yeah, see if we get it right. Oh, well, but you know what? Good on him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here it is, the right that was saying at the start. Sick. No, this isn't it.
Yeah, this is the 4.4. This is the 4.4 that Macklin got, and then he finishes it here.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's better than that.
Well, it's...
But this is the 5.63, so
Yeah.
this is the one I'm interested in.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a sick turn. It goes... It's this middle bit, I think they...
But then this end turn, he does
Yeah,
one
this is
less
huge.
turn, but
This is huge. That's so hard to do with that foam coming at you with no speed and hits the lip. Righto.
similar size waves.
Yeah. Okay. There-
I'm lost.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding. No, I think all the scores are well rewarded. It's so hard because I think all three of those guys in first, second, and third deserve to get through this heat. But that's just the nature of competitive surfing. I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I think I'd love to see the three of them have one last roll.
Yeah.
I want a flurry of 3 set waves. So if we can make that happen.
All 4 of them just get it. Here we go. Green, what's he got? Good first turn. Just gets a little stuck. Nah. Get out. Get out. It's not going to better your 4-4.
Yeah,
So
not
he's
yet.
trying to better that right. There's no chance.
I don't think that betters it. Tully now.
Oh, Tully's
Wow.
just got the confidence back.
Tully's, yeah, I think Tully's just dropped that 5.33. So I love when he connects. It's so vertical. And then Jack Thomas priority's missing from his name. So
He's gone one as well.
he's gone a wave as well.
But nearly every heat has had a flurry that I've commentated anyway. Has a flurry at the end. Because everyone gets one, and all the scores have been changed. There's people on the beach waiting for scores, and
There's just so much going on. I love that, though. I love a rush
oh, for
at
sure.
the end of the heat.
And no one knows what's going on. Everyone
Yeah.
knows what's going on the whole way through the heat. And
Yeah.
if everyone gets one at the end and
You're
the
going,
score,
who got one?
Yeah, yeah.
Da, 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 instead of being like, oh, the ocean went really flat for the last, So I don't think this wave betters Macklin's scoreline. But,
You know, we don't know.
being wrong before. Jack only locked in a 1, so he's back out there with 30 seconds with priority. Maybe it does.
Oh.
Maybe it does.
This is Red's last one too. Big first turn. He gets a couple in here. See, is this better than his
Wow.
6? That's better than his 6.
That's better than his 6, for sure.
Yeah.
I think so.
Well.
Oh, huge finishing turn there for Jack. I'd love to see what he got done out the start of that wave.
Oh, see, it's happening again in the last 10 seconds. This has all happened.
It's
last minute in the
Now,
heat.
there's scores for all 4 surfers.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Here
Time's
we go
run
again,
out.
boys.
Here we go again.
Girls, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls.
That was, oh, wow. So Macklin doesn't better his scoreline. It was a 3-1-3.
Yeah.
So we nailed that one. Josh gets a 177, so unfortunately Josh is out of the picture too. Now we wait and see
Oh, here
if
it is.
this last wave is a 478.
Oh, good spray. 6 second turn.
That's a
Oh,
478.
I think so for sure. Wow.
I think Tully betters his 533. Tully's won this heat
Yeah,
in my eyes.
yeah. He gets a 6.57
Oh,
for that wave.
there's, yeah, big scores locking in. There it is, a 6.9.
Yeah.
So Tully extends his lead, and Jack Thomas gets a 6.63.
Wow.
So Tully Wiley, Jack Thomas moving on through.
Oh, good
Qualification
end of that.
hopes still alive. Oh my gosh, what an absolute emotional roller coaster. We're going to go to a break. We need some time off. But we'll be back with more right after this short break.
Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's, actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman Maitland, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back to Mirror the Beach, Surfest 2024. Presented by Reflections Holiday Parks, and another doozy of a heat out there at the moment. It is Alistair Reginado in the red. Lennox Smith is in the blue. Taichi Hagita is in the green, and Bodie Williams is in the white singlet, as we see a nice air reverse there from Alistair. Unfortunately, couldn't complete that manoeuvre. Got Lennox Smith racing down the line, looking for an air section. Unfortunately, that wave didn't work out that time, as we welcome Mark Ocalupo into the commentary booth. How are you, Ock? You just have a surf?
I did have a surf. I needed you, Rossi. I needed you because I surfed that back reef over there near the bar. I walked down and I saw a full square wave spit, and I was like, and there was two guys out there, but they left, so I was out there by myself, and I didn't really know how to do it, but
it's a
I
myth.
needed you out there.
No, it's a myth.
Really?
It's called Bar Reef.
Yeah.
And the only person that you should talk to about that wave is maybe Simon Robinson.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's my best mate. And I will tell him, he's at the farm today, he's going to come back, and so I'll tell him he'll laugh that I surfed it because
You have a chat to Hoya about that wave?
Yeah.
I think he surfed in maybe once in his whole life.
No way.
It's a tricky wave, but yeah, Simo knows it. As we see a good-looking wave here for Bodie Williams.
Wow, where are we?
Good waves, huh?
Wow, there is.
That was a good combo. Really good.
Just such a beautiful day. I had to go for a surf. It's glorious. West winds. It looks like one of those days that the wind stays west all day. Just reminds me of when I grew up in Sydney, and you get those days, because on the Goldie, you don't really get it, it's just different anyway. Those west winds that stay all day. It's that time of year. We're getting a big Sudley Buster tonight, right, Rossi?
Yeah, and prior to the Sudley Buster coming, it sounds like we're going to just mow through as much of this event as possible, which is a really good idea. We've been pretty lucky. We've been finishing maybe at 2 o'clock every day.
Not today.
Not today. I think we're going to push through and, anticipate a bit of a Sudley change overnight, and conditions going to be a lot different to what we're seeing today, but I still think they're going to be really fun.
Really?
Merida with a south wind, south well, it's super fun. It's so much different to this, but I think you could go around and, ask the competitors what sort of ways they like in an event, and I don't think they're going to be too dirty on what we're going to get tomorrow.
Yep.
Heaps of opportunity.
Okay.
Did you like competing when the waves are when it's a bit onshore, so there's heaps more waves?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was way better with lots of waves when it was inconsistent. Seemed like
that's when you lose, right?
Yeah, that's when you lose.
Yeah. Well, that's when the big upsets occur.
Yeah, I know. You can't blame the ocean though. It's always you think, what have I done wrong? the waves didn't come to me.
And then when it's on shore, there's generally double as many waves in a heat, or maybe more. So yeah, it should be maybe 4 to 5 foot tomorrow. Could be even a little bit bigger. I think the majority of the scoring waves will be probably right-handers, but we'll wait and see. Right now, we're going to cross to Tully Wiley. Really exciting heat there, Tully. What a seesaw affair. Went to first, went to second, into fourth, back up into the lead. Congratulations, mate. How was it out there?
Yeah, thank you. It's really fun. I just kind of got a good start, and then everyone kind of ran ahead of me, and got to a second where oh no, I'm going to really need a score here, and I was just sort of getting busy under priority, and there's just started to be these little double ups on this right that I was kind of watching closely with some of the boys, and yeah, just managed to kind of snag on under priority and just turned into a pretty good score, I think. So that kind of got me out of it, and then there was still like an exchange at the end that still got me a bit freaking, but yeah, stoked to get the heat win and move to the next round.
Yeah, job done, mate. That's a really high scoring total. So yeah, good stuff. And you're up, you're up towards the top of the ratings right now. How are you feeling about that? You'd be lying if you said that you're not thinking about making the top 7. It's pretty nerve-wracking experience, right?
Yeah, definitely. I've never really been in like a position to qualify, so it's all pretty new to me. But I'm getting plenty of good advice from all my mates and stuff who've been there before. But yeah, just kind of got to take your mind out of it and just keep thinking about the next heat, and the result will be what it is. And yeah, just got to keep making heats and trying to do my best.
Where have the majority of points come from you in the season so far?
I got a second at NIAS last year in September, so that was a pretty sick event.
That was incredible. Rio won, right?
Yeah, Rio, he smoked me in the final, but I had a good run up until there. But no, he was ripping, so it's pretty special.
And mate, you surfed in the Bells event last year, right? Was that last year?
It was the year before. Zave was last year, yeah.
So you've had the experience, right? So surfing in big events, like the Challenger Series, if you get there, it's like you've done a bit of an apprenticeship, surfed some big events. You must be pretty excited the idea of jumping on that tour.
Yeah, it's super exciting. It's kind of been my goal for the last few years to get onto that, and like starting at Snapper for me is just like incredible. I love going right. Like I'm born down in Victoria, and I literally go right every day. So Snapper's one of my favourite ways. So to get to go out there would be sick, and but we'll wait and see.
Are you in the trials again for the Bells event?
Yeah, so I leave here on Monday, and then the trials is on Saturday. So hopefully we get some swell for that.
Local, usual suspects in that one again?
Yeah, yep, usual crew, Zave, Willis Droomer, a couple of really good crew in there, so you definitely got to be at your best and put a good final together.
Not a walk in the park?
Nah, no way. Everyone wants it, so you got to really dig deep and have a crack. But it's exciting, and we'll get through this one first and then focus on that next week.
Who are you travelling with this year? Who are you up in Newcastle with?
I've got a pretty big group. We've got Zave, Jack Thomas, Axel, Carota, Spencer Kay, and Benny Spence, and George Pitter as well. So
it's nearly like every sort of nook and cranny of around Australia. You got West Australians, you got some New South Wales, Queenslanders.
Yeah, we got it covered.
Sounds like a lot of fun, mate. Congratulations, Tully, and looking forward to seeing you surf later in the week. Good stuff.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Big score locked in for the surfer in white, and here he goes once again. Goes for an air reverse. Has already locked in a 6.67 OC. Big number for that left-hander before.
Yeah, and it was a good wave, wasn't it? It really was. We got Lennox Smith in second. I know a lot about Lennox Rossi because he's a Billabong rider. I've been on a couple trips with Lennox. Really impressed with him. He likes big waves, charges. He's got big airs. Probably can work on his turns for sure. He's only young.
But he's one of the best coming up, huh?
Yeah, I got big raps on him. Yeah, definitely one of the best coming up. Sure.
It's in that little sort of, the Winter Vincent, Jarvis Earl, Lennox Smith, really good, from the South Coast where there's a lot of grunt down there. He knows how to ride the tube.
Mm-hmm. Definitely can't forget about Joel and Huey Vaughan. I mean, I really think those two, I just can't believe how good Huey's got, it's because of his brother. He surfs with his brother all the time. So, those two, wow.
Did you see that heat?
Oh, well, my son was in it.
Oh, of course he was. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That was just...
It just goes to show that Jay, he drew a very hard heat, because Jay surfed pretty good. He might have got through a lot of other heats.
That last wave he got was a big score.
Yeah, what did he get?
Don't know, it must have been
6 or something, yeah. I mean, you can see their scores today. He probably would have got through a few heats today, but he ran up against them too. But I like that because Jay can really lift and he knows he needs to. I mean... I believe, that, he's good enough to get on there, but he just needs to, put a run together. But when you come up against those two and they're surfing like that, it's going to be difficult for even one of the Felipe Toledo or Gabriel Medina because Those moves are as good as what they do.
Yeah.
You hearing me?
Yep. Like those scores were probably not much different in the CT, right?
No.
The alley-oop and the full
No,
rotation.
no, that's what I mean. The CT would have given those. They would have given the same scores.
Yeah.
For those, it's next level. And Jay can do. Everyone knows Jay can do good airs. I really want him to practice his alley-oops.
Yeah.
Because I was talking to Joel and Huey's dad and about airs, and it was funny. I'd never heard this story, but he said when Joel was 10, and he was pushing Huey in, and he told Joel never to do turns, right? And I've never heard this story. Don't do turns, just airs only, no turns, and that's what he done. And all his dad's mates were like, "What are you doing to your son? Like he's not turning, he's only doing airs." He's like, "I don't care. He can learn the turns later. I want him to do the airs first." And I've never heard that. And man, it's worked. Are you kidding me?
That is incredible. You hear the opposite every time.
I know.
You've got to learn the fundamentals.
I was telling the story to Ronnie and the webcast, and Hoyo's there shaking his head.
Yeah, he was a bit filthy.
Yeah, filthy on it. But, man, it worked.
Isn't that funny? That's a progressive, thought for sure. And you're right, it's definitely worked with the both of them. They're incredible surfers, and you wouldn't be surprised if they're on the CT in no time, right?
No time.
Huey's just got those instincts of a John Florence. Feels like he just reminds you of one of those sort of freaks that can, looks like he's going left, all of a sudden he's in the barrel on the right. He just does these really freakish things.
I mean, Huey for sure, he's still young, he's working on his turns, but, I mean, Joel's turns are, it's funny because he said that he's like, turns are easy, you can learn them later, And I'm like, wow, I've never heard this before. And I had to ask him, I said, do you mind me talking about this on the webcast? He's like, no, go for it. And because, that's top secret kind of stuff right there.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it. Because you're right, it's a lot easier to learn how to do a roundhouse cutback than it is an air reverse or something. So, yeah, totally get it. And, without a doubt, it's working for those two brothers, no doubt.
Sorry, you go.
Yeah, no, just I was going to say, it's pretty tight heat, this one. Lennox Smith, obviously a good friend of Huey Vaughan, travels with him a bit, I'm pretty sure, out there at the moment. Only a 3.5 and a 2.5 sitting in the blue singlet with priority.
It's the doldrums out there, isn't it? No wind, glass. It reminds me when I was out there in a boat, Sydney to Hobart, and there was no wind.
You've done the Sydney Hobart?
Yeah, and we're in the Bass Strait, and they were like, there's a big southerly buster coming. And I was like, and the boat went from, and the swell was like 4 foot, the boat went from 0 to 100 so quick, and the swell went from 4 feet to 12 to 15 feet in about 2 hours. It was, mate, in the Bass Strait, it fully caps, it fully breaks. Like, we're dodging oh man, it was scary. Yep, scary.
When was that?
I'd done that. Here we go, all white down. I'd done that in about just after a couple of years, early 2000s, yeah. I hopped on, we were all, it was after Chopu, I went into Papiete, we had a party on a boat, and I was with Andy and Joel and Bruce and Louis, and the boat next door, the party kind of spilled over to that boat, and there was an Aussie crew, and they were like, yeah, we're sailing the boat down to Noumea, and then Sydney, we're going to do the Sydney Hobart. And I'm like, I've always wanted to do that. And he's like, really? You want to? And then the boys, if you want, you can. And the boys the next morning are going, there's no way you're doing that. And I'm like, yeah. And anyway, the guy got in contact with Billabong, told the team manager, and all of a sudden, I'm signed up. I'm like, I got back from Hawaii, and I'm like, why did I sign up for this? And I had to go down to Sydney, got on the boat, because the boat was a beautiful 100-foot boat, beautiful couches and TVs. And I got on the boat, and I'm like, this is not the boat I was on. They stripped it. Stripped it. Like, just all we had is beds that were, tied up, canvas beds, and, stripped it as light as it can be. And I'm like, this is not the boat I was on. And they're laughing at me, but I did it.
And what was the process like?
I was packing sails. Yeah, I was, not doing much. I mean, just had my legs overboard. Not overboard, sorry. But, I was sitting on the side of the boat, not the bow. But at one point when that southerly buster came through, everyone had to get clipped in, and I was the last one to get clipped in. And the guy's like, "Hey, you're going to clip in hockey?" He's like, "Nah, he can swim. He's a surfer." And I'm like, "Great."
What an experience.
It was an experience.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been on a lot of boat trips, like searching for waves and that. So I'm,
Did you take
obviously
your board?
don't get seasick. Did I take my board? I wanted to take my board just in case. No.
Here we go. Here's your boy. No, it's not. I thought that was
No,
Lennox.
that's the Japanese,
Oof.
right? Ooh, nice turn. I wonder where he is on the ratings. Has he got a chance? We need Ronnie here with the stats.
Yeah, we've looked at the live leaderboard for...
it does come up every now and then on the TV.
It's only Thursday, so we're still pacing ourselves to really sort of, download who needs what and
I
where.
know Reginato's up there, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think he's one of our best.
Oh, he's on Challenger already.
He's not. I think he has to qualify, but he's actually second right now in the regionals. But I'm just meaning more as a package. He's unbelievable.
He is good.
You'd see him a lot.
I see
Obviously
him a lot.
from the Sunshine Coast, but
I see him a lot. He's good.
I'm always surprised. He's one of those guys, when I watch compete, I'm always surprised that he actually loses. Because he's so powerful. He's got all the airs and that. Every now and then he has a bit of a shocker. And, it always surprises me. He's a really good talent. I'd love to see him go deep on the challenges.
We got good Aussie surfers at the moment. I'm liking it. I'm feeling it.
I think
with the Vaughan brothers, and Lennox Smith and Reginato and so many others. I'm missing really good surfers. Yeah, because there's so many of them, I can't name them.
Well, there's
all.
Mikey Madonna. There's another one.
Yeah, 100%.
And then even the emergence of some of those younger guys that I mentioned. I think Winter Vincent will probably make a bit of a run soon. Jarvis Earl's going good.
Jarvis, yep.
I was talking to Jackson Baker about it earlier. The Americans, they kind of pulled down our pants on the challenges last year. I think it's time for Australia to
sort
of, hit back.
It's funny, Cole Halschman, I love the way he surfs, but... he won that QS convincingly, and then he was like, goals, top 5 world title, and then bang, stop. He hit the brick wall. That'll happen.
And now he's looking for results everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be back at Snapper. I dare say it'd be tough for him to make the cut now.
Yeah, I know. He's had a couple of really low events. So, mate, it's brutal, this sport. You can be king one day and, not making it back on the challenge the next.
I mean, those times because I'd done the tour for 20, over 20, 25 years maybe, and, you go through those runs, where you can't make a heat. It's just so weird, and you don't know why.
Can you remember how long it was that you went on a horrible run?
Yeah, like 6 months at least, yep. About eight events. Yeah, and then just scramble your way back and just make it back on tour. And then I don't know. I had a break on tour, so I didn't compete then. But it was kind of when I tried to re-qualify, I kind of went through a bad run. The qualifying was tough, and when I came back, I only just made it back on. I was like the second last guy in. And then the next year, I was all of a sudden number 2 to Kelly Slater.
Isn't that funny?
That was weird.
And you're probably surfing the same.
Yeah.
But just, something breaks right. As you see the surfer in blue, this is Lennox Smith. Huge turn to open things up. Great looking turn there from Lennox, from down on the south coast of the east coast of Australia. Moving through the inside. Another nice snap, just trying to connect things and lost a fin and... a rare mistake there from Lennox, who was looking for a 4.14.
Oh,
gosh.
Man, that's tight. That little stumble at the end might be it. I don't know. It's pretty nice surfing. That was good, and the timing was good there because the wave was so flat. A lot of people have been just getting, caught and going out the back on those turns, and that one, but he didn't ride out of that. No.
I think he needed to make that. Look, a 4.14, it sounds like it's a low requirement, but it's actually...
Not today.
It requires some good surfing, and he did the good surfing, but the fall-off, it looks as though the judges are still deliberating on this one, as we see This is a couple of rides here for the current heat leader. This is Bodie Williams' first score. It's a big number. I believe that was the 6.67. Really good surfing there. Then a 5.67 was locked in for his backup score. Looking really good. Here it is, the 5.67. Pretty slow start, a little bit sleepy here, Ock.
Yeah. Definitely got the best of it, though. Wow, love that.
That's
nice timing. Feels good, those moves. Feel really good. Lennox got it. He got a 4.2 just.
0.06. He got the score. Wow, really tight. As we see, the surfer in blue just lose the wave to the man in green who utilised priority on this one. Looking for a 3.84.
Not it.
That's not it. Well, Lennox Smith flip-flopped the heat there. That was really tight.
Well, it was smart, you know, like to actually go that wave because he had to block him. And now he's got priority over him. So, smart move. Some more sets coming. Lennox, so there's only one thing I can think of for Lennox is, you know, he's got a very narrow stance. I reckon he could just widen it a touch. He does when he's in the air, but just on turns, I think he could also widen it. You know, it's he's still young.
Have you actually done trips with Lennox?
Yeah.
A handful of them?
Yeah, I've done a couple. Yeah, West Oz. We done West Oz together. We've been at some other places too, but yeah. Or maybe one other place. I think West Oz, yeah. I mean, I said West Oz, sorry.
That's cool. How is it going on trips with, you know, the next gen?
Groms.
Yeah, is it fun?
It's so fun. They're in the back seat.
Here we go, man in red. Alistair Reginardo looking for a score here. Ock, looking for a number. Big carve to get things going. Needs a 3.2. So not a tall order. Finish this, and he's going to get the number, I'd say. Might even go up into the lead if he can finish strong. Great surfing there for Alistair Reginardo. Looking for a 3.2 to go to second. A tall order, actually, to go to the lead. So I don't think that's obtainable right now, but great surfing here, Ock.
Definitely getting the score there. Like that line. Speed carve to hit the float. And then just light on his feet over that. So really nice. Definitely the score. So Lennox Smith, he hasn't got much time, needs to do something, so does Hagita.
Yeah, coming down to the final, 90 seconds remaining. So this heat is, it's a barn burner. It's coming down to the wire, this one.
Oh, hang on.
Good looking wave here. As we see the Japanese competitor up and riding on this one.
Well, he's going to need more than a 3.84 now, but what can he do? The wave goes whitewashy, so it's got some shape, and that's a beautiful turn right there. I loved it.
And a casual approach to the inside, trying to finish this one off. Needs to go big here. Oof. Pretty good surfing there. It's going to be really tight. And this is the current heat leader. Up and out of that one. We've got 1 minute remaining. Now priority with the man in blue. Here he goes. Lennox Smith, last throw of the dice. Nice turn there. Nice and square in the pocket. Another big snap. Good combo. Will it be enough to see Lennox hold on to second position? We've got 30 seconds remaining. Would love a connection through the inside here. One last hit. There it is.
Nope. Didn't ride out, but surfed well on that wave. It's all about how much Alistair gets, and when there it is, it's 5.37. Lennox needs a 5.67. What are you thinking?
Oh, I think maybe a little under. Let's check out the replay. First turn was beautiful. Just needed to be a little bit steeper here. The wave just kind of ran out of Steve.
Just wash.
The surfing was great, but sometimes it doesn't matter. You just need that wave, that section.
Yeah, there was no lip. It was a whitewash. So, I mean, what could he have done, really? Not much more, but maybe rode out of that, but that was difficult.
So scores getting locked in for the man in blue, looking for a 5.47, and it looks like it was a 4.4. Not enough. We're going to go to a quick break and come back with more action down here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, Whoa. All-bars. Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Sunlight. Under Ironman, mate. And under Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, all-bars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, sunlight, under Ironman, mate, and under Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I
And welcome back. Love to have you with us down here at the QS 5000. Valuable points and dollars up for grabs down here at Merida. A lot of points and a lot of hungry surfers right now. Four more of them are in the ocean right now, and looks like Surfer in White wasting no time at all to get things going. Big turn there. That is, of course, Tim Bainge, who's been on a real rampage this event, looking for an inside connection on this one before it runs out of steam. Now Surfer in Blue, this is Rana Ono. Nice combination there for the Japanese surfer. And the other two surfers out there, Hiroto Ahara and Koyoshi Suda. So 3 Japanese surfers amongst the solo Aussie.
Can you believe it? They've all drawn each other. It's radical. It's happened. They're probably all staying together. They're like, at least we're going to get one through, right? Hopefully 2. You never know. I mean, if we can bring up those Asia ratings, it'd be good to see if any of these guys are... What a turn! My goodness!
I love that Ock. That was huge.
I remember watching him, I think it was in the wave pool in Korea maybe. I was impressed. But I've seen him before. He rides out of that. Of course he does.
He's got himself a number. That first turn was textbook.
Beautiful first turn. I'd like to give it 5 for that very first turn, and everything else is on top.
Oh, gosh. That was a big turn.
Second turn wasn't too bad, so yeah, he's gaining points. I mean, I reckon he's got 6 already, and if he rides out of this, which I reckon he kind of does, he might give him a 0.2 for that, so 6.27.
Okay, 6.27. That's it. I think you're about right. I think it's somewhere in the 6 range.
It's a good game to play with your mates at home.
Is that what you do? So you watch a lot of these things?
I watch a lot, yeah.
So CTQS
yeah,
challenges?
I play it with my sons. Yeah, Jonah, you know, Jonah is really good at that game, and I tell him, because he watches a lot of surfing, because I do, and you know, he loves to surf, loves watching it, and he could be a judge because he gets it close a lot. And do I? We'll have to see. I'm nowhere near as good as Jonah. You think I would be because I've seen a lot more surfing, but he's pretty switched on. Jay's not bad. Yeah.
Do you actually like bet things at all, or like
well,
who does the dishes or anything like that?
Yeah. The boys don't do the dishes. Here we go. Who is up there? It's Can't see the names in this heat.
Yeah, Hiroto Ohara is in 4th spot, so big opportunity for Hiroto.
He's right there. They take 5.
And Reiha Ono is in 10th spot, the man in blue. So
blue.
We've got a little bit of something happening in this one.
We sure do.
And of course, Hiroto. He won the US Open a decade ago.
Even so long ago, and all he said is, "What are you going to do with the money?" And like, "I'm going to buy cars." He said. He couldn't speak English. Hey, you remember that?
Yep.
He said, "I'm going to buy cars." It was so cute.
Yeah.
Huge win for him back then, but
He never followed on with it.
No, he never followed on with it at all. Yeah, because that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But, he's down there.
He's got the skill. It's just something falls apart.
Well, he better not fall apart in this heat. He's in 4th spot.
I know. This is a big opportunity. As we cross to Bodie Williams, mate. Great performance there, Bodie. You showed those other blokes just how it's done. Good surfing.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks.
How was it out there?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's actually out-heat was pretty slow. I kind of just tried to stay away from everyone and create a bit of space.
It was actually a pretty tricky heat. If you look at the draw and you see Lennox Smith and Alistair Reginardo, those two guys aren't too shabby.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty hard heat on paper, but pretty stoked to get the win there. So.
And mate, where are you from?
Grew up in Victoria, but I'm living up in the Ballina Shire in Lennox.
Was it following the warm water, or what was the reason there?
Just more surfing up there.
Yeah, unreal. And how is it up there? Do you like living closer to those magnificent point breaks?
Yeah, it's been a lot better. It's helped me get my backhand a bit better, so it's nice to actually go right sometimes, but it was good to go left then, so pretty stoked.
Who are you travelling with over here?
I'm just here by myself for this event, but I normally travel with Mike and Josh Stratton and all the boys.
Unreal, Bodie. Well, congratulations, mate, and moving on through the next round, and you're looking really good. So, yeah, wishing you all the best, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, really good performance from Bodie Williams, moving on through the next round, along with Alistair Reginardo. 6.17 Occhio, off by 0.1.
I was pretty close. Thank you. Yep, I'm happy with myself there. I've thought about judging, and going back on tour. Wow, that'd be wild.
Would you actually do it?
If they paid me a lot of money.
Okay.
I would, but...
I know a bloke. I'll ask the question.
No, it'd be good. The judges are good. I mean, they're really good. So, I think Benny Dunn was on it or is on it. Remember he was on tour for a little while?
Oh, of course. Yeah, he was a phenomenal junior.
He was a good surfer, and I think he does Suda. Suda's
So you've actually thought about.
Well, I thought about it. I thought it would be kind of cool job. I mean, you get to go on tour, and you're only working pretty, on that 4-day wait, days they run. It's a long waiting period, and there's a lot of times where the surf's really good. They're not having the event. The swell's just kind of kicking in there, or the wind goes a little onshore, and they call it off. You're out there. You'd score good waves.
Mm. So
have you thought about it?
I haven't.
No.
But you're right. Yeah, but I know. I like how you're thinking about it, how it caters for you, and you can just go surf, go to the event at J Bay, and next minute you're stealing all the waves off the boys. I'd like to see that.
Oh, they'd hate you, wouldn't I? But they can't be mean to you.
You're a protected species. Yeah.
They can't be mean to you because that's point.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a 5, it's a 4. Here we go, Suda, up and riding.
Already has a 6.17 in his bag. Good surfing there. 15.5 minutes remaining. The conditions just phenomenal today, as we see a nice looking wave out the front with the drone.
Ooh, the onshore breeze.
It looks like Lemoore. Yeah, that Lemoore glistening.
Yeah.
The wave pool over there in California. Have you surfed that, mate? Surfed any wave pools?
Yeah, I did. Well, I'm involved with Surf Lakes, so I'm the ambassador for them. I was with them from day dot. I went down to, the plunger?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's happening with the plunger? Give us an update.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I went down to the plunger when it was a tiny little one and that made waves about 3 inches high. And it was the most radical thing I've ever seen. And I was like, you can make real waves like that? He's like, I think I can. And he did. And it's up in Yeppoon. It was a prototype. We done about 30 demos. Like, I was up there probably 30 consecutive times. Pretty easy to get there from the Gold Coast. 45-minute flight from Brisbane. 15-minute drive to the machine, to the site. Sorry, and it's in a beautiful area. They are trying to make that a public facility. It's got all the approval, and at the moment it's being drained. The machine's getting a refurb. It might be ready in a year. Yeah, they need some more funding to kick it along further. But in America, there's 2 or 3 sites. One in Texas, one in Silver Lakes, which is Anaheim area. So
really,
there might be one built in the US before Australia.
Why the pause? How come? Like I've seen you get barreled.
Why
there.
the pause?
Why is it another year though?
It's just you've seen it, and it's a good question because we have 4 different waves all at once. It can fit so many people in there. All the waves are different. I don't get it, and a lot of people I talk to don't get it either. Why we haven't sold one yet, and we haven't. Like I say, there's a couple of contracts that are closed. The sites are there. Just the digger hasn't gone in the ground yet. So we're trying to just put everything into Yeppoon, and if we can't sell one, we'll get that one running first.
As far as a visual it looks incredible.
It is unbelievable. It's intimidating when the machine goes up and down. People freak out. I'm like, that's the first thing I say when I teach them, where to sit and stuff and how to surf it. I say, just don't freak out when the machine comes up because you kind of want to run away. And it doesn't suck you in, but it feels like it might, but it doesn't. But you can sit pretty close to it, but it creates such a thick little, there's one wave on it that just slabs, and you can fully backdoor it, and it's scary. Like, I've eaten it a few times. I make about 6 out of 10, 5 out of 10, and it'll whip you. Like, it's powerful. But it's really good practice. Like I had the girls up, I had Steph and the girls up when they were practicing for Chopu. You can totally backdoor it. You've got to be real quick, and even quicker than Chopu because it's not a big wave. It's like 3 foot, and it's hollow. It's great practice for Chopu, and the Olympics are on. So, I mean, it's a pity we're not running now, but and if we hopefully do keep that slab in there, you can shape the bottom any way you want. Ocky's left. We've done it on FDR modelling. We spent most of the money on that side of the pool, and my wave is perfect. It's just perfect. You can get barreled, or you can do a couple of the most hugest turns. You can backdoor my wave too. It's really good barrel. The slabs, the slab. It was supposed to be for bodyboarders, but surfers ride bodyboard waves now. And then the beach is really nice. Yeah, it's just patience. I've got to be patient. Because once it goes, there's such a market for pools and they're so popular. Like, you could have 2 next to each other. They're going to be as busy as each other because, you oversurf one, you want to surf a different one, right? Yeah. Big future in pools. I'm stoked to be with Surf Lakes, and we'll get going.
Does it feel like the ocean a lot?
It does, Surf Lakes. In Kelly's, it's a great wave. It's a long wave, but you surf close to, the cage where you feel limited in what you can do, but ours is such a big surface area that I can get barreled and look out at trees and that, and kind of feel like I'm in Indo, and it's so beautiful up there. It's so hot, the water's always warm in that pool, and I mean it's a great spot to go because you can go fishing on the Barrier Reef, you can go surfing on the Barrier Reef. I mean it's all right there. It's beautiful up there.
That's unreal. Next time it's up and running, I'll give you a tingle.
No worries. You can come and surf it, no problem.
I'll take you to Bar Reef.
Okay.
And then you can take me to
Yeppoon.
Yeppoon.
Well, you got to. I thought I was surfing out here behind Merriweather Reef.
So you were surfing bommies.
Yeah.
There might be bommies or ladies there.
Yeah. No, not like the last reef that you can see south. That's what I surfed.
Unreal.
And I got a couple turns, but I wanted to find a barrel, but I nearly ended up arse on the reef.
Did you bring some boards down?
I brought 2 boards.
Yep.
A 6.3 and a 6.1. I surfed, well, I'm not going to say where I surfed yesterday because it's a very popular spot and there's a good bank there right now, and I reckon the locals mightn't be happy that I'm not going to tell where I surfed yesterday twice.
Did you get a couple, though?
I did, yeah. Ronnie surfed it, Hoyo surfed it. We had a bit of a, where were you, man?
Two kids in. You've escaped from the majority of your kids. You've got 9.5 minutes remaining in this one, Ock. It's pretty slow.
Yeah, it is slow. O'Hara's slow. Like, I want to see that big forehand snap of his, or those backhand vertical hits. He's not in the right spot, or hasn't been, because he just hasn't had a score. I'm trying to look for him. The camera's trying to help me out. We've got a wide angle.
To the left.
He's to the left.
Really slow. He's had a 1.87 and a 0.2. And we know how good this guy is. He's surfed in multiple CTs. He actually he surfed an event at Kelly's wave pool.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Here we go. He's having a look at this wave using second priority. And it looks like he might go to fourth priority. Oh, it looks like he gave it to the man with priority, so he does sneak up into that first priority zone.
Oh, he might get a ride here.
Here we go. He just needs anything right now.
It was a nice projected floater. Hits it. Can he get around? He's got more to work with. If he just gets over this whitewash, does his little patented wrap right there and finishes it off. Not a big score at all, but second's got a 5 and a 4. Can he match it? He's got to kind of match it at this time of the heat.
He'd love to get a 4.
Yeah, at least a 4, just so he's in it, right?
I don't think... It could
I don't know.
It looks like he got held up in that second manoeuvre, but you know what? At least he's on the board. First turn was nice. It was a projection floater. That turn was good. It could have been a little bit better if he threw the fins out.
I agree with you, but I think it's a 4. I think he's done enough. He done a lot, you know.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a 4-5, maybe a 5 if they're feeling generous, if they've had their lunch.
Yeah, scores getting locked in for that last wave of Hiroto Ahara. There it is, a 4.4. So a good number there. Great number for Ahara to get things going. Now looking for a 4.85 to move up in a second position. I know Hiroto is on the road with a lot of his Japanese friends. He's actually got a 2-year-old now, back at home in Japan.
Good on him.
He's a man.
Good on him. There's nothing like being a father, creating new life. I've done it 4 times. Yep, nothing like it. Yeah, so good.
Here we go.
You're enjoying a good game of footy on tonight too. Looking forward to that one, Rossi. Here we go.
That is the man in 4th position, looking at 5.41. Who's playing tonight?
It's Broncos and Rabbits.
That's it. You watching?
Absolutely, because my stepdaughter goes out with someone that plays in the Broncos, Dean Mariner. He's played in Vegas. He's the winger. Played 3 games last year. He's young, but this year he had a good game in Vegas, even though the Broncos didn't have a great game. He was best player, I think, there. Scored a try. His defense is incredible. He's a winger. It's really fast. Is
he starting?
Samoan descent. Yeah, he's starting tonight. Yep. He's got Corey Oates' spot. He played so good last week that he'll keep that spot if he keeps playing like that.
Unreal.
Yep. So he's on the wing. Dean is, and looking forward to seeing him.
Nice. 6 minutes remaining in this one. This is Heat 14. We are going to finish this round and go into the women's this afternoon, so a big afternoon. And we're going to try to get through as many heats as possible today before that Southerly Buster comes up.
Well, it's up. I mean, what is this? Come on, you're the local. This is east right now,
It still looks like a summer breeze. It looks more
it does.
Northeast or east, but this is the beginning of it, though. This will happen.
It'll swing.
It'll swing eventually. And hopefully you'll be laying in bed tonight and through that front curtain,
you feel it.
You can smell that southerly.
I love it, especially at home at Rainbow Bay, because the northerlies are just, disastrous. And when you feel the wind come through the other window, you're like, we're on.
It's amazing what us surfers, rub our hands together for. Quick wave there for the man in blue. Just a throwaway score. 5 minutes remaining as we see Surfer in red. Here he is, Hiroto Ahara. Nice turn there.
No, not nice. Not nice. He grabbed his nose there. He's got to pull it out.
Oh, got lucky.
He did.
Gosh, he got lucky. 2 more sections.
But I don't know if he's getting that score. that first turn, the nose poked. Judges don't like it.
You're saying no. 4.85. I tell you what, he got so lucky to get 2 more sections.
He got lucky that he didn't nosedive.
Yeah.
That's what he got lucky.
Okay.
Let's look at that replay. Judges don't like that. Yeah. He's going to have to get through the set if he wants another chance.
I'd love to
4
see a
minutes
replay.
left.
Let's check it out.
Yeah, we will. I mean, here it is. You were going nice turn, but you're a bit premature there because it was looking like it was going to be nice, but it was not nice at all. He's not going to get the score doing that. No.
Oh gosh. I think it's closer than you think.
Nah, they'll deny that. That's a 3.
Is it?
Yeah.
Here we go. The man in white just got a nice ride as well. So a bit happening out there with 4 minutes remaining, waiting for a few scores to get locked in. Tim Bage, who's been on a tear. He's been ripping.
If I'd done that, it's a 3. Like,
Really?
I know. I've surfed a lot of heats, and I know they will give me a 3 if I nose and poked on the first one. And, he did get 2 turns after it, but just not a good start. Here we go. That's a nice snap. Nice shape wave too. 2 nice drawn out snaps, Rossi. Is he going to go to the air? Wow, he should have, because that was a good air section right there.
Kept it sensible, maybe.
Kept
Hiroto
it
got a
safe.
4.33, so you're right, Ock. He didn't get it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to lowball it a bit, but I knew he wasn't going to get it. So, thanks.
You're a genius. You know what? You've been thinking about being a judge? Maybe. Just maybe.
Maybe,
Should give it a
eh?
crack. So a 4.33.
It'd be a cruisy job, man.
Cruisy?
Yeah.
You could be the priority judge. You could,
no, that would not be cruisy.
3 minutes remaining. Hiroto, 4.33. Needs to replace that with a 4.85. So really close. If he didn't gag that first manoeuvre, he's getting the score all day long. Man in blue just locked in a good number, a 5.33. So great surfing there. But the 3 Japanese surfers doing really well in this one. Tim Bage looking for a 5.58. His last score was a 3.03.
Wow.
Coming up next, another exciting heat will be out there. Geordie Lawler, John Mark Takong, Kobe Clements and Matty Job. I love this part of the event.
That's a good heat.
Yeah, the top seeds get to town. And
that's a good heat right there.
That's a ripper.
Like milky conditions out there, let's call it. The water's got a kind of a weird colour to it. The breeze is, there was fog this morning. It just looks kind of dusty, doesn't it?
See, it is still a nor'easter blowing at the moment.
Yeah, it is, yep.
There's that flag there. As we see a little bit of action out the front. This is day number 4 of action down here at Surfest, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. Thanks to those guys for the ongoing support down here. We are surfing a 5,000, a QS 5,000. The top seeds are in the water right now. We have mentioned that Hiroto, he's actually in the top 5 spot at the moment. I believe he's number 4. So this would be a huge loss if he's to go down in this one.
You know what? I think he's nervous. I mean, because that was not like him to poke the nose right there. And he would have been thinking about where he was in the ratings when that nose poked, because it was very unlike him, even though the wave did go a little flat on him when he was getting to the top. But a surfer of his calibre, he should have just put a lot of weight on the tail and maybe tried to do a slide out of the lip there so the nose, wasn't going to do that. Just a crucial wave, and nerves, it's a bummer to surf nervous, but 40 seconds left. He's got second priority. Where is he? I feel for him, Rossi. I hope he doesn't get past.
Here he goes, having a look, but it looks like the man in green. Oh, is he blocked him?
He blocked him, but that was a good wave. What is going on?
20 seconds remaining. Here we go. Last throw of the dice for the Japanese surfer, Hiroto Ohara. Big turn. Was it big enough? Looking for a 5.01, Ock. What are you thinking?
I think that looked tentative too.
Okay, surfer in blue, who's holding on to first position at the moment. And on the inside, it looks like Hiroto was finishing his wave off. So a big exchange as we finish this one off, waiting for these scores to get locked in. It looks like the man in blue, he'll be safe. Green got a wave as well,
Oh,
so
no.
3 of the 4 surfers got waves. So
wow.
I dare say we're going to go and hold for a moment and get these scores in, but it's going to be really tight here, Ock.
Really tight, you know. O'Hara kind of was a bit sticky there, even though it was a pretty big turn. It was a good first turn.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
I think this is more of a chance than the previous.
Yeah, for sure.
To be fair.
Let's look at this first turn. Ooh, pretty fast.
I think he gets it.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you could be right.
And he might even finish it off. Remember, we panned
He
away.
did.
It
He
looked
did.
like he got something on the inside.
Something on the inside. Yeah, he might get it. Yeah. Wow. That'll be a get out of jail.
So waiting for scores to get locked in. They are coming through. Here's a replay for the man who's winning the heat. So I don't think there's too much worry about this gentleman. Looking to ditch a 5.17 at the moment. I just don't think he's going to finish any lower than second at the moment, the man in blue. So I think he's okay. He's safe. All eyes are on Hiroto O'Hara right now to see if he gets the number on that last one. The judges are deliberating, and it looks as though still waiting for those scores to get locked in. There's Hiroto on screen right now, looking for a 5.18 on that last left-hander. We saw him do a nice carve down into a vertical snap, finish it on the inside. Currently rating 4th on the series, so a massive opportunity here for Hiroto. And scores have come through, and it looks as though he didn't get it. Unfortunately, Hiroto fell short. Unfortunately, he has been eliminated in the competition. As we go to a quick break and come back with more action from Surfest, presented by Reflection Holiday Parks.
Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Footlight. Under Ironman Maitland. And 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at one time.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse, home is where the track is.
Welcome back to the show. We are getting close to wrapping up the round of 64 here at the Burton Automotive Pro. It's all part of Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. You can tell that wind's been doing its thing, disrupting this lineup. It's been a beautiful day though. A lot of big heats, some big upsets too, it has to be said. As we get set for Heat 15 here, this is Geordie Lawler. He's won at the highest level. Always comes into events like this as one of the favourites. Silky smooth, goofy footer, doing his thing here. I mean, there's nothing left on that wave. He's still making it look good. Ronnie Blakey, joined by a very special guest, a former winner here at Surfest. It's my pleasure. Jackson Baker, great to see you, mate.
Thanks for having me, Ron. It's good to be in here. It's good to see Geordie. Good to see Geordie finish his first wave there. Oh, here we go, blue.
Oh, Miramar, Marc-Jean Tacong, the Filipino surfer. Such a character. He's an absolute bit of gold, and he's unfortunately blown that final section there, the opportunity to drop a reasonable number in the opening exchange. So we've got Geordie Lawler, Jean-Marc Tacong, we just saw him in the blue jersey. Kobe Clements is out there in the white. He's got some big moves he can go to, and Burleigh head surfer Matty Job coming off the back of a huge national board riders victory at the Australian Board Riders Battle.
I'm surprised he's here. He'd be that busted up.
Oh,
imagine
mate.
doing the Hyundai Hill as many times as he did Power Surfer and into the final and winning the event.
Exactly. Mate, he probably ran down here. He's a marathon man.
Yeah, he's showing it.
Yeah.
He's showing it, so it'll be good to see him here. Not a great start so far, 167, but I feel like Geordie's first wave, just very calculated, good surfing. It's easily going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Best start. The scores haven't come in yet, but I did say yesterday that I put my dad's house on it. I'll do it again. Betting man, Dad, watch. Geordie will get the best wave of the heat here so far.
Okay.
Hands and heels.
Oh, you nailed it. Look,
not by much,
huge 3.73.
But you got to have fun with this, you know.
Yeah, you do.
We get to sit back. We get to be the armchair critics. I don't get to be an armchair critic too much. Usually I'm getting
criticised.
Oh,
you're getting celebrated, mate.
Celebrated, but critiqued as well. We all make mistakes.
Yeah.
But when you make mistakes, you learn from them, you know.
That's good.
The best don't get better by winning all the time. Well,
that's right.
Don't speak for Kelly. Kelly just keeps winning and getting better. But he just seems to be stuffing himself in some big Kira pits, while the rest of them are over in Portugal grovelling away. As we see Jean-Marc Tacong on a left here.
Boots.
I wouldn't dare say John goes left much. Home break, Xiaogao over in the Philippines. A right barrel with a big air section.
Yeah. Big horseshoeing right.
I doubt he goes left, but we'll see in this heat. I know if I was out there right now, I'd be looking right. As much as it's against the grain, it's where most of the power is today. On a nor'east swell here at Merewether, it's not ideal. Kind of bends away.
Yeah.
But the lefts kind of go down the beach. You can get a longer wave, but the rights have that more power in the pocket. So here we see Kobe on the left here.
Yeah, nice little bit of release. He's got plenty of spark and he's surfing. It's like an electrician.
He's sparky.
Very, very clean. Couple of quick hits. Nothing too juicy there, but not a bad one for Kobe. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Solid performance, reasonable heat score total there for Reha Ono. Did I pronounce that right?
Yep.
Oh, nailed it. Perfect. Congratulations, mate. How was it?
Yeah, thank you. It's like tough condition, but sometimes come good waves. Yeah, I catch some good waves. Yeah, pretty happy.
Oh, we're loving having just such a big field of Japanese competitors here. You're part of a big crew. Are you all staying together?
Yep.
That's so good. And are you enjoying your time here in Australia?
Yeah, I'm so enjoy.
And what about the water? Is it nice out there?
Yeah, it's really like little bumpy, but so fun.
Awesome, mate. Well, congratulations, an important heat win. Do you want to send any messages back home to your friends and family?
とりあえず1ラウンド目上がれて、まあこの調子でもっと次々ってクオリファイに目指して頑張っていきたいと思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。I just want to say ski.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah,
keep it going. Great performance. Well done.
Good
Thank
job.
you.
Chill.
Legend.
Sick. I wonder what he got up to there, and he's I know good old-fashioned no Japanese.
Oh, yeah, you're probably catching on to a bit with Connor, but I'm pretty sure he said Newcastle's the best place in the world.
And
I
then he
want
said
to win
like
the
a
event.
little cheer at the end, like he was frothing. He's like, it's God's country, mate. Pubs are mad. Been banging a few steaks and schnitties and skewies. And
oh, yeah, the big palmy.
Oh.
Parmageddon.
That's what I've kind of had to stick off, eating all my favourites, schooners and schnitties while I got a broken
schooners.
foot. I love eating schooners. Oh, Matty Job.
But mate, it's good. When I saw you on the Gold Coast at the start of the year, I've got to say you were looking in just lean and mean and ready for a big shove. on the CS this year, and just life sometimes. Just tread on your foot, won't it? Just tread on your toes.
Yeah, it just kind of manages to break your foot, I think they get you. But I guess things happen for a reason. I'm a big believer in that, and I don't know why my foot's broken. Probably from doing an aerial manoeuvre and not being an air guy. But you got to get better. I'm watching. You've seen this morning. You've seen Jolie and Huey Vaughan going to the moon. I mean, you've got to still have that in your repertoire. But I think this is teaching me that I'm going to stick to my power for at least the next few months when I am back on my 2 feet, and just stick to what I'm best at.
So to Kong here, just been chipping away, just trying to add some points. Flowing nicely through the inside, but again, not really a big major turn to speak of. So this heat's still anybody's. But Jacko, it's pretty wild. Like I mean, you start competing at such a young age. You know, I've been watching you in events since you probably just after you turned double digits.
Yeah.
So it's this massive extended period, and really the only opportunity you're ever really going to get to have an extended break is an injury.
Yep.
Have you kind of enjoyed just sort of having a breather and just stepping back from it? I know it's painful and you've got to work your way back to peak performance, but it is something that's going to kind of
for sure
give you some time,
I think
perspective.
I think ideally, as we see Geordie up and riding here, nice first turn. Oh, really nice tight second turn. He's looking good, old George, and I think he's up there within that, inside that top 10. So as we see here,
sure is.
Really nice first turn, I think. But I mean, everyone, even if you are up in that top 10, top 7, you do still want a result here.
Well, he's at the back end of it.
You want to be locking. You want to be locking yourself in. But back to being injured, I mean, there's always a better time to be injured. But I think like it could have been later last year when I was more proper off season. But I mean, it could have been worse as well. I could have been probably doing it now, so to say, and then potentially missing snapper. So I'm just chipping away at it. I am enjoying the time on the sideline. It is a bit of a mental battle. But I guess you're just appreciative. I think there's a lot worse things going on in life. A broken foot ain't too bad. I got another one. Still able to get around, still able to drive, still able to go to the gym and eat healthy. And I think it's a good test, and it'll be a good testament.
I think so. And I think you can set some pretty good rewards for yourself with your goals. Let's say end of Snapper Rocks, if you can get up there and compete, you fetch a quarter final result or better.
Win or nothing, really.
Massive schnitzel.
And 4,000 tradie schooners.
There you go.
Sounds like a good goal to me.
The schnitzel's on me.
Schnitzel's on you, and I'll bring the tradie beer.
Yeah.
And
but if you don't make the quarters, the schnitties are on you.
Well, if I don't make the quarters, I probably won't be drinking beers. So
No, you won't be celebrating. But it's good, mate. You got a healthy attitude, and there is going to be young competitors that are watching this that are probably going to miss events due to illness or injury at different stages. And like you said, it's everything happens for a reason. And things are happening for Geordie Lawler out here at the moment, 6th place. He's one of those guys. He's knocked on the door for a number of years. He's had huge results in regional qualifying series and even international qualifying series events before. Even surfed a couple of CTs. So he's a guy with a lot of experience over his rivals out here in this lineup. And you kind of said it earlier on, you expect him to kind of turn in some pretty decent scores.
For sure. He's someone that's... He's always been in and around that area, just not quite stayed there for a prolonged amount of time. So that year he won the Sydney 5. I think it was a 5 or a 6-star back then before it turned
Sydney
into a
Surf
challenger.
Pro.
Yep. So being in and around that, getting into the CT, coming up just short 1 year of qualifying. So he's got the talent, he's got the surfing, and I think just to come through this event, finish strong within this Challenger Series, because you can kind of think that sometimes it's the end of the year, but it's not. We're only just coming into a new year, and then you'll kind of march on to the Challenger Series. So I dare say Geordie would be looking to finish strong here in this part of the season and move into the Challenger Series on the front foot. I think he's even working with a new board sponsor, Timmy Patterson. Something fresh. Could be something different for him. And as we see John Mark Takong finishing one there, at least he finished this one. The first one that he kind of fell off on probably was a good score gone begging. So at least he's got the completion on that second one there.
Matty Job here on the replay. Hasn't really connected with a good one just yet. Finds himself back in 4th place. But it's sort of been the story of the opening round so far when nobody's kind of broken out, into that, very good to excellent range up around the mid-range 7s and 8s. It just means that fourth is kind of always in with a shot with one exceptional ride.
There's not many heats today where, there's been a few little runaway heats. Morgan Siblick earlier, I think that's heat 8 of the day, kind of ran away with it. Probably wasn't as catchable as the other heats, but most heats that I've actually watched today and been able to have the pleasure to talk about in here, everyone's in with a chance, especially with these low average scores. Guys are coming in at the end and you're in first, and realistically third and fourth can overtake you with a 5. So, super, super achievable.
Here we go. Geordie, not only is he a master at putting together clean combos, also has big individual turns, huge air rotations he can go to. Didn't find the space to take flight there, but keep an eye on him with this wind puffing up too. Just under 11 minutes to go. Jackson, let's talk about the depth and the talent as we watch the replay here at Geordie in this region, because you've been to the CT, you've been pushed back onto the Challenger Series. Obviously, you keep your place on the Challenger Series because you have been a Championship Tour surfer, so you're not back on this regional QS, but you have competed at this level. You did get a victory in this event a couple of years back, but it's not like you elevate and then you're just a class above and you can just plough through the rounds at these events. These are world-class surfers that you've got to overcome, and a lot of great surfers miss out.
For sure. I feel like, I think I've said it a few times today, there are 7 people from our region get to go to the Challenger Series, and that is such a small amount for how much talent we have in this area. As we see Geordie, who's currently inside that top 7, looking to cement his spot. That was a really nice first turn there. Nice little release out of the second. Let's see if he gets it inside. It has been really nice inside through the shore at certain points. And he got one there, so
nice.
I dare say a well-surfed wave there for Geordie. But guys like Geordie, you got Alistair Reginato, Kais King, Xavier Huxtable. There's a lot of guys that are within that area that need this event to cement. I mean, there's guys like Dakota Walters that are kind of at the top. Jarvis Earl, quite safe.
Yep.
But I mean, from, 5th, 6th down to 15th, there is a lot of room there for those guys to cement their spot, and I dare say it sucks. There's going to be a lot of very talented athletes miss out, unfortunately, with not only having those 7 spots, but I'm excited to see how this whole week unfolds, because I guess for myself, for Morgan, for George and Mikey Madonna, who have already qualified, it'll be interesting to see who we're travelling with and who we get to hang with for the back end of the year. That's kind of the best part of it too.
Most definitely, yeah. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned those guys, because for some people, they're sort of wondering who these, last year's Challenger Series surfers are that are still competing here, and they've been knocked out. Probably scratching their heads going, is Georgie, he's done. he's done, he's off. But he's sweet. He did so well on the Challengers last year, he's already got that call up.
Yeah, he's cruising. So for anyone that doesn't know, if you do manage to, on the year previous, on the Challenger Series, finish in the top 20, so top 10 qualify for the World Championship Tour. If you manage to finish top 20, so between 10th and 20th, you automatically get an entry back into the following year's Challenger Series. So gives you a bit of a grace period that you don't fall straight back to the regionals, and lets you, I mean, if you're in that position, you're very close to qualifying for the tour, so you can kind of prepare and get going again.
Yeah, that's right. And then there's other ways you can earn an exemption as well, as you have.
Yep, which is, I think for a year or two maybe after falling off the World Championship Tour, I think you get automatic qualification into the Challenger Series, which is great, because for someone like me, don't necessarily want to imagine if I was dependent on this, and I mean, injury is very unfortunate, but I'm glad I'm not dependent on these events, and I focused very much in my off season, cutting some weight, training hard, and I could kind of concentrate on that wholeheartedly.
For sure. Let's have a little chat about what's going on in the ratings at the moment, because there is a couple of new names at the top end of the regional ranks at the moment. Big one for me is Tully Wiley, the big powerhouse. Great performance he had at Nias to really collect some solid points. He's already through to the next round as well. So Tully, the Victorian, doing pretty well. As we see Kobe up here. Kobe Clements comes into this event in 22nd position. So he and Matty Job you know, it's a victory. It's a win, basically, that they're chasing to get themselves up towards that top 7. But Oscar Berry's competed well.
Yep.
He's been
I think he progressed through as well. So
he's progressed through. That's right. So as much as
here we have it on screen for us. So as you see, so that's the top 10 so far, and we've got the green on the right hand side, means they're still inside the event.
Yeah.
And we're still only in the main round, so I mean, you don't want to start seeing reds, but everyone's keeping their dream alive. I mean, you can kind of cancel out Morgan Siblick out of that list. He's already requalified. So for those other guys, Oscar's, so Caius, just by making his last heat, has actually taken Oscar out of the last spot.
Yep, that's
so
right.
That's done a flip. So, and then you go down into this next page. There's still a lot of green alive there. You got Jack Thomas, Zave, Winter, Shelley. So all these guys all realistically have a shot. Wow. Some maybe more towards the win or the final.
Yep.
But for your Oscars and Dill Moffat on that first page, it's probably more quarters, semis, even round of 16, depending on who does well above.
Yeah, that's right. That's the gnarly thing, isn't it? It's like, you go, oh my goodness, yes, I survived that round. I'm through to the next one, and then you're watching people who are above you on the QS ratings progress too, and you're like
making that cutoff even higher and higher. So
making the job harder.
So you got guys like Tully Wiley and that trying to pop their tally higher for you to chase, and then you're making heats going, what? Like, I'm doing good too. Like, so, but it's going to be a very. I mean, as these rounds go on, I'm excited because I'm usually in these races.
Yep.
And I'm the one nervous about points and this and that. I'm actually really excited to sit back and enjoy.
Okay, well, I mentioned a couple of names that haven't been to that Challenger Series yet, that are well positioned at the moment. But what about for you? Is there anyone kind of looming at the moment that you think, that guy has the weapons that would, do well on the Challenger Series?
I feel like there's two that really stick out in my mind, and one's Caius King.
Yep.
I feel like for me to say that he's never cracked the Challengers as of yet, this kind of trips me out. I think me and Rossi spoke about it earlier. I think he's had a few niggling injuries and stuff like that hold him back. And
back issues and
stuff like that. So I feel like Caius is a massive threat this year for that, and someone that can definitely go on the Challenger Series and give it a great nudge. And another one is Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah.
Come up short last year and probably this year as well, like seeing all of his close friends, George, Tully, the boys. Well, Tully's in contention now. George made it last year. Zave has the surfing. We've seen it. We've seen it in the Bells Beach Pro last year.
Yeah.
I think he beat Jack in round 3.
He surfed so well.
And surfed so well. I mean, easy to surf really well on your home break, but that day at Bells was not easy. That was tricky, bumpy, big. So he's got those big turns, and we haven't seen him this morning get his way through that heat. So keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they're the two that I probably would have earmarked. They just... they don't look out of place in a lineup packed with CT surfers. They kind of fit in, and that's a whole sort of different conversation, because you've got great competitors at this level, and then you've got some surfers that for one reason or another just haven't put it all together yet, and I feel like it's right there for both of them. But
for sure, I'm excited to watch it all.
They've got a journey ahead of them these next few days. That's for sure.
Yep, and we get to sit back, be armchair critics, and watch it all unfold. I'm frothing for
relatively stress-free. Like, our adrenal glands will get a good workout. They'll get a good squeeze. Yeah. But for us, we can go home and put our head on the pillow at the end of the day and just chill.
All I do is go home, rest my foot. That's all I do. So
beautiful.
It's actually nice to do something different, get down here and watch a bit. I've been watching these regional QSs anyway, so it's kind of cool to watch it firsthand, be able to put a bit of my 2 cents in, and being in this position before is really cool. So, I guess I thank Warren and everyone for the opportunity to be in here, chat a bit of surf, and I'd do it anyway. I'd probably be sitting at home with a fake headset on, thinking I'm trying to be like Ronnie, but now I get to sit here and be with Ronnie. So,
mate, perfect.
I'm the lucky one down here. I got the experience of that many don't get, so pretty cool.
Mate, you're always having a good time, but I loved watching you go through your first couple of years on the CT. I think you were taking the most from the experience. It just seemed like you didn't have a huge smile on your face. We'll have a look at Kobe's ride here. He's in 3rd spot, chasing a 3.48. We know he needs a massive result here. He looks around for for any more opportunity on the wave and can't spot it.
He's hungry for it. He wants it. He wants it. But
yeah, it seems like you just are on a mission to juice every bit of joy that you can get out of the experience that comes with being a pro surfer.
I think it's just you get to that such high level and something you've worked towards your whole life. And I think just once I got there, I was just like, this was such a big achievement. I want to kind of, I don't know, eat all the fruits of what this has to offer. Like, I want to have fun with my mates and hang with the Aussie boys and stuff like that as well. I'm like, hey, you get to go have a beer or something with Kelly Slater. It's like something you never thought that was going to happen. Like,
or Kelly watch you have a beer.
Yeah, I think he was kind of watching me. He probably trips out on what I do, so maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's get in Kelly's head.
He's pretty chilled these days.
Yeah, he's pretty cruisy.
Matty Job started that wave off so beautifully. Only needs a 3.14.
It's in the areas.
Yeah, Matty. I've seen Matty put together some amazing heats over the years, and then, you know, he's another one of those guys. He's got the talent, just trying to get it all to come together in a sequence of events on this schedule. But
just seeing Kobe there go down, I feel like he was on his way to the score there. I mean, it still could be. You got two really nice kind of finner connections out of those first two sections. So as we have the replay on Matt, he's only needing a 3.14. Does he get another turn here? If he does, oh no, they've both fallen, needing such marginal scores. Matty Jobs, though, has come in at a 3.4. He has jumped into second. Kobe's requirement has jumped up to a 3.75 and only got a 3.3. So falls there have not helped. Well, Matty still got the job done at the moment. 10 seconds left. John Mark looks like he's paddling for one here from the wide shot.
Oh, maybe Geordie Lawler's up, actually. Nice little floating re-entry there. Silky smooth. I mean, he's already done the job on this heat. But he's going to finish in style here. Pinpoint. Precision.
He's looking good, George.
Really clean, isn't he? I love just the placement of his limbs and just how it all comes together. Just flows.
It's crazy today too. 9, 10 points has been job done. 10, like that's kind of your heat win today. So it's kind of, you wouldn't usually say that is job done. So there's been some tricky heats today. Geordie got it done, and it looks like Matty's held on for second. So good heat there.
Yeah, Matty's last wave was a really important one. The 3.4. He did have a fall at the end, but he had a quality turn to kick that right off. Geordie's last wave didn't factor into the heat. So it feels like this one is going to be wrapped up with Geordie Lawler taking the victory. Matty Job in second place. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be back with more from the Burton Automotive Pro right after this.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, right?
That's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back. Great to have your company, and great to have the company of Jackson Baker, former winner here at Surfest, taking out the Burton Automotive Pro a couple of years back. Big win for Newcastle, and it was a pretty mellow night that night, wasn't it, Jacko?
Super chill, couple lemonades, and yeah, it was nice just to sit on the deck of the Prince and just keep it quite mellow.
Let's talk about the victory. What it means to you, and what did the greats in this zone kind of say to you after you took it out?
I think it was more or less just about time one of us did it or someone did it. It seemed like this, I don't know, this foreign thing that was...
It was a hoodoo.
It was like a hoodoo juju thing. Like, it's like none of us could achieve it. But nah, I think, yeah, I definitely felt that day. It was more so just the whole day combined, like the way I woke up. We had a few days off, and we woke up on that Sunday, and we had to actually put the heats to 4-man to be able to finish it. So that was the first day, and it was just the most beautiful day, and it stayed cooking all day. Actually at Merriweather, behind the rocks, like really fun. Myself and Ryan just kept chipping our way through the draw, and then kind of got to 5 in the Arvo, beautiful Arvo, and we're both there, and like we got a 50% chance here, one of us better do it, and just seemed to be, once I paddled out in the final, everything kind of just went, there's those heats where they just go your way. I don't know if my old girl's helping me out or something, but I kind of just stayed on my feet. But I was just in the position for the best waves every time I had priority, and it just seemed to work really, really well. But yeah, dare say we did have quite a fair few at the Prince that night with everyone, and I actually didn't have a too long a turnaround before having to get my way down to Bells, and ended up holding it together quite well. I went down there and actually turned my year around and made the cut that year. So I had enough schooners and enough fun that I could still go to Bells and perform. So that was very special. But hopefully,
really well balanced.
Hopefully now the floodgates are open. We've still got local Morgan Siblick in the draw.
Yep.
I've got my money on Morgs. I might be biased. I'm driving him around like an Uber driver at the moment.
Perfect.
So yeah, I feel like. Well, I want him to do good because there's a bit of a coaching agreement there. I got 20% of whatever he makes in this contest.
Perfect.
So keep chipping away, Morgs.
Hopefully he gives you a 5-star rating too.
I hope he gives me a 5-star rating. I mean,
it's important.
I need to keep my dream alive. I need to make money while I'm injured. You know.
Yeah, mate. It was special. I got to call that final, hand you that trophy. It was a great day and just another fantastic page in the history of this amazing event, which has seen, just the best of the best have been victorious here. So your name's on that board, mate. Well done.
There's a few of the greats in those early years.
Let's talk early years for you, like as a little Grom, bright-eyed Grom.
Bright-eyed Grom.
Probably still with a little red mo, but as a Grommer,
yeah,
what's your earliest Surfest memory?
I was probably still rocking down here around 6 onwards with my dirty mo. Nah, but early years was around Newcastle Beach, so I was around in the main part of town, and that's the years you had like Kelly and Andy and stuff like that, and then even if you come back around to here, the first proper years that I remember was here at Merriweather, because I was probably more coming of age and enjoying surfing a whole lot more, doing it and enjoying it so much. And there was one year it was like 2nd or 3rd reef, and it was so pumping one year. I remember local guys like Travis Lynch in the draw, and it was so good to watch. I shouldn't say it, don't skip school, kids, but I may have not been going to school that week. I think Mum and Dad were pretty nice to me and let me kind of watch the event and be a part of the whole festival of it all. And yeah, it's been such a special part of, I guess everyone around here would say, of their upbringing as an athlete, or even people from the local town that don't surf, I think still get so involved with this event. And yeah, we're so lucky to have it here. Huge shout out to Warren and everyone that makes this event possible. Kim and Janine at the Burton family, without their support, this event wouldn't run.
20
These
years
guys wouldn't be in the water with rashies on. And yeah, I guess we're lucky to sit back here in an AC booth and call the action.
Pretty nice, isn't it?
We're not complaining, that's for sure.
Just over 18 minutes to go. Another person who's not complaining at the moment, sitting pretty nicely on the regional rankings in 6th spot, is Geordie Lawler. And Geordie, a really important heat for you, mate. And you just looked, your numbers have been bigger, but you looked really comfortable out there. It seemed like everything's flowing pretty nicely for you. You feeling it?
Yeah, definitely. Just trying to enjoy my surfing and take it all in, and just feel good about the pressure and not really crumble, and yeah, having a lot of fun.
Mate, we know that you like to get on the axe and hit the heavy metal distortion pedal and just blow out a couple of riffs. What were you psyching up to prior to heading out for your heat?
You know what? I actually haven't been listening to music before my heat. It's
What?
weird. Yeah, I know.
Wow, that's unheard of.
It
from
almost.
George.
I know. I've just been over the years. I just listen to stuff like Tool and all that before my heat, and I've just be out there just crawling out of my skin. So, just trying to slow things down actually. So just no music this
Wow.
year.
Well, man, I reckon it's working because
You definitely didn't look slow.
No,
You
no,
look
you didn't
good.
look slow, but
Really good,
it
George.
felt like you created time for yourself out there, and it was just a beautiful performance, mate. Talk to us about this situation that you find yourself in, because you've been really close to cracking not just the Challenger Series in the past, but also the CT. So how are you handling this week and the pressure that comes with it?
Like I said, I'm just enjoying myself, every little thing I do. Even if it's just like going down to the beach and just setting up the brolly and going for a swim or something like that. Just trying to be grateful for everything that I've got, and the pressure's there, but at the same time, I'm just really enjoying myself. So it just is what it is.
Yeah, nice, George. Jacko here, how are you, brother?
Oh,
You're looking really good, bro.
Thanks, mate.
Nah, it's good to see. I mean, we've both been in similar positions like this before, and it's good to kind of see you've taken a different, mentality to it this time, and kind of just enjoy the process of it all, and
that's it.
Put your best foot forward and let your surfing do the talking. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all you can do. And
for sure.
you've already put yourself in this position, so I guess just keep putting your best foot forward, and like you said, don't listen to any music and just keep chill and keep
Be
that
in the
mind.
zone,
Get in the zone. Seems to be working.
Thanks, mate.
George, Jacko was talking about potentially a bit of a shift up with your equipment lately. Are you just looking for a fresh feel there?
I am, just signed a little deal with Timmy Patterson's this year, and for me it's kind of given me a whole another level of froth of just surfing in general, and it's so far it's just been really amazing. Working with Gunter up at Ballina and stuff, it's been really good.
Oh, awesome, mate. Look, usually with our international competitors, we give the opportunity to send a message back home. Jacko and I don't speak North Narrabeen, so do you want to say anything to anyone listening back there?
Just thanks heaps for watching, and thanks.
You beauty, mate.
Come on,
Keeping
surely
it
you got a bit
simple.
more. Surely you got a bit more North
Keeping it
Narrabeen
cash.
lingo, like.
Good on you, George. A
cheers,
great
boys.
performance, mate. All the best this week.
Good chatting to yous.
Chat to you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, sounds good.
Keep them coming. We'll be sitting here.
See you, fellas.
Geordie Lawler, such a good surfer, and obviously, not letting the occasion overwhelm him. It doesn't seem. It seems like he's in a pretty good headspace. The new boards are looking tidy. As we see Mikey Madonna on the outside, pressure-free week for him, different to what he had last year.
That was sick.
And he just whips that tail around. Big unit, big turns.
Big lad, built for this.
And from a big community too, has a lot of love coming his way from Lennox Head. But he's just looking to stay sharp, and I think it's a pretty good tactic. That this event, I think even when the pressure's off, if you're not chasing qualification from this contest, it's such a big event. It's going to put the same kind of pressure on you as that first Challenger Series event.
For sure, and we're so lucky, like as we see Mikey on this wave, this is his first one, 5.33. Just to come here as well, we're so lucky with how much talent we have in our region. So it's probably not that much of a step up to the Challengers. A lot of these guys are going to be on the Challengers, and then we have the international competitors as well from the Asian region. So this is such a great warm-up for Mikey and those boys that have already made the Challengers, and this second turn here was really critical. It was huge, actually. So good to see him kind of looking loose. Limbury's looking sharp. He did a lot of overtime work for Lebar over the weekend at that Australian Border Eyes Battle at Burleigh. So I've actually seen it firsthand. Mikey's staying at my house with my dad and the family, and with his dad Tony, and I've had to help him out a little bit with his recovery, get him to some joints to kind of help him recover those legs from running that Hyundai hill. So mean, he'd probably be stoked that they didn't run this main round till Thursday. A good bit of time to get back feeling as good as possible, and he definitely looks like it this afternoon.
Well, this is Walter Hyatt out there in the white jersey, just making a return to competition, really. He used to compete quite a bit, and I think he's made the move up here to Newcastle.
God's country.
Seems to be enjoying himself out here at the moment.
So many do move to God's country. But Walter, originally from Phillip Island. I actually knew Walter before he moved here, both Rip Curl team riders. And yeah, Walter's living here with his partner and their pup. And I think Walter's a school teacher, so I don't know if he's coming in and out of the classroom or for his heats, but I guess the more heats he makes, the better off, eh?
Oh, for sure. The Groms would be frothing. You always used to probably got the substitute in. You give them a hard time. That's always a lot of fun. But Walter Hyatt out there at the moment, a long way back on the regional ranks, 93rd position, out of reach of the top 7, but big chance to put on a good show here at home. Alex McGuffin's out there at the moment, and he's having a look at this one. He's in 43rd place. Again, probably going to be difficult for him to make the jump up into that top 7 with our top 7 all progressing so far. This man, Tenshi Awami, he's got a bit of work to do and some ground to make up on the Asian ranks if he wants to qualify. He's got to crack that top 5, but he's sitting in 12th place at the moment. So it's you can feel the pressure sort of building as we move through each of these rounds. It's going to become really clear over the next, I'd say, round or two where people have to reach.
Yep. It's just going to become harder and harder. The more guys making it through the draw, especially in that top end, it's only just going to pop that cut line higher and higher. But we'll keep you guys all in check as the event goes on. The live rankings will be popping up on the screen, and we'll decipher what everybody needs. I guess tomorrow, we've got some big swell coming. We've got a southerly hitting tonight, so we'll see what that does. I'm excited for it. Personally, I love a southerly swell building up here at Merriweather, so I hope we get some solid conditions tomorrow. We've been so lucky with the conditions this week. We've had beautiful weather, beautiful winds, nor'easters blowing up in the Arvo, as we see Tenshi finishing up on the inside here. Tenshi's such a good surfer. He was actually on the Challenger Series with all the boys last year, and actually had some really good individual heats, but never put together a whole contest. I actually surfed a heat against him at Erasira, and luckily we both made it through, but he was ripping that day, and that's such a tricky wave as well. So it was he's definitely got the talent, and I mean, like you said, he's a little bit back on the Asian rankings, but I mean, this event is 5,000 points, so like we said, anything is possible.
Yeah, he's got nice sharp rails, that's for sure. Throws some really sick calves down, as we see there. Alex McGuffin just trying to climb over a couple of tricky sections. Gets caught behind there. 9.5 minutes to go. And Jacko, you know, it's a Thursday. There's already, well, let's have a look at this way for Walter. Just gets knocked off there, but there's already some festivities planned over the weekend. Big tracks party going down. Goons of Doom are playing on Saturday night.
Is it Friday or Saturday?
Friday night?
Friday night, I think.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
I think it's Friday. Friday at the Prince of Merriweather.
Yep.
One of the best pubs around here. I think it's cocktail night tonight, from memory. So if you tonguing I think $15 cocktails. So if you're about it, I mean, for myself,
get around
6 weeks sober, so I'm trying to be good with my busted ankle. But if you are a lover of cheap cocktails, get around it. And then tomorrow night,
not cheap, just well priced.
Well priced.
High end.
Quality
stuff.
Some
they only
of the
do quality
finest
stuff.
Don't do anything in halves, especially here in Newcastle. Nothing in halves. Nothing. Just everything proper. That's why we call it God's country.
8.5 minutes to go here. Mikey Madonna still hanging on to that lead. Alex McGuffin is in second spot. But it's really anybody's still this heat. Nobody's out of reach at the moment. That wind's just behaving itself somewhat at the moment. Has sort of taken that beautiful glassy just surface away, but it's not completely messing up the lineup just yet. So the plan is to keep rolling at this stage. 8 minutes to go. We'll be monitoring conditions through each of the heats as we roll on. As we see Alex now heading left. Not going to get a whole lot out of that one.
I've just got some information here texted in. It sounds like Walter has gone casual this year to chase the Kiwi.
Nice.
So he's gone back to casual teaching and give himself a bit more freedom to chase his events. So I'd say he's here, or here he's at home, as we see Mikey with a beautiful first turn there.
There you go. So he's the substitute.
So yeah, so he's filling in, and then I'd say he would chase those Indo events and try to build up a ranking for the challenges next year. So exciting times for Walt. That's really cool to hear, and thanks Jake Blacksford, local Merriweather lad, part of Merriweather Border Riders, sent that in to me. He's got all the goss, so
yeah, it's cool. That's a regional result of the regional QS as well. I think if it's an international qualifying series like it used to be back in the old day, you kind of lose people like Walter.
Yep.
They move on. They're not going to chase the events all over the world. But with a number of solid events here, including this one, and then on the Asian circuit as well, you can kind of put a campaign together and not be away from home for too long.
for sure, especially these Indo events coming up. I think they're mid-year, so I think some of those do clash with the Challenger Series. So you've got those guys already on the Challenger Series for this year, preoccupied. Not going to say the events are any easier because those guys aren't there. The talent pool's still there, but to be able to still have events to do throughout the year, very lucky to have that. Thank you to WSL and especially the Australasian region for getting the Asian region and the Australian region to co-sanction events to give opportunities to both regions to generate points in Indo, in Australia for the Asian contingent. So yeah, super lucky, and I'm actually jealous that they get to go to these 5 stars in Indo. Sometimes I'm grinding Huntington or something, so actually pretty jealous. Wow, that was a sick turn from Tenchi.
Yeah, they've got some great events on the Asian regional circuit as well. Just under 6 minutes remaining here. And you can really sort of see a clear pathway now as we watch the replay of that last wave for Tenchi. But the pathway's there. You've got your juniors come out of those into your regional qualifying series events, get to the top end of those ratings, and you could make the jump to the Challenger Series where you've got to really, put it together to get yourself right up at the top end of the Challenger rankings to crack the CT. And the man sitting next to me has done that, and it's no easy feat, Jacko. It's not easy.
Not easy.
It doesn't get any
all.
easier once you start on the CT either.
Nah, that even gets even harder. But I guess that's what everyone's dream is. That's why we do it. And I mean, to be able to go up to that top level, and it's actually kind of tricky because you go from having those guys as idols, and they're still idols, but at the end of the day, they're competitors, and I know no one wants to lose in sport. Losing isn't that fun, so you're kind of up there to try beat the best, but it is a bit of an adjustment when you.
What's your best heat win? Like, it doesn't matter if it's I don't care if you're talking 3rd round or 4th round. Who's the biggest name that you've given the flick out of a CT draw?
Probably Geordie at Bells. I think it was round 3, and I needed it. It's
That's
coming into that.
Huge one. Geordie, a Bells champion too.
Yeah,
a couple of times he's made the final.
Yeah, and managed to jag one over him over there down at Bells. That was the first year on tour, and that was when I was I'd had a few really good heats throughout the year, but never cracked it to that 9th round as of yet. And I must have the event before, but I knew I needed to make that round to take the pressure off going into Margaret River. And yeah, too big. Well, Geordie's much bigger than me, but I still kind of class myself weight-wise as a bigger lad. Probably a fair bit shorter than Geordie, but yeah, got the better of him in that one. And I guess that heat, especially for me, was a huge one. I'd been going down to Bells for, I don't know, what am I now, 27, 10, 12 years, training down there and doing the Rip Curl Grom Search International Finals and staying with the family down there, the Wrights, Tom and Louis. So that was kind of when I was like, this is my time. I've been putting in the work down here, and yeah, it was a real special one.
That's massive. Geordie's one of the greats. Have a look at this thing.
Oh, Pitt.
Onshore Pitt. He punches through that curtain. He wouldn't be denied. And he was trying to improve on a 3.1. He actually needs a 4.6. And have a look at it. He's deep for a moment there. Not a clean exit. Sort of had to cut it short to find that little chandeliering section to punch through. And with just under 3 minutes to go, that's going to be an interesting number. But yeah, mate, well done. That's beating one of the greats at one of his favourite stops. That's huge. Love that.
There's a few. That's what you get up there for, and that's what you get there for. That's what stirs you on. I mean, as much as you get up there and you want to get results, but I think you just want to have those big heats. I think I went down a Jack in a big heat in El Salvador. It may not even be the ones you win. It's just giving it to those guys and giving them a good nudge.
100%.
The heat I had with Philippe at Winky last year as well, like, even though that one didn't go my way, that was probably still one of the best heats of my career. Like, just to be able to, I don't know, put it to guys like that. And that's what kind of now I've unfortunately fallen back, and the plan is to get back, but I guess that keeps the fire burning to get back there and show them that I'm not just there for a short time, that I'm going to be there for a long time, and I'm going to be a long-time rival, not just a short-term kind of young fella coming along.
Yeah. Love it.
Beautiful day down here. Look at this.
Mate, it's dreamy. I sat down there and had lunch at the surf club before. I was out looking out over the break, and
I seen you up there. A few people
I did a double shift earlier on, and then the Jack, our producer, was kind enough to give me a few heats off in a row, so I went surfing.
Oh, Walt there. Nice two-turn combo.
Nice, Walt. But yeah, it was just beautiful in the water. Just a magic week so far weather-wise. And
it's going to change a little bit, but it's still beautiful down here. It's not going to get that cold, and we've got some swell. As we see Walter on the replay here, I really like this first turn. Little back foot Larry jam. And we've managed to squeeze the second one in there. So I dare say this will be Walter's best wave. Minute 10 on the clock. Probably only going to be needing a mid 4 to 5.
Yeah, he needs a 5.33 to get up the
it's in that
second
area.
spot.
It's in the areas. Anything's possible. Still time on the clock. As we see, you can kind of see the left of the screen. Mikey looks like he's on a bomb right here.
Yeah, I think it's all hanging on that last ride for Walter. If he doesn't get it, then he is going to run out of time. He's going to be too far on the inside. 3.87, so not enough for him. Mikey Madonna's going to hang on to this first position. 40 seconds to go. Alex McGuffin needs a 5.24 to jump up into first. Tenshi's out there. He's the one outside of that progressing position, and he's looking for a 4.24. Just trying to get eyes on him at the moment. 25 seconds to go. There is some set waves approaching. I can see him making a move here.
Someone up.
Oh, this looks like Alex. So he'll try and get rid of a 3.93 here. Glides through that carve. This wave's going to stand up and give him a section on the inside. Whips the tail, completes the reverse, and under pressure delivers what will probably be a decent score and maybe up the requirement for Tenshi. We're unsure whether he got a wave. Add some extras on the inside. The surfer from WA. And yeah, we'll see. See, there's a shift up in the order, but I can see the P next to Tenshi's name, which sort of suggests that maybe he didn't get a wave.
Well, that's, if anyone is watching at home and future heats coming up, that's how you defend second place. Use priority smartly and probably bank his best wave of the heat, I dare say.
He needs a 5.24 to get to the lead. That's not out of reach.
Not out of reach. Nice first carve there. Fin and reverse at the end. Critical. Risk. Probably could have just gone up and done a nice snap there, but went probably for a manoeuvre he may feel safer doing. But the score has come in. I think it was a 4.53. Cement second place.
Perfect.
Mikey and Alex going into the round of 32 potentially tomorrow. Now we've got the first heat of the women's main round coming up next.
The Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro is going to get back underway, the round of 32 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, Jacko. Thanks for your company.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
See you tomorrow.
Always good to yarn with you, Ron.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays. Ironman. Outdoors. Ironman. Whoa. Uber. Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Oh. Under Ironman, mate. And 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Welcome back to the Surfest 2024 presented by Reflections Holiday Park. You've got new voices in the booth. It's me, Jessie, joined by Mitch. Mitch, how are you? Welcome back.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for making the week so fun.
Yeah, that's all good. I'm excited. We're moving into the main round of the women's, which is very exciting. We're going to see all the top seeds start to move on through. So Freya Prum and Amelie Burke being the two top seeds in this one. And Amelie's from the Newcastle region. Yeah,
right here.
She's supported by Surfest and I believe Burton Automotive too, maybe.
Maybe. Some way or another, I think. Yeah, she's from about, I'd say, 300 metres.
Oh, you're kidding?
Yeah, she's really local.
She is here.
Surfs here every day. Got a lovely family. I know they'll be supporting her online or down at the beach right now. She's, a lovely girl, Amelie, and a nice opening ride there. Got a little caught up in that last section. As we now see the first wave of Sui as well. Bit of an exchange to get things going.
Yeah, there's scores for all four surfers locked in with this lady on your screen. Sai Maniwa getting the best of it, a 4.17. Amelie got a 3.17 for that last wave, so I feel like if she had a road out of that last turn, that definitely would have gone higher. Isabel Higgs with a 2.77 and Freya with nothing big, just a 0.5. It looks like the girls might be getting a little bit cleaned up right now, but it's been pumping down here all day.
Yeah, have you had a good day?
I have had a good day. I love days like this where you just get to commentate good surfing.
You didn't surf in the morning or anything? No. Did you bring some boards?
I did bring boards, but they're back at where I'm staying, which is in Newcastle.
Okay.
I've been surfing Newcastle Beach in the afternoons, which has been so fun. Wow, Freya. Really strong opening term. Freya is actually my gym buddy.
She looks really fit.
She's super fit. We train with Jared Tatiri up the
Is she
coast.
proper fit? Like psycho fit?
She's so strong.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. We were doing this testing together, and she was pumping out chin-ups with 20-kilo weights strapped to her. I was like, okay. Meanwhile, I could barely do one without the weight. I was like, I'm going to go home. I'll see you guys later. But yeah, she's been doing this for a while too.
What's her goal, you think? Does she
challenges for sure?
Like she still sees, the CT as a...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I think she's committed to getting there. She's committed her whole life to this sport,
Where's she originally from?
She's originally from Merimbula,
Yeah.
which is down south.
And then she moved up for the HBC and...
Yep, that old chestnut that so many of us do.
Is that one of the main reasons you moved up there?
Yeah, it was. So I moved up there
Wow.
to train at the HPC, and my sister and I were booked in for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And 2 weeks in, I called my dad, and I was like, hey, Dad, not coming home, so see you never. And then not long after, Mum and Dad made the move up. I actually wanted to finish school up there. I pretty much knew when I was packing my bags that I probably wasn't coming back before I'd even got there. If Dad and I had it our way, we probably would have moved up there maybe 5 years ago.
Oh, it was Mum and other sister that was...
Yeah, all Mum's families down in Sydney still. So we go down to Sydney all the time, and I definitely do little missions back to Narrabeen if there's swell. But yeah, definitely still a Narrabeen girl at heart. Just love the water and the temperature of the North Coast.
So you're still a pirate?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was there. It was so funny at the ABB. You know, you're supposed to be pretty neutral on the commentary team. I was doing interviews going, I know you told me not to be biased, but go Narrabeen.
What a club. How powerful is Narrabeen Club? You know, like...
Oh, it's incredible.
What is it? Snapper, Narrabeen. I'd say North Shelley's there.
Yep.
I think Merrither's close enough to
I
be
would
in that
say
sort of...
Merriweather's there too. The depth of talent you guys have here is ridiculous.
The new clubs, though, the emergence of some of those clubs up in the Sunshine Coast, they're really impressive.
Yeah. North Shore Board Riders, they're incredible.
A couple down your way too, like even North Ave, they have their year.
North
you know?
Ave, yep.
Yeah,
Mongrove
Fraser
has
and the
been
crew.
pretty good
Yep.
too. And Lieber has been good. And speaking of Lieber, Mikey Madonna, well done. Congratulations on taking out that last heat.
Did you hear me mouthing Lieber? I was waiting for you to say
I could,
it.
you know what? I could feel your presence going, Jesse, say Lieber. Say it now. You're welcome, Tony.
Thank you. Cheers.
Congrats. How was it out there?
It was really tricky. But yeah, I just kind of got to expect that. The wind came up pretty strong and just had to lower my expectations. I guess the waves are pretty good all day, so you get sort of a image of how you want to compete and surf your heats out there, especially when there's opportunity. But I just had to lower my expectations when the waves deteriorated, and I got it done. I'm happy.
Mate, we're not all lucky enough to grow up at Lennox Head, right? You're a real lucky boy. The waves been pumping there the last few days?
I'm not too sure. I was in Avoca, then flew up for the ABB, and then flew straight back down on Monday morning. So I kind of missed all the Goldie swell and that, but apparently the banks are good. So
And
I'm sure there were some waves.
I hear you're staying at the Bakers.
Yep.
Guy Baker and the crew. How's it been?
The annual Baker stay. Yeah, it's been good. Quiet and hang around with Jacko, listen to him chat when he's got nothing else to do with a broken foot. So
I bet
hopefully
you
he gets back out there soon.
I bet you the meals that you're used to off Jacko have changed a little bit over the years. He used to have deep fried breakfast, deep fried lunch.
Yeah.
Now he's all fit.
Steak and broccolini.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a chef.
Is he giving you some tips down here at Merrither? He's local?
Yeah, for sure. He gave me a few tips before I paddled out and seemed to help. He told me not to go left, but my best goal was left, so yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Mikey, I'm so curious. You know, you spent last year on the Challenger Series and you definitely came back, I would say, a better competitor and definitely a better surfer too. Do you think it was a really big part of your year of getting better last year, spending that time overseas competing with that Aussie crew?
Yeah, for sure. The year before, I kind of got smoked, and it was just such a learning curve and a bit of a wake-up call for me. And last year, I just tried to embrace it. Started off pretty strong, and then obviously going overseas, and I couldn't have asked for a better crew to travel with, like so experienced within Jacko, Morgs, and Chippo. So I think just learning off those guys and helped a lot, and hopefully just carry that into this year.
So have you re-qualified, or do you have to get up on?
I'm not too sure if I can talk about that right now. But
oh, secrets. Secrets.
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But you're here trying to get the job done anyways.
Yeah, of course. I'm trying to get my reps in and get ready for the year.
And one last question before you go. You're going into the round of 32. Do you reckon that's sometimes the scariest round?
For me, I think the first round's always the scariest because it's just like a build-up of a few days of waiting around and getting ready to go. And I think, your thoughts build up and everything. I think the first heat for me is always just like a bit of a weightlifter getting through that one. I feel like I can free up and start doing my better surfing throughout the later rounds. So, but yeah, I mean, they're all crazy hard heats and they're all pretty tricky. So every heat's the same, I guess.
What are you going to get up to this afternoon?
I don't know. Maybe Jacko can show me a few tips in the kitchen at the moment. Maybe we'll go back and cook up a dinner. I'm not too sure. My legs are pretty cooked still from the weekend, so I think I'm just going to rest and get ready for tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Mikey. Yeah,
Thanks,
good luck
Jess.
tomorrow.
Cheers, Rossi.
And hopefully it's a good one.
Go,
Thank
Mikey.
you.
Good guy.
Great guy. Yeah.
He's good enough to make the tour.
I think so too.
You know what? It is a compliment, but at the same time, I think there's about 30 Australians that are good enough. They just got to, has to break right for them, and they get on a bit of a run. And they've definitely got the talent.
I think as well, especially when we look at those live leaderboard updates, you go, oh yeah, that top 7 looks really strong. You think that they'd probably be there, and then you look at the the next 10 people
Yeah.
below, and you go, what? They're not in the top 7 or top 8. It's just, it's mind-boggling how good the level of talent is, especially here at this event. Even in the Asian region too, you know, like, you're kind of left scratching your head, like, how did all these people get so good? This is the first update we've seen of the women's live leaderboard. So Paige is currently leading. There's a bit of a rivalry there between Paige and Filzy, and Rosie Smart and Ellie Harrison. They're actually both coming up in the next heat together, so that's going to be super exciting. But we have to keep our eyes on Mia Huppert, Willow Hardy, Coral Durant, who got an 8.67 for one turn yesterday. Freya Prum, she's out there now, and Anne DeSantos. But Sierra Kerr's already provisionally qualified, so is Ellie Harrison. So it's actually an extra spot up for grabs.
So I know how Sierra did it. How did Ellie do it?
She re-qualified.
Oh, of course.
And the
okay.
Challenger Series
So
last
what is
year.
that on the females? Is that making
So
the
they
top?
take 5 and then the next 5 after, so
Okay.
top 10.
Yep, gotcha. Yeah, top 20 in the males and
Top 10 in the females, yeah.
Gotcha.
And then Sierra, yeah, she doesn't need to be here. She won the World Junior title.
She just wants to win everything. She's been greedy.
She's won the last 5 events she's put her name in.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not.
5.
Last 5 events, and I did some research. No one has done my QS and CT research. The only other person to come close to doing that was Steph in, I think, 2008, and she won 4 back-to-back.
Wow.
Like that, she's a machine, Sierra Kerr.
You know, I've got another weird little fact for you.
Oh, I can't wait.
Where was I? Tyler Gunter from California. He told me this, calls it that the ISA Games. Miguel Toledo, I think he won about 5 in a row recently on their regional titles.
No
I think it was
way.
5. Now, don't quote me on that, but that's what Tyler told me. I think it was 5 amongst all those Brazilian surfers.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he got 5 in a row.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So and Jarvis, he's got 3. I know one of them was a junior event, a pro junior, but
It's still
he's
a
also
win.
been totally.
He's Jarvis is on a bit of a mission. I was chatting to him in my break actually, and I was like, "You're actually on a mission at the moment. Like, what's changed?" And
I bet he
was like,
giggled at you.
Yeah, he's just smiling. He goes, "Oh, I don't know." And he's here with his mum, and they just look like they've got a really good formula going.
Mhm.
You know, just keeping things easy, keeping things simple, watching heaps of surfing too, which I think is really cool. They seem to be intrigued in what other people are doing, which I think for some people is super important. For others, they don't really care. But I always think it's interesting to see how the scale goes. You know, if someone gets an 8.67, I want to know what they've done for that 8.67. So I feel like, it's working for the Jarvis, and
Eyes on the lineup.
yeah, just making sure that he's got full knowledge. Knowledge is power, they say.
Exactly. As we push through, just getting down to the final 10-minute mark in this one. Not too many big scores. A couple of 4s, some 3s. Looks like Higgs and Burke are in 4th and 3rd at the moment. The local girl, the goofy footer. He must be 6 foot, maybe a little taller. Emily,
Yeah.
really good surfer. Out at Ladies Third Reef when it's big. She's one of the standouts.
Really?
Yeah, she's a really good surfer.
Amazing.
I know she's really good friends with the girl from Lennox.
Nixie Ryan.
Yeah, Nixie.
Yes, they travel everywhere together, those two.
They're always pushing each other. I know Nixie surfs here a lot with Emily.
Yep, Nixie qualified for the Challenger Series last year, and is trying to get back there again this year. And last year she won so much. It was pretty much a Nixie and Ellie show. They just went back to back and everything. But Freya had really good results overseas at the start of the year. She got a 2nd in NIAS, maybe a 3rd in NIAS. And then she's got a 2nd in a few 1000s. So she's just outside the cut line, and she's really trying to get back there to the Challenger Series.
It's funny, hey, like you could make 3 finals in some 1000s, but if you get a big thumper in a 5000, gosh, it makes things a lot easier.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, a semi in this is the equivalent to a few wins in a
Oh.
1000.
It's non-comparable. I mean, you do well in this. Kobe Enright one year, I think, didn't compete in any of the 1000s, but got results in both the 3s and 5s and qualified.
Wow. Where is Kobe?
She's taken a year off, I believe. I think she's
Okay.
in Japan, actually. traveling over there. Everyone seems to be in Japan at the moment.
Snowboarding.
Yeah. I was talking to Hoyo before. He's been there twice this year. I was like, what?
Yeah.
It's the third month of the year. What? We're not even finished the third month.
And you're a surfer.
Yeah. I was like, what do you mean? But it looks like Isabel Higgs, she's been a she's been a bit of a standout the last few days, but just taking a tumble there, maybe not 100% committing to that takeoff. But you can see that wind's puffed up a little bit. It's not as dreamy as it has been all day. But this is the conditions we've kind of been used to this event. I feel like this is what it's been looking like.
Yeah, that swell hanging around. We are expecting a bit of a change tonight. The southerly's going to rip through and mix the conditions up. But I think it's going to be really fun. I'd be surprised if we're not surfing again tomorrow. I think it should be pretty fun. Merritha's actually protected on a southerly. It's not. It's definitely not dead offshore, but the faces are really clean. Yeah, a lot of people here would, actually probably prefer to have a bit of south than the wind.
Because there's more east in the swell today?
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday was predominantly northeast, as we see. Emily, big turn there.
Wow.
That was solid. Yeah, but it's slowly starting to, it's like a bit of a combo swell today as that south swell starts to get, starts to sort of pop its head up. Yeah, tomorrow, though, it should be straight from the south. As we see a replay here from...
Huge turn.
Going to be a good number?
That's a huge turn. I think that's going to be a good number. I mean, the judge of it has been paying one-turn waves pretty well all event. If you commit 100% to it, they've definitely been saying, yeah, we'll give you the nod. Is it a 4.8? I don't know. We'll see. The judges... I kind of love the scale the judges are set. I feel like they've been making people really work for their scores. And, yeah, there it is, a 5 for...
wow. That's a big number.
Yeah, for one turn. I'm not sure if you saw Coral was 8.67 yesterday.
I did.
Yeah, the one turn.
Yeah.
Huge turn. She goes really vertical.
Yeah, if she gets it right, there's something to say about watching a taller human do a big manoeuvre. It looks even bigger because of the power and... height in the manoeuvre, and on that one, it really worked out there for Emily.
Oh, Owen Wright, Matt Wilco, they're taller guys, and they look incredible on their backhand. So
the biggest number of the heat thus far belongs to the surfer in blue. As we look at white, this is Higgsy up and around the backhand here.
Yeah, grew up on the northern beaches. That's a beautiful first turn there for Isabel. Trying to race around it. She's super young, but she's kind of been frothing on just surfing heats out here. Linking up to this shore. I love that the shore is offering a bit more and gets the ride out. So needs a 4.01. I feel like, like I touched on before, the judges are really making you work for your scores. So we'll see. I think this is a great wave selection. I mean, it hit the bank perfectly. I love that first turn. But I
could have got maybe a little bit more critical.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't think it'll go there because I feel like she never got her board vertical above the lip.
A little snap there. Great surfing, but will it be a 5.4? I say probably not.
No, it's a 2.67 for that last wave. Here we go, Sai.
Whoa, there's that technique.
Beautiful first turn there. And Sai actually represents Japan but grew up on the Gold Coast.
Ah.
Yeah.
Do you surf with her a lot?
Yeah, heaps. Out D-bar, I surf with her, Snapper. And
she's been here for a while?
She's been here for a while. Yeah, so we actually grew up competing with her through the Australian Junior Series. She did all the Pro Juniors with us, and then it's only recently now she's been travelling to all the Asian events since she's gone to the Regional Series. She's elected Asia to qualify through them, which is really cool. And I mean, you're going to places like India, the Philippines, Taiwan. There's a lot of different countries that they go to, which is really cool and exciting. It's a whole other mini tour, the Asian tour. It's really cool.
It is. It's good that we get to see the talent that's coming out. And there's been some huge performances today. I think, there was a couple of sad defeats too. I saw Hiroto Ohara. He lost, needed a number, got the wave at the end. But yeah, there was some great performances, and I'm really excited to see the Japanese girls get out there all afternoon. I know there'll be a lot of them.
There were two of our New Zealand competitors, Safi Vetti, Taylor Green on screen, and I'm sure Billy Stairman will probably be down there supporting them soon. He's kind of takes on that big brother role from New Zealand. He's just never really misses a heat, as we see Amelie getting 2 turns there. Will she get the link up? Doesn't look like it. Big closeout out the back. So as the southerly swell pushes through, we'll definitely see the lefts kind of not come into play. We'll see more of the rights.
But the minute you say that, now, as we're in the 21st century, we still look for closeouts. A lot of the competitors, they'll look for left-hand closeouts to do airs. So as much as I want to say it's going to be right-handers and right-handers only, I bet you, I'd put money on it, there'll be some big scores because some of the blokes will be going for big closeout sections on those lefts.
Yeah, I hope so.
Particularly with the wind too, right? The wind's going to be going into the lefts.
Maybe a couple backside airs for the natural footers.
It could be completely different. It's actually going to be. Usually, I could tell you what it's going to be like because of if there's no sand here, but there's so much sand that it's still going to be a lucky dip tomorrow.
Is that something you guys like? Lots of sand?
No.
No,
not usually. You'd rather it no sand behind the rocks. Then it's really obvious of what the waves will do. It'll break at a certain position. You'll go through a section as you get to another sort of set of reef. It's hard to explain, but right now it's a little bit different. But still, if the south swell is strong and from the south, like really strong, it could overwrite the sand overnight. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Here we go. Amelie Burke. Big section again. Whoa, belts it again.
Job done.
That's going to be another good score for Amelie. Needs a 4.06. I think compared to the 5 that she got, that's a 4.06.
Yep, I think you're right. It's funny, it looks like she went, okay, so I did this with the 5. That felt like we'd seen it before.
Yeah, she's kind of taking it and running with it. I like it. It's heaps of spray. She's a really strong surfer, and there it is, a 5.8, so it goes to the lead. They liked it better than the last one, so figured out the recipe and has gone to the lead.
Yeah, great afternoon here for Amelie. I know she did go to university for a moment. I don't know if she's doing uni at the minute. I think she might have deferred for a second to give surfing a bit of a go, but I know she's got a bit of a head on her shoulders. Real smart. I know both parents are chemists, I want to say.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, lovely family from, as I said, just around the corner. A real part of the community down here at Merida. It's a great community at Merida.
It just seems like an amazing community, and especially the amount of support that you have for all the athletes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of the best I've seen in the world, that's for sure. And I just think, I was talking to someone yesterday and I was saying the way that they run the women's side of the event, I think that's the future.
That's a testament to the president, Cal Horton, and the whole crew. They put a lot of time and energy into sort of coaching and nurturing the junior talent in the ball club. Yeah, as you can see, Amelie Burke is a part of that sort of program. So, yeah, the club's doing a great job. We've got 40 seconds remaining in this one. Was this enough to change the situation here for Isabel Higgins?
I don't think so. She didn't really get out, or a steep section ahead of her. So she didn't really get a solid steep section for her to attack. So I don't think that's that, but strong turn there for Freya. She's, like we said, she's super powerful, really spring-loaded. And talk about D-bar, this lady spends a lot of time surfing out there. And gets the finish, so Freya.
Unreal. I love that roundhouse through the inside. It was probably going to get you no points because the judges aren't really looking for big sort of carves through that dead section, but I just don't know how she did that. It was a really sort of full figure 8 turn. Great surfing there from Freya to book a spot in the next round. Don't know if she will win or come second, but either way, job done.
Yeah, job done. And the lady on screen took the win, so 1 for the Novocastrians. We are going to go to a short break, and we'll be back for a pretty stacked heat after this.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, Under Ironman, mate, and 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once, I know.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once, I
Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. If you haven't been to one, what are you doing? They're literally my childhood. I love Reflections Holiday Parks. We're into the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro, and Merryweather's put on an absolute show for us today. It's some of the best. It was some of the best conditions. You rock up and hope the surf looks like that for every comp.
Absolutely. We've been really lucky. We started on Monday. What is it now? Thursday. So 4 big days of, massive scores, big numbers. And I tell you what, you mentioned this heat earlier in the day as a plane flies over. Can't get vision of that, but we can get vision of this. This is Ellie Harrison, one of the top seeds of this heat, one of the best up-and-coming females in Australia, as is this girl, your friend Rosie Smart.
Yeah, this is Rosie. I mean, Ellie, she's already qualified for the Challenger Series. This is Arabella Wilson from that Victoria region. She is actually the vice president of Torquay Border Riders Club. Tully Wiley being the president. So really young.
That is unreal.
Crew.
Tully's the president?
Tully's the president. He's also the team manager for Dragon and Reef. Tully wears a lot of different hats, and he competes.
And he's actually having the best sort of 8 months of his career.
Yeah.
I think he's surfing the best ever.
I think so too.
So, team manager for 2 companies, president and team manager.
Yeah.
And surfer.
Yeah. Yep. He wears a lot
Has
of
he got a
different
girlfriend?
hats. He does.
And a girlfriend?
Yep.
Wow.
Doing it all.
That's a lot on his plate.
Yeah. There's a lot of talent coming out of Victoria at the moment. You know, Zave Huxtable, like we said, Arabella Wilson. There's Ange Ball, who usually competes in this, but she's recently moved to Ireland, which is cool. She's doing a year of uni over there. But that lady on your screen, that's Charlie Haitley. She's still a junior. She's really young, but she's a powerhouse. And from that Gold Coast region, she trains with Chelsea Hedges and all the coaches from Surfing Australia. And she's got a cool little air game on her too.
Unreal.
Which is sick. But yeah, Rosie, 5-5 to open up her account. She just won the She's Electric series that Hyundai put on. And great cash prizes if you win.
Did I see her on the webcast at the ABB?
Yeah.
With Laura?
Yes. Yeah, so that's part of the She's Electric program. And then Ellie Harrison, I mean...
Wasn't it like that event was like a top 5 sort of mimicked?
Yeah, so it's pretty much the exact same. So you submit, to get into the top 5, you submit surfing videos, and then each week they get ranked and judged. And then by the end of it, the top 5 people who have the highest scores go to the She's Electric camp.
Yep.
And then they have a finals day, and they surf it exactly like, the top 5. So whoever had the highest score when it was in first gets to sit and wait. And so it's 5th surfs against 4th, 4th surf against 3, 3 surfs against 2, and then 1 and 2, or whoever gets there, have 3 heats together. But that lady on screen, Amelie Burke, she just jumped 10 spots by making that heat. So she's
late run.
Climbing the ladder.
Anyone is nearly sort of still in the conversation with the 5,000 on the...
5,000 points is a game changer. I mean, it's not out of reach for anyone.
Particularly for Emily, if, what the locals are saying is right, and the waves sort of tend to sort of, go back into normal looking Merida. That's when Emily should feel more comfortable. If it's behind the rocks and, she knows how to jump off the rocks, she knows, all those sort of local little secrets. I think she could make a real run at it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Arabella Wilson.
Vice Prez.
And this is a good looking inside bowl. Rips the return there. This is a nice looking wave here for Arabella. So Nan finishes it right off the shore. That was one of those rights that really peeled along the sand from start to finish. I'd love to get vision again of Rosie's 5.5 if we can, because I feel like 5.5 is a hard score to get today.
Yeah, that's really solid.
I wonder if it was one turn like Amelie's. So, but before that, this wave here.
It did really, the beauty of this wave, it actually stuck to the bank nice. A lot of these waves here just a little bit wide, but this one was really sort of square. There was some steep sections in it. And Arabella just destroyed this thing all the way to the shore. That's going to be a good number there.
Yeah.
Currently is in second position.
Yeah, that was a 4.33 that last wave. So judges liking it. Honestly, I feel like you can't be upset with 4s and 5s. They're the scores that are getting you through. And actually, this lady got a pair of 5s for 2 massive backside turns. Emily, congratulations. A bit of local knowledge paying off in that one?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess a little bit. Just knew there were a few little rights out there and just had to tee off on a few.
And we've been talking, this isn't typical Merriweather, but you would have surfed it like this plenty of times. With the swell going a little bit more south, do you think you'll start feeling more and more comfortable when it goes back to what you usually see when you come down here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, rocks is pretty sanded up at the moment, so hopefully it's kind of handles it. But yeah, I'm just love to go ride out at rocks, so hopefully get a few days like that.
Yeah, Emily, how are you?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm good. You're ripping then.
Thanks.
Mate, we just got told you've gone up 10 places from that result.
Oh, really? Wow.
If
sweet.
you do maths, go through another round, go up another 10.
Couple. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet.
Isn't it funny though? Like, all you had to do was do a total of 2 manoeuvres, and you got a pretty good heat total. 10 points.
Yeah, just a couple backhand hits.
Backhand hangers and through the next round, mate. You're feeling confident down here at Merida?
Yeah, I love Merriweather. Yeah, feel good.
Mum and Dad down here or at work?
No, they're down here and got Taco the dog down here too.
Taco the surfing dog.
Yeah.
Well, look, congratulations, mate. All the best throughout the event, and hopefully we get to talk to you tomorrow because you smash another heat.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks heaps.
What a girl.
She's so cruisy. So humble.
You just prod her. She's like, nah.
I'm right. She's, just won a heat of 2 turns.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. And she's like, yeah, so
Yeah.
good. But yeah, Rosie, like we were saying, She's Electric is such a cool platform that Surfing Australia and Hyundai have put on for women through board rise events. And the camp was really exciting. I actually got to host it, which was pretty cool.
What was your role? What did you do there?
I was host.
So you have to tell the girls what's going on, and
my sister and I, we we're interviewing them throughout the day. We did a short TV series, so 4 episodes on it, and that was the 3rd episode, and then the final episode we actually shot at the ABB on the weekend as well. So it was all happening on the weekend, and it'll be on Surfing TV next weekend.
Surfing Australia TV this weekend. Be there.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Vaughan Deadly hosts the whole entire segment, and then True and I have our own snippet in it, which is pretty cool. So Rosie is pretty much the face of the last 2 episodes and is currently leading this heat.
Where's Rosie from?
Rosie's from Coffs Harbour.
Yep,
and she's from a pretty talented family too. Brother Creed Smart. He's still young, I believe, maybe 16, 17, but doesn't look it, and he's quite strong and is a really talented surfer. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll start to see him compete more in these events over the next few years. But he's been doing a few of the junior events, and he was representing both of them, Coffs Harbour board riders on the weekend.
Oh, cool. One of the legends from that area.
Yeah, absolutely. Harley Inglebury, the longboarder, he's from that area.
Yeah, Lee Winkler.
I
believe Otis Carey's from up around there.
And did you ever come across Ethan Stocks?
Yeah, he's a good surfer.
Yeah, he's from there too.
A natural footer.
Taj Watson's from there as well. He doesn't compete anymore, but I always thought he was a really talented surfer. Game for the Challenger Series and stuff like that, but he's called it a day on competitive surfing.
Home of the Big Banana.
The Big Banana.
Iconic spot.
Actually, I spent a bit of time with Coffs Harbour board riders one afternoon, and they have a really cool juniors program. They put a lot of time back into their juniors. They run ABB drills and tag team drills and get them comfortable in those high pressure situations.
Cool.
And I think it's one of the best clubs to do it in the world. You know, I think it's so important to give back to the juniors because they are the futures. Not give back, but add to their development, because I just feel like it feels pretty cool to have a pro surfer in your club, and if you can be a part of the journey from a young age, it's really beneficial for the community.
How's someone like Laura Enover sort of influenced your journey?
Oh, Laura's been like a mentor for me and my sister growing up. Wow, Ellie too, really strong turns there. But yeah, she's even now in the commentary world. It's funny that we've all kind of gone down that road as well. But she's so inspirational. I mean, in those big waves as well, like she's fearless. But there's other women in the club like Belle Hardwick, Elle Northey. They both had time on the tour as well. And it's, you know, if you have a bad run of events, they're the people you want to talk to. Same as Hoggy. Hoggy's been massive and true in my career. When we were younger, Davo as well.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace to Davo. But yeah,
Legend.
Hoggy and Davo were the two that were like, you girls should start competing. And
sick.
Yeah, it was really cool. I'm forever grateful to grow up in a place like Narrabeen. It was a really cool town to grow up in.
Here we go, surfer in white, goofy footer flying down the line. That was Charlie Haitley. There's going to be a big number there if she had ridden that one out, but wasn't to be. Big number coming through for the surfer in blue, Ellie Harrison, as we see a quick wave there for Rosie. So a bit of action, 11 and a half minutes remaining.
Couple ridges coming through the faces of the waves now. It's looking a little bit trickier out there. I'm excited to see though, because Ellie managed to figure this one out quite nicely.
Yeah, it was a tricky wave to sort of calculate as well. The first turn was good and just in time got under and up over that tricky section. That was really good surfing, and this was going to be a big number. Timing just a little off.
Yeah, it was looking good, but unfortunately couldn't pull it off. But Ellie, 617 for those two backhand turns. So Ellie looks to me like a Challenger Series surfer. She seems really composed and comfortable in a jersey. And I think last year she definitely took a lot away from being in those harder environments, because the Challenger Series, I feel like everyone who goes on it and falls off comes back better.
For sure, right? We're hoping a lot of our Australians do better, and our friends from all those Asian areas.
Do you see anyone on the Challenger Series that hasn't cracked the tour yet that you think you thought that would have already?
Oh, for sure. I think it's probably a little bit premature, but I thought when I saw Ellie last year, I thought she's worthy a spot at the big table. But yeah, there's a lot of those guys that I thought were. I think Alistair's good enough. I think he's definitely good enough. Alistair Reginata. I don't know. I think all of them, as we kind of mentioned before, they've all got the skill and talent. It's just, yeah, getting a bit of luck, and, you know, hopefully everything sort of breaks right. A couple of these Australian girls, though, they're incredible this week. Yeah, really impressed.
What about, you know, you work closely with the American team through the ISAs. Is there any Americans you've come across that you think, how have you not cracked the tour yet?
But I'm only working with the
ISA.
The grown-ups, though, the ones that are already on tour.
The grown-ups?
Well, John's a grown-up, and Carissa, Caroline, Katie. Yeah, Baron Mamiya was at the camp too. Griffin's been at them before. But yeah, those guys they've all done it.
Yeah, they've done the journey, done the
Yeah.
hard yards.
Yeah, exactly. But on the regionals over there at the moment, apparently that's super competitive too. I know, like Kalohe Andino, I don't think he's like coming 8th or 9th.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really competitive. It's super tight at the minute over there.
I love that he's still fighting to get back there, though. I just think that's epic.
Yeah.
As we see maybe a wave coming through. No one taking a look at that one.
I was actually speaking to Kalohe recently, and I was saying, what are you thinking? You know, your life's pretty good being at home, you know, being a father and all the good stuff. And I said, why do you want to get back on tour? And he said, I don't know, it's just that feeling. When you've got priority and a wave comes to you, I just can't get it out of my head. I love it. I was like, that's it right there, yeah. When he's got priority and there's a wave coming. That's what he said.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Mm.
That's really cool insight. Whoa, Ellie going down there. That is really cool insight.
Mm.
That feeling.
It was a funny one, huh? Yeah. I get it, because even when you're sitting at, you know, whether you're sitting up at Casuarina surfing or North Narrabeen with a perfect east swell, the lefts are pumping, and you're on the inside, you've waited for 20 minutes and it's your wave, that's a pretty good feeling, right?
Oh, it's what dreams are made of.
Yeah, it is. It's incredible.
Oh, yeah, I know, I just love it. Especially, you know, you rock up today to Merriweather. I mean, you would have been watching the surf today and just going, get me out there.
Yeah, for sure. You know, the commentators we're working with, you know, Ockie, he's not a grommet anymore, but he still has that grommet mind. And
absolutely.
As soon as he gets a break, he's out there surfing. He said he surfed behind the rocks here at Merriweather before. Once a surfer, always a surfer, man.
Once a surfer, always a surfer, that's for sure. Yeah, I feel like I totally get where he's coming from. That's a really cool way of putting it. I love it. It was like, it's not the winning, it's not the losing, it's having priority and a set wave's coming. Huge turn there for Arabella, though. Needs a 385.
Oof. Okay. Is that close?
I think so. I definitely think so.
I do too. In situations like that, it's nearly worth, and it sounds funny to say, it's nearly worth milking that thing all the way to shore and just doing one little tap on the inside.
Well, that's what we saw with Sage Goldsberry yesterday. Remember, she needed a 113 or something like that.
Oh, that was tough. Yeah. That was a pretty good turn.
Yeah. I think he could go there, you know.
I think you're right. 6.5 minutes remaining. We'll put a little bit of pressure on Ellie Harrison. Will it be enough to change the situation?
Ellie and Arabella have grown up competing against each other forever.
Here it is. She got it. 3.9.
Oh, just gets it. So now Ellie needs a 2.06. That's nothing.
Are they club mates?
They are club mates.
Good mates?
Yeah. It was really cool to see, actually, because I think we spoke about this yesterday. In tag teams, you usually have those 2 or 3 surfers you rely on to get those 8s, and everyone else kind of pieces it together with 6s and 7s.
5s.
5s.
Yeah.
Ellie was one of Torquay's 8s. She was one of the people they relied on to get those 8-point rides plus to put them back in the mix and keep progressing through heats. It was actually Ellie and Tully.
Wow.
They were their 2 8 surfers, which I just think that's massive pressure to have in your hands. Wow, massive backside floater.
She's found a little bit. She's found a little bit of something out there. Got some confidence.
I thought she might have heard you and started milking that wave to the inside too.
That was better than the last one, I think.
I think so too. She got projection out over it. Ellie, though, now needs a 2.06. Yeah, this is a 2.06. Oh, no.
Still was a 2.06, but it was going to be a 6. The big difference, if she'd made that final manoeuvre, that was going to get her up into the lead, I want to say. But
might still.
Yeah, that was good surfing, right? The first couple of turns looked so silky.
She needs a 2.2 to move to the lead. This is a 2.2. These first 2 turns are really nice. Love the no downtime in between the 2. Oh, that's just unfortunate because that was... She almost pulled it together, but that was definitely going to be a big score. It's a 4.33, so Ellie moves to the lead. Rosie now in second needs a 5.01. Arabella's last one did not better her situation. It was a 3.7. As we can see, some of our Asian competitors on the screen.
A little over 4 minutes remaining, and as Jess just said, the last of Arabella Wilson was a 3.7, so not enough to change the situation. Not looking for much of a ride at the moment, a 4.05 to move up in a second, and Charlie Haitley is in 4th spot, looking for a 4.88. That nor'easter has kicked in this afternoon. Conditions are a little bit messier than what we saw earlier in the day. As we see Surfer in Red having a look at this wave.
Here we go, Rosie. Huge single maneuver there. So big section, and she puts it up there. Tries to get a little bit of work done, so needs a 5.01. We've seen scores and turns like that go there over the last few days. Whether or not the judges think it had enough push behind it is a different story, but yeah, Rosie's a really... She's a competitor. She doesn't give up to the end. She got a 3rd place in the NAS 5000. That was a hard section to make, you know.
Yeah, critical manoeuvre. 3.23, is that it? Is that the number, or are we still waiting for another one?
No, that's the number.
That's it. So not a great score, but it still put a little bit more pressure on surfers in 3rd and 4th. It goes into Rosie's top 2, the 3.23. 3 minutes remaining, and a bit of a nightmare situation for the surfers in 1st and 2nd, because the surfers in 3rd and 4th have both got priority over them. So they're going to get an opportunity here. Just need a nice clean face. Couple of opportunities.
It felt like Arabella's been building rhythm too. A 4.41. She got a 4.33 on one turn, you know. So yeah, it's not hard right now, and the judges have made it pretty simple what they want to see and what they'll reward. Here we go. We've got a paddle from somebody now. Rosie, with no priority, managed to get this wave. Carves back that section. Wants a bowl to stand up.
Oof.
Belts it for a second. Beautiful surfing there. Now out the back. Charlie Haitley just in and out.
The technique that Rosie's got on those forehand carves is so unique. It's like she stares at her feet halfway through it or something. It looks really cool, but I don't know if I've ever seen it before.
Yeah,
see with this bit right there?
Yeah.
Just gets right into it.
And pushes harder off her back foot when she does it.
Yeah, it's cool. One of the best goofy footers ever born is from her area.
Really?
Place called Mulloway. Sean Canstel, remember him?
No.
Big shout out to Sean. One of the best to ever do it. One of the best goofy footers ever. I think Rosie Smart would know exactly who I'm talking about. Looks like she's got a little bit of a Sean Canstel influence. He was a member of the elite top 44 at one point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Top 44.
He was back then, yeah, but obviously it changed. But yeah, same sort of age as Ace Buckins and in that gang. But yeah, total legend. As we see Surfer in White, 1 minute remaining. This is an opportunity. Big snap there. Oof. Needs a 6.1. This wave going to sleep down the end. You can see Charlie milking this thing for all it's worth. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be a 6.1.
Yeah, I don't think so. That last wave of Rosie, a 4.1, so not enough to put her in the lead, but she's definitely made Arabella's and Charlie's life that little bit harder. Charlie got a 3.37 for that last wave, but I feel like this is just reps in the jersey for Charlie. She's still so young, and the juniors, I'm sure, would be a massive priority of hers, getting to that world junior title level, trying to go back-to-back for Australia. I mean, Sierra Kerr won this year. Looks like on the beach, Ellie's having a sniff, but just says no to that one. Maybe one last roll of the dice here from Arabella. Found a bit of a corner. Oh, almost runs over Rosie. But nothing's really done yet. Yeah, that's not going to be the 5.28, and the clock has run out, so Ellie Harrison and Rosie Smart, the two top seeds, getting the win here. We're going to go to a short break and be back for more right after this.
Ironman. Outdoors. Ironman. Whoa. All-bar. Suspension. Lights. Roof rack. Camping equipment. Recovery gear. Oh. Under Ironman, mate. And under Ironman. I can't do two things at once.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Adam thought he'd never get Sarah camping. How wrong you were, Adam.
Wait!
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome back to the show. The Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro continues here. Heat number 3 is on. Ainon Matsuoka is out there in the red. Amuro Suzuki, an Olympic bronze medalist, is out there in the blue. Coral Durant from the Bluff, she is out there in the white. And Mirai Akita is going to be out there in the green. All these surfers well situated on the ranks. And this is going to be an interesting heat because where you look at where these competitors are sitting, all of them with a real chance of going all the way, getting themselves onto that Challenger Series. And it's going to be Amuro Suzuki getting things started here. We've seen her in a bunch of Championship Tour events in the past. She's desperate to get that full-time spot at the highest level of the sport. But we'll see what kind of numbers she puts up to kick this one off. Amuro sitting in 6th position. We know there's limited spots on that Challenger Series for these competitors. That's what they're fighting for. Ainon, she's been on fire this year in the Asian region. A big win at Cruy has helped her get to a great position. I think Coral Durant, for me, still owns the best individual turn of the women's event so far. Big forehand hammer. Ronnie Blakey joined by Matt Hoy. Hoyo.
Yeah, Ronnie, haven't seen you all day, mate. We've been missing each other.
Yeah, that's okay.
Avoiding each other, maybe?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. But no, mate, it's been a pretty solid day. Definitely our best day competition as far as opportunity goes for the competitors. Yep. Still a couple of low-scoring heats, just, you know, with 4 competitors in the lineup, sometimes it does get a little tricky for everyone to find those 2 scoring rides. But
it does. A couple of real big scoring heats too this morning. The highest heat scoring of the whole event, and both in the same heat.
Yeah.
The Vaughan brothers, mate.
That's right.
That was mental.
They're going absolutely
Waves
mad.
were pumping all morning too.
Yeah, it was fun. Nice and clean. 20.5 minutes to go. And Amuro Suzuki.
Still a few good waves out there. It looks a bit harder to find the Savo with the nor'easter. I thought it was going to stay offshore all day today because of the southerlies.
Yeah.
Predicted southerly, but it's changed a little bit. It was too hot.
Yeah,
it had to go nor'easter. Boiling out there.
Yeah, it was cooking.
Yeah.
Absolutely cooking.
Cooking brew.
But yeah, so a solid collection of formed surfers from the regional QS out there in the lineup fighting for spots in the round of 16 here. I mentioned Ainon, big win at the Cruy event for her. She had a couple of other final appearances. Coral's been doing really well on the regional QS here in Oz. She's sitting in 8th position
on the cusp.
Our regional rankings, and so is sitting 8th position on the Asian ranks is Mirai. So
on the cusp.
It's good. It's, you know.
And they're still in the mix. It'd be worse sitting on the sidelines or sitting on the beach saying, wanting other people to lose instead of you having to win.
Exactly. Well, it's for the Asian region, 4 surfers make that jump, so it's not a lot. No, it's
Well, they're on huge points compared to everyone else.
exactly.
How's that
But
work?
yeah, 4 surfers from the region get in. It's the top 3 from the qualifying series and then a wild card. So not
Does it
sure
usually go to
that
4?
hasn't been.
Right.
That hasn't been initiated just yet. No
Who
one
picks
knows.
the wild
Gets
card?
it. I think it's there's a process involved. It might depend on injuries. It might depend on who did well on the Challenger Series and maybe just missed out.
Yeah.
But
okay.
yeah, I'm sure if there's sort of no one campaigning for that position from that perspective, then it will probably go to 4th place. But
Yeah.
you want to get it done there, and it's going to be hard to track down Sarah Wakita, whose dad you're pretty familiar with. Wakita, who just had his own section of the Pipeline Reef.
Oh, yes, okay.
The
I know
Wakita
who-
Bowl.
Yeah, he's in between. He's a
Yeah.
bit younger than me.
Yeah, he's always like hard to
Yeah.
see from the shoulder
I
at
just
Pipe
like
when
Suji Kasu-
you're looking
Kashu,
deep. But yeah, Wakita's made a real name for himself on the North Shore, and his kids are
So that's-
both great surfers.
Yeah, right. So that's Dad. There's a good
Well, this is
protege then, isn't it?
Aino
Oh, wow.
Matsuaka, and she is bagged a 4.67 to kick this heat off. Looking to back that up now.
I think there was another heat earlier where there were all Japanese surfers except for one Australian as well. That's this like second heat to the Sabo. Wow. Huge contingent of Japanese surfers, eh?
Yeah. So on the Australian regional ranks, the Australia Oceania regional ranks, it's the top 4 plus a wild card. Asia just that one less spot, but it's intense. A lot of the form surfers. Here's the Australian regional rankings at the moment. A lot of the form surfers, as you can see at the top end of the rankings, are still alive. Sierra Kerr, she's not here, but
why?
She's all good. She's a world junior champ.
Oh,
She's
so
already got her
in, so it
spot.
doesn't matter. You think she'd come and, I don't know, she doesn't have to, I don't suppose, but just to compete and keep the, well, she's been competing a lot lately.
Oh, she's been competing at
Yeah,
guts
true.
out. Yeah, she's
you're
been on a magic run, just winning,
So
junior
she's already
titles,
qualified
QS
anyway.
events. Yeah, she's sweet.
Because of the junior world title.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. It was actually in the men's heat, fought in the men's, all Japanese besides
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
It's cool. We knew that. We knew that we had a
Yeah,
record
one.
number
Yeah.
of Japanese competitors here this year, and we've seen them, battling in the juniors and on the grind on the Australian regional league. So,
Is there any
fantastic to
contests
see
in
'em.
Japan?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. They but they compete all over Asia. They had an amazing run of events too. They're all there in Nias, Krui.
Oh, yeah, so the
this
so the
goes on.
Indonesian, yeah, so
South
not-
Korea.
But actually in Japan, is it?
There must, yeah, there is. There is events in Japan for
Because
sure.
I saw there was one actually early in the piece.
But the big one
Late
was
last year.
Taiwan.
Yeah, Taiwan, yeah.
And Sarah Okita, who's coming up in the next heat, she won that with a strong performance.
That looks good, Taiwan, eh? The surf when it gets good.
Yeah.
Looks really good.
Yeah, mad potential.
Yeah.
It had some good moments. I think, they're the best kind of locations for contests. When they're not at their best, they still give you great
still give you
conditions
waves,
for
yeah.
competition,
Yeah.
opportunity. That's what Merriweather's dished up this week.
Hasn't it?
4 days of pretty decent head to just overhead waves, and there's been some magic moments in amongst it all with the sheet glass mornings and
Just the consistency of the swell gives everyone an opportunity. There's no one going short of waves if that's actually your fault if you're not getting the waves, really. I mean, it's been hard to find the good ones for sure, but there's still been an opportunity out there for sure.
I like that. Your fault. That's the blunt way of throwing it.
What are you supposed to say?
Say, it was difficult out there. It was hard to connect with a good wave. I just didn't have the rhythm, and it wasn't my day. No, it was your fault. It was your fault. I love it.
You got to make it happen.
Exactly.
If there's waves out there and
You know, you're not fighting. Everyone else is fighting, you're not. Well, whose fault is it?
Yeah, I've had some magic days at the beach this year, some really fun surfs myself, but I've really enjoyed these 4 days.
Yeah.
Sitting here and watching this next crop fighting to get
Oh, look at
themselves
this
onto the
right.
Challenger Series. Good looking wall here, a bit behind it though. Here's Mirai Kita. She gets back out in front of it though, does well to find a bit of face, but that wave just fizzling
Did
into
you surf
deep water.
this morning?
I actually surfed in the middle of the day,
Oh, well,
halfway through the
did you?
the men's round of 64.
I know. I tried. I thought I only had a couple of heats off. I went to surf and then I come back and went, oh, you're not on for another forward? I was like, what? And that's when it was really fun. And then I had another little break and then it went onshore, so I didn't even surf.
Yeah.
But when the tide got high, it didn't look like it got that good. It got a bit weird just before the wind came up.
Matsuoka, she just went all out on that section. Yeah, got a couple, thanks, Matt.
Yeah,
they were kind to me out there with the rock section. No, I actually just went out to have a rinse because it was just such a beautiful day. There was dolphins out there, and yeah, I just, I mean, no one can watch as much surfing as we have over the last 3 days.
And not want to surf.
Not have to go for a surf.
Yeah, true.
If you're a surfer, you have to go out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you go to bed and you feel ill.
Yeah.
But no, it's good. Thanks for showing us around the place and taking us just off track and taking us to a few different breaks.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's check in with the winner of that last heat. And I saw her warming up yesterday on one of the other beaches and looking really sharp, even though she did get dropped in on by Ockie. Ellie Harrison, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I hope you gave Ock a big spray.
Oh, nah, never. Used to it now. Nah, jokes.
I know. And when you get the opportunity to surf behind Ock, you just take notes. You
you
go,
just
what?
learn.
So you've shared a wave with the great Mark Okalupo. You tick that box. How's that feel?
Yeah, feels good.
Awesome. But it looked like yesterday you were just loving your time here at Newcastle. I mean, huge event, massive event with huge consequences as well. But you're sweet. You're looking pretty good. I loved watching you compete on the Challenger Series last year, and it just seems like you're in a really good place.
So I actually got the wild card for this season on the Challenger Series, which is, really nice. So no pressure doing these QS events, just kind of trying to make some heats, trying to learn from my surfing. A lot of mistakes in that heat, but a lot to learn from. Nice to progress with Rosie.
For sure. Let's talk a little bit about it. Let's dive into the Challenger Series conversation, because you're one of the surfers that's absolutely motored through the QS grind and got yourself to that level. How was the experience? What was the step up like? And did it get even more extreme when you got to the Challengers?
I did one Challenger event. I got into Manly the year before, so I kind of got like a little glimpse of what it's like. Kind of when I competed in that event, it made me realise that I really want to make it. And then, so I made it last year, and it was so much fun. Just experience all new countries and going to new places, new ways, new food, travelling with my mum. It was, so incredible. It was a huge step up from QS's for sure. Definitely you felt like the level lifted when you were at those events. I enjoyed, trying to surf how I normally do and bring out my surfing that I do every day. And it went all right last year. So.
Oh, it was amazing. You had an incredible finish, equal 12th place on the Challenger Series rankings. We're all so proud of you. Do you feel like it brought your surfing up another level competing on the Challengers?
Yeah, for sure. And even just surfing heaps of new ways, putting hours in everywhere I went. I had mum filming, so that was good. Just kind of surfing heaps, just felt like my surfing improved heaps. And so. I
know you've got your mates when you're travelling doing the qualifying series, and you do the obviously the events in Asia as well. We're seeing a couple of ways. We'll get to replays of those in a moment. But when you're travelling and you're competing against the same crew, your country women, your fellow Australians, you're up against one another, but then it seems to kind of shift once you make the Challenger Series, and then you guys are really backing yourselves. Is there a real sort of camaraderie between all the Australians when you hit that Challenger Series?
Yeah, kind of when we get to the Challenger, you kind of like me and Nixie just got really close to try to like help each other more than compete against each other. I don't think we had one heat against each other, so it was more like it was more just kind of like trying to learn from each other, and yeah. So
Awesome. Yeah, well, you're lucky. You're lucky you didn't have to surf against one another. You
Yeah.
kept it cool in the relationship.
It usually always happens to
Yeah,
the
doesn't
person you're
it?
travelling with. You always end up competing against. It's torture.
Yeah.
That's good.
Ellie, tell us, what was your highlight moment last year? Because you did have some great results.
Highlight moment. Probably, I got a really good result in America, but my highlight moment was probably at Snapper. Just starting the season off in Snapper was just like pretty special, and I kind of didn't really know where my surfing was at. Like I didn't really know if I was going to make many heats or anything. And then, yeah, that one heat there, I got like a pretty big score. That was like the moment. Like I walked into my family and like all my aunties and my grandma and my mum, and I was coaching with Richo there, and it just like all sunk in. I was just like, whoa, like this feels pretty special, and like this is what I want to do. Yeah, felt pretty cool.
That was huge. That was the big 893. You had Sarah Baum, Macy Callahan, and Moana Jones-Wong, and you got the W. That's big. That's a huge confidence booster. But a great heat for you. Looking forward to seeing you build some momentum through this contest and giving the Challenger Series a red hot dig this year.
Yeah, thanks heaps.
No worries, Ellie. Best of luck. Yeah, she's one of our best. Hoy, such a talent, and the way that she was on yesterday.
Was that a first heat at the Challenger Series at Snapper?
I think it was a second at
heat.
Snapper, but yeah, I remember the wave.
Yeah.
Surfed it brilliantly, great forehand. And yeah, she, like I said, she was ripping yesterday, and you know, even despite the drop in from Ock, she got a couple of decent turns in before he burned her. But no, I think he thought she wasn't going to get around the section as Coral goes to her trademark turn, ditching the fins, can't ride out of it. She's sitting eighth.
She did a mad one of those yesterday.
Yeah, went into the excellent range.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really big turn. Ocky like.
Oh, yeah.
That's his turn to a T right there.
Most definitely. So 7 minutes remaining here, and Amuro Suzuki's got the lead. Here's a replay.
Oh, just right out of that, it's a huge score. Not even that big a wave, just has the position she puts herself in, throwing the tail like that, lay back, throw tail, it's sick.
Yeah, really like powers through the lip too.
Yeah.
Sort of not one of those sort of cheetah finners.
Yeah.
It's like a nice punchy hit
Back
with a bit of
foot.
release.
Yeah, back foot.
Back foot. You love the back foot, Hoy.
Yeah.
6.5 minutes to go here. And yeah, we have reached that point in the competition on the women's side where you've got those surfers who are compressed at the top end of their regional ranks, all fighting one another. A really key one here for Coral. She wants to stay alive in the mix in 8th position at the moment. You know, those top spots aren't out of reach for her.
Top 5 for the women?
Top 4
top
finishes 4. on the QS ranks, and then a wild card.
Yeah, right.
So
top 5.
Yeah. So yeah, this is an important heat for all 4 competitors.
And did Ellie say she's already got the wild card, or is that from last year?
Yeah, I'm not sure if she has got it from the Challenger Series or whether she's got it from the QS.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to give it out before it's finished, would they? No chance.
But it's you know, it's a little kind of difficult working it out, but the basic breakdown is each region is given a number of spots. So for Australia Oceania, they get 5 spots total. That's the top 4 on the QS ranks, and then a wild card. Same with North America. South America, they get 3 spots and a wild card spot. Europe, they get 4 spots and a wild card. And you know, it's the same for Hawaii, Asia, Africa. They all get 3 spots and a wild card. Africa's 2 spots in a wild card.
I'm being biased, but I think Australia should get more.
Yeah. It's 48 surfers total.
Yeah, that's what it is.
There's former CTers. You get exemptions for being a former CT surfer. Like if you got knocked off recently, I think you get Jackson Baker was saying you get a couple of years. CT.
What if there's more of those CT surfers?
CT non-qualifiers. It's the 7 that missed out.
Yeah. They go straight in without having to do it.
Yeah. Previous year's Challenger Series, there's 5 wild cards there. World Junior Champ gets 1, that's an exemption.
Yeah.
And 3 wild cards. So I'm not sure which one Ellie was given, but there's quite a few.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 wild cards each event.
Not at each event necessarily. I think some of those are permanent spots.
Okay.
And then, you might be right. The wild cards are at a particular venue as well. But, it's about as clear as it's going to get this afternoon. We'll make more sense of it over the next few days.
As it goes on.
Yeah.
I know, it's a wild one, isn't it?
Oh no, this looks ugly, Hoy. Oh, we've seen that before.
Ends up with a good, just falls at the end. Who had priority?
Yeah, Blue had priority, so Mirai Akita, who's sitting in 8th position on the Asian rankings at the moment, has just suffered an interference, and it's a priority interference. So that means you lose your entire second score, which is brutal. And you also get 0 for the wave that you.
That wave, yeah, right.
That you're on. I don't know.
Can we have another look at that, please?
Has it reached that point in the afternoon where you're kind of looking into the sun when you look towards the beach?
For sure. So, Blue had priority.
Blue had priority.
So Green must have thought she had priority.
Oh, she did for sure. Well, she didn't make that last turn, so wouldn't have been a keeper either. So that's a really tough situation.
Like that's weird. That's a weird situation, that one.
Yeah, Amuro Suzuki. We had a long chat with Ellie Harrison, and there was plenty of action unfolding out there in the lineup. Amura's got a 5.7, a 5.33, so has a pretty healthy lead. She's trying to stave off the push from competitors like Mirai out there at the moment. So the interference kind of actually works in her favour. But, you don't want to win like that necessarily, but it's all part of it.
I don't get why Green was even going near her, though.
Yeah.
She had priority. And
obviously some confusion there, Hoy.
Well, yeah. Like you said, maybe it is looking straight into the sun.
Do you ever have any of those situations where you just weren't concentrating and you accidentally dropped in on someone?
I've had a lot of those situations where I wasn't concentrating. But
tell you one of the most embarrassing ones. Chopu back in the day, Jake Patterson, thought he had priority. He was kind of sitting on the shoulder of a Chopes monster. Glendon Ringrose had priority. He was sitting 100 metres deep.
Yeah.
And he pulled into the barrel and Jake took off and got a little cover up and Glendon came flying out behind him. Jake got an interference and Glendon got like a 10-point ride or something. An excellent score. So
Snake.
Wasn't quite one of those situations, but equally as painful for the Japanese competitor, Mirai Akita. I remember photos of that. Glendon back on the foam ball, Jake, big tube face, barely barreled and suffering an interference. It doesn't get worse.
So he just sat at the end because he thought he had priority?
No, I think he thought he was going to get a hell score, but just misread the situation a little, you could say.
Just a little.
So 25 seconds to go here. The clock's wound down and Coral's chasing that 5.24. Such a crucial number for her. And it doesn't look like that opportunity is going to come her way. Amuro Suzuki, she's hanging on for the finish here. Mirai Akita, this is the last wave of a big QS campaign this year. It's a real shame for her. And she suffered that interference there. And this one is all wrapped up And it's two of the star performers on the Asian ranks who are going to be progressing through to the round of 16. Anon Matsuoka and, of course, Amura Suzuki, who just flared up on the backhand out there. We're going to take a quick break here. You're watching the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro here at Surfest 2024, presented by Reflections Holiday Parks.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Adam has taken a few losses at work this week. A loss out here, a little easier to take.
Wait! Holidays! Ironman! Outdoors! Ironman! Whoa! Uber! Suspension! Lights! Roof rack! Camping equipment! Recovery gear! Under Ironman, mate! 100 Ironman! I can't do two things at once, I know.
That's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to the show. The Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro is on, and we just saw an Olympian just show her class, put together a great heat score total. Amura Suzuki, 11.03. Anon Matsuoka, excuse me, she finished up in second place. They're two of the star performers on the Asian ranks at the moment. And that's just the point in the competition we've reached here, Hoy. We got the big names out there, and sitting on top of the Asian ranks at the moment, Sarah Wakita, and she is out there in the red jersey. Nixie Ryan, just a proven champion on the regional QS, had so many victories. She's the surfer from Lennox Head. She's in the blue.
Started with a 4 too, which is a good score for this afternoon.
You got to make friends with Nixie. Her old boy's a tattooist in Byron.
Really?
Yeah, Craig.
Do you think I'm near anymore?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of blank spots. The illustrated man.
Yeah, I'm running out of room.
A big gap on your forehead that you could fill in. But yeah,
It's not a good look.
He works at Sharkies in Byron.
Does he?
Yeah, I used to surf with him a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nixie's been, you know, a star performer on the regional QS for some time. Cracked the challenges last year. We heard Ellie say that. They travelled together. Raya Campbell's out there too. She's currently sitting in 16th position on the regional ranks, and Taylor Green, the Kiwi, she's a bit further back in 45th position on the regional rankings, Hoy, but, you know, stacked field, good lineup.
She'd be just trying to get a seed for next season, right? Next year.
Exactly.
Just go as far as you can in the comp. She's not really going to get the chance to qualify for the championship tour.
No, it's just experience at this point. She's been surfing really well, Taylor, but yeah, it's just a seed building exercise, really.
Yeah. She's only young. Whoa, look at that. McCabe Airlines.
Oh, Nixie Ryan, she's got such a good forehand. She finished 35th on the Challenger Series last year, and yeah, I think, you know, if she can get back there, she'll do a lot better. She, you know, domestically, it's just been a force over the past few years, so we'll see how she fares. So all the competitors getting in the mix here early on, but Nixie Ryan with the best number so far, a 4-point ride.
This looks like a good little wave. Bit foamy, but it's got a good angle to it. The swells actually looks like it's turning a bit more to the south already. I don't know where it's coming from. Bit foamy, but it's still a good little wave.
Sarah Wakita there.
Stuck on the end.
Taking that one through to the inside. I know same sponsors as Coco Ho, so you kind of like tend to make those comparisons, but she does have a kind of similar style. Nice compact top turns, and yeah, she's been on fire this year. She had a win in a 3,000. She got a second in a 5,000, and she finished 31st on the Challenger Series last year. So she's a talent.
She's right up there now then.
She's right up there. Yeah, she's currently sitting way out in front.
Way out in front?
Well, way out in front. She's amassed like 14,000 points from the regional ranks.
That's what we're looking at, those huge point differential. Yeah. Looks way more than like the men and the women.
Yeah.
From the Aussie rankings.
So just under 19 minutes to go here. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. And we always relish the opportunity to chat to an Olympian. A bronze medalist, Amuro Suzuki, joins us. How are you, Amuro?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Long time no see. We've seen you at the highest level before, surfing in championship tour events, and we want to see you there full time. How do you like your chances this year?
I just want to qualify to Challenger Series this year, and then I just want to have fun every moment and enjoy. And I want to enjoy myself.
Well, it looked like you enjoyed yourself out there. There was some really nice backhand surfing. Matt Hoy and I were marveling at your ability to find sections when other people could not. How did you do it?
I don't know. It was so tricky out there, so hard to catch waves. But I was trying to catch many waves, and yeah, I'm so happy to make through the hit.
I get the feeling that you love your time here in Australia, because this is where you've had opportunities before to surf in championship tour events. Being that you have surfed in those events, you must have a real desire and hunger to get up to that level and be a full-time competitor on the championship tour.
Yeah, yes.
I'm glad I could finish that question for you. And who are you travelling with here in Australia this year?
With my mom.
Beautiful. Yeah. And is your sister in the draw as well?
Oh, she's not my sister.
Are you related?
Yeah, just same
name.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's cool. Well, you're both a force. You've both been competing very well, and we wish you all the best in the contest, and congratulations on all the success that you've had so far.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to do a shout out to anyone back home?
Yeah. 応援ありがとうございます。次も自分のサーフィンして頑張ります。Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the contest.
Thank you.
Amuro Suzuki, and one of Japan's best. She's had a lot of success, Hoy. She's got the World Junior title. She's got the bronze medal, which she got at home. Competing.
Must have been amazing.
Oh, it was huge. It was such a massive result. But the one thing that she hasn't done is claim that full-time spot. She only just missed out a few years back. Just prior to COVID, she missed out by a place. I remember Carissa Moore was going to have a year off. Just at the end of 2019, I think she announced that. And then 2020, she just got a year off because they cancelled the tour that year.
Yeah, right.
And then 2021 rolled around. Carissa was like, oh, no, I'm coming back.
I'll be back, yeah,
And then Amuro was like, just have another year,
yeah,
please. But no, that was unfortunate for her. But I do think she's capable of earning that full-time position herself, not getting the leg up.
Well, the way she surfs, she should be on there. It'd be so good for Japanese women surfing too, to have someone on tour.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the press releases went out at that point.
Oh,
it was like
no.
first full-time competitor from Japan on the Women's Championship Tour, and unfortunately, she didn't get that right. But you know, you can't deny Carissa Moore. Of course, she came back, won the world title.
Yeah,
and
she'll get a chance.
Yeah, she will. So,
and like I said, it'd be so good for surfing in Japan. It'd be huge. Getting the bronze medal would have been huge. She'd be a national hero.
Yeah, I was intrigued, though, to know if Naneo Suzuki was related at all, but no, just mates.
Just mates.
Just mates.
Same
And in
surname.
fact, Amuro's trying to overtake Naneo on the rankings at the moment. So,
It's a
whether it was her sister or not, she wouldn't give her a thing. But yeah, this is this is a big one. Amuro, that was a really crucial heat for her and a big heat win, and also to get the jump on Anon, who's sitting in second place. It's a big confidence builder heading into the finals.
Do you get a better
of this
seed?
contest.
Obviously, you get a better seed if you win the
Exactly,
race, for
yeah.
sure.
The higher you finish, but she's got to get to that third position.
Yep.
That's her first goal. Keep progressing, get the big finish. But,
And the points on offer are huge, right?
Yeah, she's on track. She's on track at the moment. 14 minutes remaining here, and it is Nixie Ryan hanging on to the lead, but it's not a demanding lead, a dominant lead at this point in time. Wants to back up that 4-point ride from earlier on. Getting word that this is going to be the last heat of the day.
Prada Sunnies.
Ooh.
Not doing too bad.
Nah, look, who said life's tough on the QS?
Exactly.
Couple of the local favourites there. Emily Burke
the points
watching
are
the event
huge, eh?
unfold. Oh, the points are massive. There's only 2 QS 5000s. Taiwan was the first one. That's why Sarah Wakita's sitting on top of the rankings on the women's side from Asia, and why Dakota Walters from Australia is on top of the Australian ranks.
Yeah, right.
Because they were the 2 victorious surfers. So, that's a huge bonus for them. And I know Dakota missed a 3000 just recently, so he's really adding points every time he paddles out at the moment.
So he's counting a 0, really.
Yeah. Australia, in the Australian region, you count your top 4 results. There was a few more events over there in Asia, so they're counting 5 results from the tour. As we see Wakita up again. Just there's that clean flow that I was talking about, Hoy.
That was a good carve. Like that. A couple of waves been ridden then in a row. Little flurry.
Yeah, Nixie's out there with priority, and I think just banking by today's standards, a pretty reasonable number. Has her just guarding that priority and thinking pretty carefully about which ride she takes next.
Well, a 4 is a good score for today.
It is.
The judging has been really low.
Yeah.
Not low judging, but the scoring has been...
Yeah, the surfing's kind of forced it to that end of the scale, because there is punch and power out there, so occasionally a big section stands up, and as a result, you can get these excellent scores. So they sort of do have to leave a lot of room in there, because it's overhead.
Yeah,
so
it's solid.
You can't just start throwing out 6s for these
mediocre waves.
These half turns.
Yeah, true. Who's that last wave of red? Is this where she did the carve on the end too? This was a good wave. I liked it. Good flow. She just gets it unstuck in the end. The first 2 turns were good. First turn was real nice, and then that down carve was...
Yeah, you can really spot too, even though that score's not going to be huge, but you can definitely spot when someone's standing on a board that they love.
Yeah.
And that one just cut through the wave beautifully. Bit of bump on the surface out here at the moment.
It's a 4-5.
Yeah, it's a 4-5. I mean, it's not a shocking score, but it just looked so clean.
Yeah, so clean. All the Japanese surfers got that good style. All
amazing
smooth.
technique.
Yeah, good technique. That's what it is. Look, here it is again. Good first turn. Huge first turn. And I like that. That must have felt cool, like that down carve. It always feels. It makes that. It's a 6.
Yeah, we used to, working at the magazines back in the day, we used to send a lot of, our feature content and photos over to the Japanese surf mags, and they were like phone books.
Yeah.
They were so thick, and 90% of them were surf school technique lessons and stuff. It was all sequences of people doing showing great form and technique.
Yeah, I remember.
There was barely like photo trip features in there.
No.
It was like,
all about making
Mar
the
Ono
surfing
and his brother just, basically showing you how to do a bottom turn. Sarah Wakita just driving off the...
Oh, no.
Oh, I loved
What a
Mar.
legend, me too.
Yeah.
What a legend.
Yeah.
I saw. Didn't he surf in Taiwan? I think he surfed. I saw him surfing in the.
Yeah, he
heat
pops up
somewhere.
occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, does a lot of work with the Olympic team. But yeah, he's calling him Japanese hockey.
Yeah. Oh no, it's Ma. She's a legend. Yeah, I spent a lot of time with him.
Do you remember the trip we did to Japan?
Which one?
The air show.
Oh yes.
Trip.
That was madness.
We were meant to go on a surf trip to Najima.
Yeah.
We didn't. We went straight to Shibuya and hung out there for 4 days. Didn't get much surf.
No surf. Look at good looking right. Oh,
Jeez, we had a good time though.
I love Japan. It's the best.
Unbelievable. I remember losing you for 2 days and then finding you doing the full Will Ferrell with the jazz flute, walking across a group of people's businessmen's table, just tapping on glasses and stuff, singing AC/DC. They loved you over there.
Love-hate relationship, I think.
9 minutes and 20 seconds to go here, and Sarah Wakita's moved into the lead here. 4.5, 3.77. Still, we could see a massive jump from fourth into first because, you know, Nixie Ryan's got the second best score.
Yep. Only needs a 2.53, tiny score.
It's really funny. We've said this a couple of times at the 8-minute mark and said, oh, they only needed 2. They should be fine. And they're scrambling around with 30 seconds to go, struggling.
Still
so
not getting it.
I think Nixie wants to get, you know, like even if she can't get the score to get to the lead, she'd like to probably just bank something.
I think she's held priority since the 4 too. First priority. She hasn't caught another wave, right?
No.
Or maybe a couple.
So let's see what Taylor Green could do on the inside here. Whipped through that first turn. So a smaller wave, but surfed it really well. And she's looking to just bank a 3.11 to climb the ladder, get herself back into a qualifying position here. Little whipping backhand turn there.
And another one. That's a good score for out here this afternoon. 2 good turns. Smaller waves, hit the bank a little better. Had a corner, which is hard to find.
So, you know,
little backhand whips.
We've had amazing naming rights sponsors here since the crowdfunding effort kicked off
How good
at
is it? It's the
Surfest.
best idea ever.
It's amazing. And, you know, the surprise on your face when you got down here and saw that it was the Newcastle Racecourse Pro, Women's Pro this year, was worth its weight in gold. But it is a fantastic initiative. It engages local business, gets them behind women's surfing. They get assigned a surfer as well and have the opportunity to win back their investment, which I just think is brilliant.
Yeah.
As we see Raya Campbell there trying to finish one off. But it'll
race-
catch on. It's going to catch on.
Yeah, well, it's a great initiative.
It's awesome every day too when I, you know, head up to the Merriweather Surf Club there and see everyone just engaged in the event and backing it and being a part of it. It's fantastic to see. Full banquet set up there.
But the racecourse, Newcastle Racecourse put it on too. Such a great racecourse over there. Have great events, marquee events. Some good trainers coming out of Newcastle, good horses. I still love it. Can't afford to do it anymore.
No, it's still it's a good
day
day
out. It's a great day out. All the girls get to dress up, the men get to dress up.
Even if you're not on the punt.
Yeah.
Here goes
Oh,
Wakita
exactly.
again. Just trying to find some open face here. Oh, can't really get the board back up there, trying to improve on a 3.77. This is one of those situations where Nixie's in a pretty decent position, but I can feel it from here. Pressure's building.
For
you know,
sure.
it requires such nerve and composure in those situations, doesn't it?
And the requirement's gone up too. She needed only a 2.56, but for now she needs a 3.16. Here she goes.
Here's a section. Up into the pocket. Oh, yeah. Nice hit off the top. Releasing some water there. Oh. Kicks that tail.
Oh, no.
So
she could have softened that. And
I mean, in these situations too, Hoy, like, you just want to convert at least the number you need to get to second. Like, you don't need to blow this heat out of the water. But that was a big mistake there from Nixie. She was on her way.
She was on her way.
She needs a 3.16, and that's not a given with that first turn. We'll see.
Well, it would have been with the second.
Oh,
That's a
for
given
sure,
with the
yeah.
second. They were 2 big turns, but just it's like a tail slip here. We watch it again. Good looking wave. She picked the right wave with priority. Good snap at the start, and then this one, she just loses it. Her bottom turn sort of put her off a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I didn't really tap into a lot of Nixie's heats last year on the Challenger Series. I think if every event was staged on a right-hand point break, Nixie Ryan qualifies. She is so strong. She has a big power turn, really committed, shows great variation, just has really solid point break flow. But it's not the case. And her backhand's let her down then. If she was chasing a score on a right, there's no way in the world she doesn't convert.
I think they're nearly...
The first turn was solid on a steep section, so she might just jump up into second place here, waiting on the numbers to come through, still waiting on a couple of scores to drop. She needs a 3.16. Like we said, it's going to be close, but she's not going to waste any time waiting for that score to drop.
Wave.
Here's the forehand, and I've just jinxed her.
Didn't you?
Something shocking. But she went for it.
She got it.
She got the number she needed to get to second.
3.6 she got for that.
So
she gets a 5 or 5.5 if she makes the next turn.
Yeah, so a lot of credit. But
and the board looks like it just did the same thing it did on the backhand on a forehand then.
I think there's some nerves there. Even though Nixie's got a fair bit of work to do.
Wow, that was a good-looking right.
They're kind of stock turns you should be making.
Yeah.
In that situation.
She's pushing a bit too hard maybe, but it looks like a board tracked out both times.
Yeah, well, she's where she needs to be right now, but she's not safe because Taylor Green's chasing a 3.88, and if Nixie Ryan's getting a 3.6 for a single turn and then a fall.
Look, it went a bit wobbly. She went a bit high. That wave had a weird wobble to it. But
it did. Had a big lump in it she had to overcome, but she can work from this. This is a better position to work from in the last 3 minutes.
Well, at least she's there now. She doesn't have to worry about
exactly
the last 30 seconds of trying to get that 2 or 3.
She's put that pressure back on her rivals, and now she can kind of get in that position where you're selling people on a wave when they've got priority, trying to throw them a little bit, and if not, find some space and try and bank a better number. As she can do a turn. If she got a 3.6 for that previous ride, if she gets a good section on the forehand, she can get a 6 with one move, easy.
Yeah, easily. And she's got the power to do it.
So just over 2.5 minutes to go here.
Comes a set too by the look, a couple of lines out there. The sets usually, especially when the wind's gone onshore, aren't as good as the mid-sized ones. They're a bit lined up, unless you get a corner. But
you'd see this one sort of stretching out a little bit, can't you?
Going to close out the whole beach by the look.
So the danger competitor is Taylor Green, and she's just banked at 4.2, and she's jumped ahead of Nixie. So she only held that position for a short amount of time there.
Oh, wow.
So it is so close. There's hardly anything separating second
that
and third.
Big backhand turn she got.
Yeah. So this is an intense situation here for Nixie Ryan. 2 minutes to go.
She's back in that same situation.
Yeah. And we kind of knew she'd be vulnerable when she fell on that second turn. But
now needing a 3.94.
Taylor Green's all over her too, just with priority. Have a look at that.
2 minutes to go. So you can't let it go. We've seen a couple of mistakes with priority too today actually. Yeah, with the girls and the men. So
Taylor Green's just going to stick right on over here and try and starve her of any chances to jump up into that second spot.
It's a long 90 seconds for both.
Oh.
I just go, leave me alone. The other going, I'm not leaving you alone.
Probably goes pretty slow for Taylor Green and goes really fast for Nixie Ryan.
Yeah, for sure. Well, here's a couple of more waves coming in too. This could be good. Get away from her.
Oh,
she can't.
Oh, here we go. Sarah Wakita on the inside.
Got to fake
having a chance on one. She's not that far ahead either. If both Taylor Green and Nixie Ryan get a wave here in the last 50 seconds, Wakita's not safe.
True. They only need 4 or 5s to go in front.
Mid-range 4s will kind of get them over the line. But time just feels like it's working against Nixie Ryan here. The waves aren't really coming in.
This is the
in
one.
Sets. She's trying to make a move. She's having a think about this one. Not much beyond it. 25 seconds to go. And what will be our last heat of the day here in the Newcastle Racecourse Women's Pro. We'll look to potentially resume competition tomorrow morning, complete this round. But Nixie Ryan just trying to find some space. I don't think she's going to have time here, Hoy.
Nah, she's not going to let her have time.
So Taylor Green, well, she was tactically on point in the later stages of the heat. Once she got that second position, she just raced over and put the pressure on Nixie, who couldn't find anything. So her run in the contest is going to end along with Rhea Campbell. And it's going to be Taylor Green hanging on to second position. And the number one on the Asian ranks, Sarah Okita, is going to take the victory here and charge on through to the round of 16.
Good day, mate.
Yeah,
Sick day.
Good day. Thank you, Hoy. A good 4 opening days of competition.
Yeah.
You know, we've got through quite a bit, and we're ready to bring it home in a big way.
Looks like the weather changed a bit the next couple of days, but it looks like it could be really good rights.
Yeah.
Well, mostly lefts and a couple of rights, but I think the swell's going to kick in. Sunday looks real good, but look.
Expecting a bit of a southerly
tomorrow
shift.
Tomorrow, I think tonight, I don't know, they've sort of gone backwards. They've said it was going to be this afternoon, it's going to be offshore all day. Now it's just, now you know what they do. It always ends up further away than what it should be.
Exactly. Well, what's not further away is the big heats.
Yeah.
They're going to keep coming. We've got a huge round set. The round of 32 for the men. The completion of this round for the women, so we can set up their round of 16. But Wakita gets the job done here. She's moving on and maintaining her place at the top of the Asian rankings. We're going to take a quick break. We'll leave you with highlights. We'll see you tomorrow morning to potentially get competition back underway nice and early. See you then.
Craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Maddie's last night's sleep was spent trying to look up relaxing wave sounds. Tonight's actual wave sounds.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once, I know. Wait!
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, toolbars, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do 2 things at once, I know.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Effortlessly refreshing. Byron Bay Brewery Premium Lager. Go with it.
The racecourse is not just a place to watch the horses thunder. It brings generations together to share memories and experiences that are close to our hearts and runs in our veins. Newcastle Racecourse. Home is where the track is.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Holidays, Ironman, outdoors, Ironman, whoa, Uber, suspension, lights, roof rack, camping equipment, recovery gear, under Ironman, mate, 100 Ironman. I can't do two things at once.